Chapter 001, The World's #1 Doctor. Bang! Neil's door was kicked open roughly, and the door hit the wall with a loud noise. "Are you awake? Then get out." A 16-year-old boy appeared at the door. Neil's lips moved, his eyes complicated. "I want to see my father." "You want to see me?" Before the boy answered, a strong baritone came into the room, and then a middle-aged man with a disgusted face appeared at the door. "You want to drive me away?" Neil took more than 10 seconds to say this short sentence, as if this sentence had exhausted all his courage and strength in his life. "Yes." The middle-aged man's tone revealed impatience. "Why? I don't have a son like you." Hee hee. "No more questions, right?" "No more." "Then get out." Hee, I'm going to get out." Neil, as a member of the Traversing Army, was fortunate to come to the pirate world and become the second young master of the first-class sword hall Tongwin Sword Hall. However, what awaited him was not the life of a young master, but contempt, contempt, and ridicule. Every day was worse than a dog's, because Neil was the son of the master and the slave, and was an evil seed that should not have been born. It was precisely because of Neil's existence that the reputation of Tongwin Sword Hall was negatively affected. And on this day, Neil was finally freed, and he was kicked out of the house by his biological father. "From now on, my name is Carl. Carl. Carl." Leaving the sad home, the 11-year-old Carl began his own journey. Maya Island is a small island between Naval Headquarters Marineford and the Holy Land Marie Joyce. Although the island is small, it has everything. People live a rich life, and the permanent population is nearly 10 million. However, the real reason why it is famous is that it is a world-renowned medical sanctuary where countless famous doctors were born. One Piece Roger ship Dr. Crocus, Chopper Master Gariva, Moria ship Dr. Genius Surgeon Hogback, and later Death Surgeon Trafalgar. Luo and others have all learned medical skills here. Ding! Congratulations host Carl for completing the A-level medical training, successfully completing the training from Roger ship Dr. Crocus, Chopper Teacher Medical Master Gariva, and becoming the world's #1 medical practitioner. After becoming the first host to cure, you will receive 300 achievement points. After curing a critically ill patient, the title of Medical Master will be activated. The title attribute, medical skills are divine, famous all over the world, and will become the target of competition among all forces. Please prepare to be kidnapped. Please prepare to be kidnapped. Please prepare to be kidnapped. FK, is the system a scam? Carl opened his eyes suddenly. What did he hear? The system actually asked him to prepare to be kidnapped? He is only 11 years old now. He has not been trained in physical skills, does not know haki, does not know swordsmanship, and has no fruit. He is a real weakling. Why does he want to tease him? The name of this system is quite coquettish. It is called the King Training System. It was in Carl's mind when he woke up. As for how it came, no one knows. The role of the system is to provide training to the host. The training content is all kinds of 8 gates, including medical skills, physical skills, swordsmanship, haki, fruit, charm, science, navigation, archaeology, etc. Of course, if you want to get the opportunity to train, you must pay achievement points. Of course, you have to earn achievement points yourself. However, the system gave a novice gift package, which contains free medical training below A level. With the mentality of learning some skills, Carl completed the training from E to A level in half a year. At this point, it is necessary to talk about the level of medical training. Medical training is divided into 6 levels, EDSPA. The lowest level of E-level medical skills is just some medical knowledge, and the highest level of S-level medical skills. However, no one in the pirate world has reached the S level. In other words, Carl is now the world's #1 doctor of the new generation. Once the 11-year-old world's #1 doctor is discovered, it would be unfair if he is not abducted by major forces, and it is inevitable that he will be taken away by others. But Carl, the world's #1 doctor, now lives a life of having meals on Maya Island, which can be said to be quite miserable. Why? It is because there are doctors everywhere here, and no one is willing to see Carl even if he opens a clinic to treat patients. There are many famous doctors on Maya Island. Who is willing to treat you, an unknown, 11-year-old boy? Isn't this courting death with your own life? Little Loli is the best. She sends me 2 buns on time every day. Carl took the 2 buns from the broken bowl, finished them in no time, and then walked towards the street with a banner with the words "The Miracle Doctor Reborn." The Miracle Doctor Reborn, saving the world and saving people, 100 Baileys for the consultation fee, 100 Baileys can't buy good wine, good cigarettes, being cheated, and even more can't buy a loss. Take a look, if you are not sick, you will feel at ease. If you are sick, treat it early and have a good time. As soon as he opened his voice, he attracted a lot of people's attention. However, when they saw that it was Carl, everyone looked away. Obviously they were used to Carl's image. These days, it's easy to learn medical skills, but it's hard to find patients. We have to do something. Sir, you are sick. Get lost, you are sick. Miss, you are sick. Rogue. Brother, you are sick, your whole family is sick. These days, it's really still an era of looking at faces. After wandering around for a long time, Carl was scolded no less than 100 times, but he still couldn't give up, just some inexplicable feelings. Are you a doctor? Carl was looking for possible patients, and suddenly a slightly rough voice sounded behind him. I am. Do you want to treat your injuries? Carl took a quick look and felt that the other party looked like a pirate. That's good, follow me. After getting Carl's affirmative reply, the pirate grabbed Carl and ran away in a hurry. Ding! Found a person seeking medical treatment, treated Captain Jesse, completed the task and received 100 achievement points. Do you accept? Note, if you refuse, 10 achievement points will be deducted. When the achievement points are negative, the King training system will determine that the host is not qualified to inherit the system, and will erase the host's memory. The current achievement points are 0. Accept. Refuse. Carl's mouth twitched twice. Isn't it obvious that if he doesn't treat it, he will die? You are so cruel, system. I accept it. P.S. New book release, _ please collect flowers and reward. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 002, activate the title of Medical Master. Master Robert, what's the situation now? Seeing the doctor coming out, Justin immediately greeted him and asked respectfully. Robert, 53 years old, is very good at internal medicine. He once studied with Crocus, the ship doctor of Pirate King Roger, on Maya Island. Later, Crocus left Maya Island, and Robert chose to stay. Having spent half his life on Maya Island, he has a great prestige in the circle of famous doctors on Maya Island. Similarly, his excellent medical skills have allowed him to cure tens of thousands of patients. For such a famous doctor, Justin is absolutely in the mentality of making friends rather than offending, and the captain is suffering from illness and needs treatment in an extraordinary period, so he is very polite to Robert. Robert glanced at Justin, hesitated for a moment, and finally sighed, I am really sorry for my limited medical skills. Justin's face fell instantly when he heard it, and he smiled bitterly and said, Master, you are too kind. In fact, this is not the first famous doctor on Maya Island he has found, but all the conclusions are that he cannot be cured. Deputy Captain Justin, there is another doctor. Let's invite him in. Okay, I'll go and invite him in." Justin immediately perked up when he heard this, and then went out to greet another doctor, James, who is also the most famous doctor on Maya Island. If Robert is a famous doctor, then James is a master. He is now 68 years old and has devoted his life to medical skills. He was once the mentor of Crocus and Robert. His medical skills are infinitely close to A. He is definitely a national treasure. He is deeply favored by both Marine and world government and enjoys the privilege of not having to salute officers below the vice admiral. Soon, James was invited into the ward, carefully examined Jesse lying on the bed, and finally walked out of the quiet room with a thoughtful look on his face. "Master, what's up? Can you cure it?" Justin's heartbeat stopped. At this time, all his hopes were placed on James. He was afraid that James would say that he couldn't be cured. If the best doctor on Maya Island couldn't cure it, who else could save his brother? Jesse is infected with the world-destroying hantavirus. He had fever and headaches in the early stages of the infection. Now he has pulmonary edema and respiratory failure. "I'm sorry that I'm not good at medicine. I really can't do anything." James shook his head. Hantavirus is a difficult problem that doctors all over the world want to overcome. So far, no one has been able to cure it. People infected with this virus can only leave it to fate, because its mortality rate is as high as 70%. The extremely short 7-day outbreak period and the extremely high mortality rate have made countless people shudder. It has also made countless doctors want to overcome this difficulty, but no one has cured it so far. How could it be? Justin took a few steps back when he heard it. His face was extremely pale. Such a result is undoubtedly a death sentence for Jesse. "Please be patient." James sighed. Every time he saw a patient who could only wait to die, he felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to save him, but he was powerless. "Captain Justin, I found a miracle doctor." Hearing his men shouting, Justin was stunned. Where is the miracle doctor in Maya? In the pirate world. No one dared to call themselves miracle doctors, but they actually said they found a miracle doctor. However, Justin didn't care at this time. He had seen several famous doctors on Maya Island, and even invited Master James, but they all died. It's okay to let other doctors take a look, maybe they really have miraculous powers. Of course, Justin knew very well that this was just a self-deceiving extravagant hope. "Captain Justin, I brought the doctor." With a bang, the pirate leader dragged Carl into the ward. Seeing Carl, Justin was stunned for a moment, pointing at Carl and roaring, "Ahole, is this the miracle doctor you are looking for?" He wrote about the reincarnation of a miracle doctor himself. "I thought since he is a miracle doctor, his medical skills should not be bad, so I brought him here." If he wrote about the god of medicine, wouldn't you believe it? Carl was not interested in participating in the quarrel between Jesse and his men, but directly observed the patient lying on the bed. The latter's face was pale, and the breathing amplitude was very large, but the air intake was very weak, just like a patient with respiratory failure. Carl stepped forward, skillfully opened the latter's eyelids, and fluently examined Jesse. James, who wanted to leave, saw this scene and his eyes suddenly lit up. As the saying goes, an expert can tell the quality of a boy by the first move. Carl knew that the 11-year-old boy in front of him had two skills as soon as he made a move. "Hey! Kid, what are you doing?" After scolding his subordinates, Justin found that Carl had run to Jesse's side without knowing when and tossed his brother around. This ignited his anger and he shouted immediately. "He is a doctor, let him diagnose." James, the first doctor on Maya Island, spoke, and Justin immediately quieted down. Although he was dissatisfied, he still waited patiently. After a while, Carl had finished diagnosing Jesse and was clear about the latter's situation. This doctor, what's the situation with my brother?" In fact, Justin was just asking out of politeness. He didn't believe that the 11-year-old Carl could diagnose a feather duster. Your captain is infected with a virulent virus, a virus with a high mortality rate. Carl thought about the prescription while-eyed. Justin and James were both stunned. He actually diagnosed it. Seeing that Justin and James were silent, Carl thought that they didn't understand, and continued to explain, this is a virus infected by animal excrement. Once infected, the human body will continue to have early symptoms such as fever and headache for about 4 days, and then the symptoms will be obvious, and non-cardiogenic pulmonary edema and acute respiratory failure will begin to appear. If you are unlucky, you will die within a week. This virus has another characteristic. If you don't die in 7 days, it means you are lucky. The virus in your body will die quickly at this time, and you will recover without treatment. Of course, no more than 3 out of 10 people can survive this virulent virus, so the mortality rate is very high. Ah! James screamed, and the expression he looked at Carl was like looking at a monster. It was so accurate, and it was many times better than his diagnosis. Seeing James' reaction, Justin was dumbfounded. Is he really right? Is there a way to treat this? James' tone was full of expectation. At this time, he was sure that Carl's medical skills were great. James' behavior immediately stunned Justin. How could this be possible? The best doctor on Maya Island actually asked an 11-year-old boy for advice? Carl glanced at James and smiled, of course. Really, can it really be cured? Justin hadn't recovered from his shock when he heard such good news. He almost jumped up with excitement, and his heart was beating like thunder. Prepare a pen and paper, and 1 dose will cure it. With James' personal testimony and Carl's calmness, Justin gave Justin a prescription, and quickly went to the town to get the medicine, and then boiled it into a medicinal soup according to the instructions. Without a bowl of medicinal soup, James and Justin had already felt that Jesse's breathing had stabilized and his face began to become ruddy. After a bowl of medicinal soup was swallowed, Jesse's symptoms had completely disappeared and his breathing had completely stabilized. Seeing this scene, James was dumbfounded. The world's problem was solved just like that. How could this be possible? Ding! Congratulations host for completing the task of saving Jesse, and getting 100 achievement points. The title of Master of Medicine is activated, and 300 achievement points are obtained. James, the first doctor on Maya Island, and all members of the West Blue Thieves will actively praise host's medical skills. P.S. New book release, _ please collect flowers and reward. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 003, Let Him Go, Let Me Do It. Ding! Congratulations host for completing the task of saving Jesse, and getting 100 achievement points. The title of Medical Master is activated. James, the first doctor on Maya Island, and all members of the West Blue Pirates will actively praise host's medical skills. Carl was very satisfied with the system's prompts, and he was more confident in the medical skills he learned from the system. After all, this was his first time to see a doctor. Now Jesse is out of danger, and he will wake up soon. I'll leave first. Carl didn't want to stay in the pirate's nest. Now he just wanted to get the reward and return to town. This is the medical fee for both of you. Please accept it. Justin didn't have much time to chat with Carl and James, and directly gave each of them a red envelope. Carl suppressed his excitement and didn't open the red envelope on the spot. He left with James. I don't know what your name is. My name is Carl. I don't know who Dr. Carl's teacher is. I didn't. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Carl wanted to answer James's words, but just as he opened his mouth, he saw a group of Marines carrying a wounded person and rushing back. Carl took a glance and knew that the wounded person was shot in the abdomen, but the latter had already fainted and stopped breathing. According to his estimation, if he couldn't be rescued within 2 minutes, he would die. Ding! The wounded Marine Admiral Zephyr student, Lieutenant Colonel Dies Bereris, was found. The mission content: save him from life-threatening danger and you will get 100 achievement points. Does the host accept the mission? Note: there is no penalty if the host does not accept the mission, but you will lose the opportunity to make friends with Marine Admiral Zephyr. Reject. Accept. Carl's eyebrows suddenly raised. Does this mission need to be considered? The opportunity to make friends with Marine Admiral is right in front of you. If you miss it, you don't know when you will have it again. Wow! Carl rushed out of the crowd one step faster than James, and then rushed straight to Marine. Stop! Get out of the way, don't delay saving people. Let him go, let me do it. Where did this madman come from? Get him out. He was shot in the abdomen, blood flowed into the chest cavity and squeezed the lungs, causing respiratory failure. If the blood is not drained out as soon as possible, he will die within 2 minutes. A group of Marine soldiers were stunned. Bereris was indeed shot in the abdomen, but they really didn't know the specific injuries because they were not doctors. However, seeing that Carl said it in a serious manner, they really didn't know whether it was true or false. Carl is right, put him down and let Dr. Carl treat him. Just as Marine was thinking, James rushed over and said loudly, "Dr. James." It turned out to be the best doctor on Maya Island. Why did Dr. James appear here? James is definitely a superstar on Maya Island. His appearance immediately caused a strong response from the masses, and of course, Marine was no exception. "Why are you standing there? Why don't you put him down?" Seeing the Marine soldiers stunned, Carl couldn't help but shout, "How long do you think 2 minutes is? If you delay any longer, you can't save him." "Yes, yes." With James speaking, the Marine soldier had no hesitation and immediately laid the man flat on the ground. "Help him up." Carl frowned and stepped forward to order. Marine immediately did as Carl said and helped the man up. "Prepare the needle. Small catheter. Strong liquor. Sealed bottle. Paper. Lighter." After Carl gave the order, he lifted Bereris's clothes, bent his 5 fingers and tapped his back twice to determine where the blood was. His goal was to drain the blood from the body and prevent it from squeezing the lungs, so that the injured could breathe normally, so as to buy time for the operation. The medical training system will simulate the human body for virtual teaching, so Carl's surgical ability is not poor, but it has not been applied in reality. What kind of needle? Don't blame the major for not understanding, he is really not in this line of work. Let me prepare it. James spoke. The crowd was stunned. What did they see? The best doctor on Maya Island was actually helping an 11-year-old boy? Were they dreaming? However, this was the truth. James knew that Carl was a great doctor before, and now Carl's confident and calm performance made him more certain that Carl's medical skills were extraordinary. Besides, saving people was like putting out a fire, so he didn't care about anything else and immediately stepped forward to help. Similarly, he was quite interested in Carl's field surgery ability and wanted to see it. Disinfect the needle with strong liquor, open the sealed bottle and empty it. Disinfected needle. Seeing that James had disinfected the needle, Carl took it without hesitation, and then stabbed Bereris directly from the top rib. Hiss! Is this really saving people? Will it not pierce the body? If it pierces the organ, it will be the end. Seeing that the several-inch-long needle entered the latter's body like this, everyone gritted their teeth involuntarily. What if this stabbed the person to death? Catheter. As soon as Carl finished speaking, James handed over the prepared catheter. Dr. Carl took the catheter and inserted it along the position of the puncture. Damn it! What on earth are you going to do? How terrible! The timid women dared not watch it anymore. First the puncture and then the catheter. Is this torture saving people or killing people? Bottle, paper, lighter. Carl took the tools from James's hand, opened the bottle, inserted the other end of the catheter into the bottle stopper, then lit the cotton paper and threw it into the bottle, and then covered it. Soon the fire on the cotton paper went out. Everyone present was confused, and countless question marks filled the screen. Except for James, who was shocked and realized that he had understood the meaning of this. Do you think the blood can still flow into the bottle? This is not the opening. It's out. It's out. Just when everyone was thinking about it, a Marine soldier shouted excitedly. Everyone looked at it carefully and saw that the blood was slowly flowing out of the catheter inserted into Barrarus. Hey! At this moment, Barrarus, who was unconscious, took a deep breath and woke up. This. Instantly, everyone's expression froze on their faces. Did the blood really come out? This person was saved? It was so easy to do it. How is this possible? Pa. Awesome. Awesome. This first aid is simply amazing. I don't know who clapped first. And then there was a thunderous applause all around. He was only 11 years old, but he was able to remain calm in the face of danger and easily pull a seriously injured and dying person out of the ghost gate. This kind of medical skills is beyond the reach of many famous doctors. Now, the eyes of everyone looking at Dr. Carl are no longer disdainful as before, but shock and admiration. Ding! Congratulations host for completing the task of rescuing Lieutenant Colonel Dies Barrarus, earning 100 achievement points and the opportunity to befriend Marine Admiral Zephyr. Marine Admiral Zephyr will come to thank you soon. Carl simply ignored the matter of finding a place to live. The opportunity to befriend Marine Admiral is more important than anything else. It is too difficult to achieve something in the marine world without background, support, and power. P.S. Dies Barrarus is Zephyr's student and the former owner of EPUB fruit. Luo's EPUB fruit was snatched from him by Khorasan. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 004, Marine Admiral Zephyr. I don't know the doctor's name, but I, Barrarus, will reward him handsomely one day. Some people may be unfamiliar with Barrarus, but they must be familiar with his son, who is one of the supernovas X. Drake. If you still don't know much about him, then Trafalgar, the Surgeon of Death? Luo must be familiar with him, so what is the relationship between Luo and Barrarus? It all started with the EPUB fruit, because the original owner of the EPUB fruit was Barrarus. Later, he wanted to sell it to Marine, but it was stolen by Dover's brother Khorasan and given to Luo. I believe that now you have a certain understanding of Barrarus. My name is Carl. Forget about the reward. Your bullet is still in your abdomen. Go to the hospital for surgery first. Carl smiled and waved his hand. He was really happy. Compared with Barrarus's reward, he still valued the opportunity to make friends with Zephyr. Of course, what Carl didn't expect was that Barrarus gave him a reward that made the whole world jealous soon after. Thank you. Barrarus could see that Carl really didn't ask for his reward, and he was even more touched. What else could he ask for in the world for a doctor who saved his life without asking for any reward? He looked at Carl with a hint of admiration unconsciously, and he was determined to reward Carl handsomely in the future. After bidding farewell to Marine, Carl and James left in a hurry. Of course, they were inevitably pointed at on the way. Of course, this was a good thing, because everyone was promoting Carl's medical skills. Even the first doctor of Maya Island was willing to be Carl's assistant. It can be imagined that Carl's name will spread throughout Maya Island soon. Dr. Carl, if you have time, come to the medical academy and sit down. I encountered a new virus and I really don't know how to start. New virus? What's it called? Perkle. Damn. Carl was stunned for a moment. Isn't that the disease Luo has? What's wrong, Dr. Carl? Through discussions and small talk with Carl, James was 100% sure that the boy in front of him had medical skills that surpassed his. He was definitely a world-class medical master who had entered the field of medical patriarch. Such people were rare in the entire pirate world and were definitely world-class talents that could not be lost. Ahem, nothing. Carl cleared his throat twice and said, "Well, I'll go over and take a look when I have time. Then I'll wait for the master to come." James left happily. Carl smiled, found an empty corner and took out the red envelope, opened it and took a look. Hiss. 100,000 Baileys. Damn, I thought it would be good to have 10,000, but I didn't expect it to be 10 times that. But I like it. Carl happily left with the bill of 100,000 Baileys. As for the perlite virus, Carl really didn't take it too seriously. Why? Because he was the only full-fledged medical patriarch in the world, whether it was virology, medicine, orthopedics, reproductive medicine, etc., all of them were at the top level. Moreover, according to Carl's understanding, the perlite virus actually broke out in 1506 last year. Now it is 1507, and Luo has already escaped from the white town of Fervans. It is speculated that Luo should be Dover's subordinate at this time. In other words, the infection with the perlite virus is basically under control now. Although the method is not very good, it doesn't make any difference to him to study a virus that is about to disappear earlier or later. After dinner, Carl returned to his rotten nest, and didn't care whether it was clean or not. He lay down directly, and pulled a tattered mat over himself. No one knew that this was the world's #1 doctor. After a silent night, Carl woke up as usual and subconsciously looked at the broken bowl next to him. 2 hot buns were quietly lying in it. Carl picked up the buns and ate them, feeling a little disappointed. I wonder if there will be a next time. Half a year after coming to Maya Island, Carl was devoted to training, so he was very poor. He was starving every day. One day, he was so hungry that he couldn't even get up. From that day on, he would receive 2 buns every morning, a Lolita gave him. Forget it, we will meet again if we are destined to. Carl shook his head and left the shabby corner where he had stayed for half a year, bought clothes, changed clothes, and washed up. If the system didn't cheat him, Zephyr Admiral would come to him to thank him in person today. At least he had to clean it up a little. Wow! At this moment, a large group of newspapers fell from the sky. Carl didn't make a fuss about this. Fisher last year? The news of Tiger's escape from the Holy Land Marie Joyce spread just like that. Who knows what big news this time? Fisher? Tiger, climbed up the Holy Land with bare hands. Made a big fuss in the Holy Land Marie Joyce. Liberated a large number of slaves. FK. Carl didn't know until he saw it. It turned out that Tiger made a big fuss in the Holy Land. No wonder the newspapers were full of news. The impact of this incident was indeed unimaginable. This fish man is crazy. FK. FK. He actually made a big fuss in the Holy Land and liberated slaves. Crazy. The friends of the whole Maya Island were stunned by this news. No one believed that someone was so bold as to break into the back garden of celestial dragons and liberate slaves. This is simply the best way to die. However, the facts are in front of us. Tiger did make a big fuss in the Holy Land and liberated countless slaves. The 3 Hancock sisters should also be on the run. It's so pitiful. Carl shook his head slightly. Anyway, he is a weak chicken now. He can't afford to play the hero to save the beauty, so he can't interfere with how history goes. Dr. Carl. Suddenly, Carl heard James call from behind. Looking back, Carl's expression suddenly became serious. Behind James followed a tall and strong Marine general with golden shoulder straps, sunglasses, and a righteous look. Dr. James, what's up? Repressing his excitement, Carl's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. What does the golden shoulder strap represent? It represents Admiral. This is the Marine Admiral, Zephyr Admiral. He wants to see you. James turned around and introduced. Carl's eyes lit up, and he took a deep breath and said, "So it's Zephyr Admiral, I'm sorry. Are you Dr. Carl?" Seeing that Carl was only 11 years old, Zephyr couldn't help but be dumbfounded. At the age of 11, he had the medical skills that were highly praised by the first doctor of Maya Island. Is this guy still a human? It's simply a monster. P.S. Has anyone guessed what Barreras gave Carl? Reading books every day on the 11th day of the 11th month is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 005, Marine recruits a doctor. It's me. Carl nodded. As the world's #1 doctor, he was somewhat arrogant and did not salute Zephyr Admiral. Good boy, you are neither humble nor arrogant, and you are very courageous. If I hadn't known that you are a great doctor, I would have thought you were just pretending. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, but I laugh at others for not seeing through me. Haha, good. Zephyr laughed several times, and finally stopped and said, "My student Barreras thanks Dr. Carl for his help. I just can't bear to see a Marine die like this." Well said. Zephyr was even more delighted when he heard it. In fact, I came here to ask for something. Oh? What is it? Carl was a little curious. They had just met, and Zephyr Admiral actually asked him for something? Damn, it's a waste not to do a favor that comes to your door, right? I believe Dr. Carl has already known about the Murloc Tiger's disturbance in the Holy Land last night. Carl was a little confused about what Zephyr meant, and just nodded lightly. He could do this favor, but he had to see what Zephyr wanted him to do. This time Tiger's disturbance in the Holy Land caused heavy casualties, and the military doctors stationed in the Holy Land were insufficient, so Marine issued a medical order to recruit doctors from Maya Island to go to the Holy Land to treat the wounded. You mean you want me to? Yes, I want Dr. Carl to go to the Holy Land to treat the wounded. P.S. Are there any flowers? Ding. Task content, accept Marine's medical order, go to the Holy Land to treat the wounded, and get 100 achievement points. Extra achievement points are accumulated by host treating the wounded. Note, after completing the task, host will become a guest of Zephyr Admiral. Accept. Reject. Carl was stunned. Is there any reason to refuse? Now he is powerless. With the world's best medical skills, he will be taken away by all the major forces sooner or later. What will be his fate if he has no backers? Dr. Carl have any difficulties? Zephyr asked when he saw Carl in a daze. Actually, my original plan was to open a clinic here. There is a conflict in time, but human lives are at stake, so I'd better go to save people first. In fact, Carl's clinic was just nonsense. 100,000 Baileys is enough to open a clinic? What an international joke. The reason why he said this is just to cover up the reason for his daze. However, Zephyr and James don't think so. Zephyr and James looked at each other and saw a hint of admiration in each other's eyes. The clinic is too important for a doctor, but now, Carl would rather put the establishment of the clinic on hold. This medical product is enough to make countless doctors ashamed to death. At this moment, Carl's image in the hearts of the two people has become a little taller. Both sides were willing, so they set off quickly. Carl, Robert, and dozens of other doctors from Maya Island boarded the marine warship and headed straight for the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. James was too old and physically inconvenient, and there was a more outstanding Dr. Carl, so Zephyr temporarily cancelled James's quota. Dr. Carl, I have a few questions about brain tumors that I want to discuss with you. Robert was also a famous doctor who had seen Jesse's symptoms, and he knew that Carl could cure him with one dose. In addition to James' strong praise and yesterday's performance, he did not dare to underestimate Carl. "Dr. Robert, please speak." 10 minutes later, Robert was shocked to find that the questions he raised were not a problem at all in front of Carl. The problem that had troubled him for a long time was suddenly understood after Carl explained it. Looking at Carl, who was talking freely, Robert couldn't help but change from discussion to asking for advice. At this moment, he recognized Carl's medical skills from the bottom of his heart. "Dr. Carl, I have a few questions to ask." "Dr. Carl, please tell me about hantavirus." After witnessing Carl's medical skills, the remaining dozen doctors rushed up and surrounded Carl. Who doesn't want to improve his medical skills? Carl didn't expect Robert and others to be so enthusiastic. Seeing the famous doctors surrounding him, Carl's vanity was greatly satisfied. He was happy and patiently interpreted for them. This scene, in Zephyr's eyes, Carl's image became taller. It is very rare for a doctor to cherish his own medicine, especially for a master of medical skills. It seems like a small move, but who knows how many patients it has benefited. It's a pity not to join Marine with such medical skills. Zephyr's heart moved, and he wanted to win him over. At this time, Carl had no idea that he was going to be robbed. And not long after Carl left Maya Island, Bararus also left and established a pirate group. Maya Island. It was not far from the holy land of Marie Joyce. The warship arrived at full speed that night. Then Carl, Robert, and others followed Zephyr Admiral from a secluded path to the Holy Land. Half an hour later, the group finally reached the top. What appeared in front of Carl was a huge manor with no visible edge, and the manor's buildings were extremely luxurious. Zephyr Admiral. At this time, a group of government personnel in suits and leather shoes walked out of the manor. "Where are the wounded? I'll take the doctor there." Zephyr nodded and went straight to the point. The world government personnel didn't care about Zephyr's attitude at all, and immediately led everyone to the wounded area. Before getting close, Carl heard a piece of wailing. When he entered the wounded area, Carl was shocked by the situation inside. There were hundreds of wounded people lying on a large area of beds, dozens of doctors and hundreds of medical staff were busy. "These wounded are left to you," Zephyr said to Carl and others with a serious face. "Don't worry, we will do our best to treat him," Robert assured. Zephyr looked at him without getting Carl's answer. "I'm here to treat the wounded," Carl replied, and in one step he came to a Marine soldier who was screaming in pain. The latter's arm had been completely twisted behind his back, and he was about to be disabled for life. "Who are you?" The soldier was stunned for a moment. "Why is there such a kid in the doctor's team?" "Don't move." Carl looked at him, stretched out his hand and grabbed the latter's arm, and then... crack! Ah! The arm hurt so much that the soldier cried. The doctor had said that his hand was going to be disabled, but you can't play with my disabled hand like this. But Carl ignored him and grabbed the latter's arm and pulled it again. Crack, crack, crack. After a sound like frying beans, Carl let go. "A hole. What did you do to me?" The soldier came to his senses and was furious. He pointed at Carl and cursed him. However, he swallowed the rest of his words. His hand was healed. At this time, all the doctors and medical staff present were almost staring at their eyes. A crippled hand was healed like this? Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 006, Little Tian Long. Carl showed off his skills, and no medical staff stopped him. After a brief exchange, everyone knew that Carl was the doctor accompanying Marine this time, and he was a master highly respected by the first doctor of Maya Island. "You two go to assist Dr. Carl." Knowing that Carl's medical skills were great, Robert immediately assigned him 2 nurses. "Yes." Upon hearing this, the two nurses immediately chased Carl with tools. This time, Tiger's disturbance in the Holy Land caused all the wounded, so prescribing medicine was basically useless. The focus was still on the treatment of injuries, and this was not too simple for Carl. There was no injury that he could not suppress. "Doctor, am I dying?" At this time, a soldier reached out and grabbed the corner of Carl's clothes, saying breathlessly, "Ah!" When the two nurses saw the soldier, they immediately covered their mouths and groaned. At this time, the latter's intestines flowed out from the huge wound in his abdomen, and the blood could not stop flowing to the ground. This scene made people's scalps numb. "It's just a wound to the abdomen, no internal organs were hurt. Have you given anesthesia?" "Yes, yes." "Are you really okay?" "Don't worry." Carl smiled, put on a pair of sterilized gloves, held the soldier's intestines and stuffed them back, with one hand still inside, seeming to stir. Needle. Just when the two nurses were stunned, Carl had already pulled his hand out, and the intestines in the abdomen did not flow out. "Ah, this is a needle and thread." Carl took the needle and thread and began to sew the wound. The smooth suturing technique made the two nurses stunned. "Is this really sewing a wound? Why does it feel like embroidering a work of art?" Soon, Carl finished the suturing, and then squeezed the wounded's abdominal acupoints, and the blood that had been unable to stop originally slowly stopped. "It's done. This is my injury." The whole process took less than 5 minutes. The wounded was stunned at the time. He couldn't believe it at all. "Is this the end? You are out of danger. Lie down and rest for a while." After saying that, Carl walked towards the next injured person. At this time, his achievement points increased by 10 points. In the eyes of others, these injured people were seriously stiff and difficult to treat, but in his eyes, they were achievement points. As long as he had enough achievement points, he could start training in physical skills or swordsmanship, so that he would not be a weak chicken. Of course, the lowest level of physical skills and swordsmanship training is E level, and it takes 2,000 points to start it, so he has to work hard to earn it. Looking at Carl, who shuttled among the injured like a butterfly, the eyes of the two nurses were suddenly filled with respect. No matter how serious the injury was, as long as it was in Carl's hands, it would always be treated in the best way. Many wounded people who were dying and could not undergo surgery were also relieved in Carl's hands. It was precisely this short relief time that brought them surgery and saved their lives. In the end, Carl didn't know how many people he saved. Anyway, when he solved the last wounded in his hand, his eyes turned black and he sat directly on the ground. Robert and others who saw this scene were all in awe, and Carl's image in their hearts suddenly reached an unprecedented height. When Carl woke up again, it was already noon the next day. "Dr. Carl, are you awake?" As soon as he walked out of the room, Robert hurriedly came up to him, his tone very respectful. "Where are the injured?" "The seriously injured have been treated, and the rest are all minor injuries, which are no longer a big deal." "That's good." Although there was some disappointment, the harvest was already very good. After filling his stomach casually, Carl followed Robert to the injured area and planned to take another look. Halfway through the walk, a man in his 40s came towards him, followed by a little boy with tears in his eyes. The little boy's right hand fell weakly, and his left hand was tightly grasping something, with a face full of pain. "Dr. Robert." The man led the little boy to Robert quickly. "Please take a look at my young master's arm." As soon as they heard the man's words, everyone knew that he was seeking medical treatment. Robert nodded respectfully and began to check the boy's arm. "How did he get hurt?" Robert's face was solemn. "What is the name of the young master?" This means that the little boy is a celestial dragon. If a celestial dragon is not treated well, he may die. "My young master fell from the upstairs when he was grabbing candy." The man began to narrate. "The hand bone is not lightly injured. There may be slight cracks. Special massage is needed to push the hand bone back to its original position, but this process will be very painful. Robert said cautiously. Can it be done as soon as possible? The man's face was obviously not satisfied with Robert's answer. Is your young master a mute? Suddenly, a voice sounded. In an instant, the scene was dead silent. Robert and the man looked at Carl in a daze. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely solemn, and the little boy stared at Carl with his eyes wide open. I can cure it. What? The man's eyes bulged and he looked at Carl like a monster. Are you kidding? This is a loss of voice that even the Dr. Guriva can't cure. Little boy, do you like to eat candy? Carl ignored the man and squatted down. Seeing the candy tightly grasped in the boy's left hand, he smiled. Little boy? Robert and the man were stunned at the time, and 2 drops of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Do you know who is in front of them? Celestial dragons. You actually called him a little boy? The boy was stunned for a moment, but still nodded. Give it to me, I will cure your hand and loss of voice, how about it? The boy frowned and looked at Carl, who seemed to be thinking about something, and finally reluctantly spread out his left hand. Seeing this, Carl instantly snatched it away, and smiled with a face full of success. Actually, I can't cure it either, I just want to taste the taste of this candy. Then he was about to peel off the candy coating. Everyone present was stunned, looking at Carl stupidly. Damn, you are asking for death. Ugh. The boy reacted quickly and rushed towards Carl. Want to go back? Carl raised his hand and pressed it on the boy's head, teasing. A hole, you're looking for death. The man also reacted at this time, and rolled up his sleeves in anger and was about to fight, but at this time he saw Carl glaring at him. Robert also reacted at this time, whispered a few words to the man, and the man immediately chose to wait and see. The boy gulped and stared at Carl fiercely. His heart for candy was exposed. Now stand still, I'll put the candy on your head. Carl smiled, stretched out his left hand to grab the latter's left hand, and at the same time put the candy on the latter's head, and retracted his right hand. Now I count to 3, whoever grabs it first will get it. The boy gritted his teeth, and his eyes revealed his determination to get the candy. 1, 2, 3. Before the words fell, a small hand had jumped over his head and directly grasped the candy in his palm. Robert and the man's eyes bulged, looking at the boy's right hand that moved freely, dumbfounded. Okay. P.S. Don't forget to collect this book. Have fun reading during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 007, Fight for OPOP Fruit. Prometheus. Oral Yang Sheng, who held the candy in his palm, was also stunned. He found that his hand didn't hurt anymore. He tried to move it and it was as free as usual, which means his hand was healed. Your hand is healed. It's incredible. Robert's face was full of shock. In his opinion, Prometheus. Oral Yang Shen's hand bones must be massaged to heal the hand, but Carl actually used Prometheus. Oral Yang Shen's love candy to heal it easily, and it was a matter of seconds. What is a master? This is a real master. Prometheus? Oral Yang Sheng also came back to his senses at this time, pointing to his throat and hoping that Carl would be cured. This is congenital. It takes some time to cure. It won't heal so quickly. Carl took out a piece of white paper from his body and quickly wrote a prescription. Follow the prescription and take it for 10 consecutive days, and you can speak. Of course, try to speak slower in the future. Is this really useful? The man knew his young master's condition too well. He had seen countless famous doctors, but no one could cure him. If you are not sure about the prescription, you can find someone to test whether it is poisonous. If it is not poisonous, why not try it? Carl didn't care. His prescription was actually to promote the secondary development of Prometheus. Oral Liangshen's vocal cords. There was nothing special. Excuse me, are you Drive? Carl. The man wrote down Carl's words and asked again. I am Carl. Carl smiled. He didn't know when he got the name of a master. If the young master can speak again, there will be a big reward. The man said solemnly, and then led Prometheus. Oral Liangsheng away in a hurry. Carl smiled. He just didn't want to see a child unable to speak for the rest of his life. After seeing the two leave, he and Robert continued to rush to the injured area. In fact, as Robert said, the remaining patients were all lightly injured. Basically, they didn't need famous doctors like them. Any doctor with D-level medical skills could handle them. There was no conversation overnight. Zephyr came to the rest area early the next morning and notified everyone to return to Maya Island. As the saying goes, come and go in a hurry. Carl and others came to this holy land without going anywhere before they came into contact with the injured. After seeing the injured, they had to rush back. Unlike when they came, Carl's reputation among the doctors has reached an extremely high level. Zephyr Admiral, the headquarters ordered to turn to Mignon Island. Zephyr took a deep puff of the cigarette, then threw it hard on the ground and stepped on him into powder. Change route. What's going on? Why change the direction? Robert and others immediately started to discuss strangely. Didn't they say they would send them back to Maya Island? Sorry everyone, I'm going to catch the marine trader, the pirate Berylus. Zephyr raised his hands and said loudly. Carl was stunned. Isn't Berylus a student of Zephyr? He betrayed Marine? What's going on? In fact, Berylus didn't really join Marine, but was accepted as a student by Zephyr by chance. Berylus dreamed of a pirate life. During the period of recuperation from the injury, he made up his mind to leave Maya Island and quickly formed a pirate group. Originally, Marine couldn't find out that Berylus had betrayed Marine so quickly. But as soon as Berylus went out to sea, he encountered the EPUB fruit and planned to sell it to the world government. As soon as the news came out, it was too much. The top leaders of Marine were furious and immediately issued an arrest warrant for Zephyr, which led to the current scene. Although Carl and others were a group of famous doctors with high status, they had no real power after all. They could do nothing about where Zephyr's warship went. Mignon Island, the base of the Berylus pirates. Father, are you really going to sell this fruit to the world government? Berylus' son, Drake, was very greedy for the fruit in front of him. We have contacted the government and the Marine through Joke's people. We will sell it as long as they are willing to offer. Berylus said to himself as if he didn't see the desire in Drake's eyes. Devil fruit is worth a lot of money. It's stupid to sell it like this. Ahole, are you talking to your father like this? Berylus shouted angrily. I dare not. Drake immediately lowered his head when he heard it, making it difficult to see his expression. We need money. Drake paused and said, if it is given to Carl, he can become the world's #1 doctor. Unfortunately, the opportunity was missed. Really missed it. Berylus didn't expect that Carl was already riding Zephyr's warship and rushing to his base. Of course, if EPUB fruit wants to play the greatest role, it is best to be mastered by a doctor, but Carl is already the uncrowned world's #1 doctor. EPUB fruit may give him a greater role in improving his strength. Leave here tonight. What? You're too weak. Humph. On the other side of the island, Dover's younger brother Khorasan and Luo were chatting in the silent space. Luo, as long as you have the EPUB fruit, you can live without fear of the lead peroxide disease. Khorasan looked at Luo and said. But this fruit is prepared to be sold to the world government, and I can't get it at all. The 11-year-old Luo said. I'll help you. What is your purpose? Leave Dover. Khorasan said solemnly. If this is the condition, I agree. Luo gritted his teeth. Remember your words. Khorasan left a word and withdrew from the silent space, and then disappeared at the end of Luo's sight. That night, Luo tossed and turned, because Khorasan's words touched him greatly. If he got the OPOP fruit, he had to leave Dover, but Dover was so powerful, how could he escape? In addition, it was not so easy for Khorasan to take the OPOP fruit from Bararis. What if he failed? Will Dover blame him for this? At the same time, Khorasan had quietly sneaked into the base of the Baralis pirates with the power of the Silence Fruit, and then successfully sneaked into the captain's room of Baralis without alarming anyone. The Silence Fruit has no attack power. Its biggest function is to create a silent barrier. As long as all sounds within the barrier cannot be transmitted to the outside world, the sounds from the outside world cannot be transmitted into the barrier. Then, Khorasan took a fancy to a special small box at first sight, and appeared in front of the box with a move. When he opened it, the OPOP fruit was lying quietly at the bottom of the box. Got it. Khorasan was delighted and wanted to escape with the fruit. Swish! Suddenly, a sword light came straight to Khorasan's hands. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 008, Brother Ming Takes Action. The sword light was extremely conspicuous in the dark night, coming fiercely and full of murderous intent, heading straight for Khorasan's hands. If he insisted on taking the OPOP fruit, then the sword would definitely cut off his hands. What? Khorasan was shocked and had to abandon the fruit. He hurriedly retreated and looked at the person who attacked him. It was none other than Bararis. The sound in the silent space could not be transmitted, and the sound from the outside world could not be transmitted either. Therefore, if someone approached, Khorasan would not be able to detect it. Jokes people! Bararis was originally thinking about whether to sell the OPOP fruit to the world government or give it to Karl. He was upset and went back. Unexpectedly, he saw a black shadow sneaking into the captain's room and trying to steal the OPOP fruit. Who is Joke? A new underground gangster force, the leader of which is Joke, the former celestial dragons Doflamingo, and later one of the Shishibukai. At this time, Doflamingo did not have the identity of Shishibukai, nor did he return to Dressrosa to control the entire country. He was now just the head of an underground black force. The black intermediary that Bararis found was Doflamingo. When he saw Khorasan appear, his first reaction was that Doflamingo secretly robbed the items for sale. Khorasan's face was a little ugly. He didn't expect that his whereabouts would be exposed. In this way, the plan to steal the devil fruit would fail. With a thought, he immediately created a large-scale silent barrier to cover Bararis. Esperanto. Although Bararis was not an Esperanto, his own strength was definitely not weak. He was a disciple of Zephyr and his strength reached the level of Rear Admiral. With the assistance of Armament Haki, he was not something that others could underestimate. I didn't expect the former Marine Colonel to betray Marine. Khorasan glanced at the OPOP fruit on the ground and did not dare to move. I just followed my own wishes, but you, openly helping to contact the world government and Marine, secretly attacked me as your employer. You are indeed the style of Black Price. I only represent my personal position, I must get the OPOP fruit. You are already a fruit ability user, what do you need it for? Save people. Save people. A child, infected with Perkins' disease, the OPOP fruit can keep him alive. Haha, how ridiculous. Baralis sneered. In his eyes, Khorasan was a pure black intermediary, and what he said was also a lie. Since you are here, don't leave. Buzz. The long sword in Baralis's hand was instantly stained with armament haki. With a kick of his feet, he rushed straight out. Halfway through, he raised the long sword and chopped it down at Khorasan. Before the sword arrived, the sharp aura on the long sword had cut off the hair on the brim of Khorasan's hat. This kind of power should never be underestimated. Shave. Khorasan was shocked, and he pointed his toes, and rushed out diagonally. At the same time, the sword came down. Bang! The long sword fell, and instantly cut the table and chair between the two into two halves. Khorasan saw that he couldn't beat Bararis, so he suddenly pulled away and rushed into the night. 6-Style Shave. Bararis has been a marine for a long time, and he has learned a little bit of the 6 styles. Khorasan's leg skills just now are definitely the shave among the 6 styles. Could it be that Khorasan also defected from marine like him? In this short moment of days, Khorasan has disappeared into the night. Joke, you have to give me an explanation. Bararis held the EPUB fruit while talking to Dov on the phone. I'll give you an answer about Khorasan tomorrow morning, in the south. Doflamingo's face was a little gloomy. It turned out that Khorasan was not dumb, and he had deceived him for so many years. The next morning, Barrios led the group to the agreed location. After waiting for a while, he saw Doflamingo in a suit coming with his officers. What happened last night? Doflamingo winked at Toripol behind him, who understood and threw out a black hemp cloth from under his robe. Bang, bang, bang. The black hemp cloth rolled on the ground for several times, and the things inside were revealed. At first glance, Bararis' pupil shrank, and what emerged from the black sack was Khorasan's body. It seems that what happened last night was not instigated by joke. Bararis was very satisfied with Doflamingo's handling results, and a smile rose on his face. Indeed, but Khorasan reminded me of one thing. Doflamingo always had a clown-like cunning smile on his face, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Hey! Bararis's face gradually became serious, and his intuition told him that it was definitely not a good thing. Leave the EPUB fruit, you can go. In fact, Doflamingo had no interest in the EPUB fruit at first, but Khorasan's movement attracted his attention, and then he became interested. If he used the EPUB fruit to gain Luo's loyalty, and then performed the immortality technique for him one day, wouldn't it be perfect? Villain! Bararis's face suddenly sank, which clearly showed that he wanted to snatch the EPUB fruit. Go! Bararis roared, swung his sword and rushed towards Dover, and the crew members behind him also stepped forward with their swords. Bullet string! Puff! Before Bararis could react, a transparent silk thread pierced his abdomen, and the whole person flew out on the spot, and finally fell heavily to the ground. How is it possible? Bararis' face turned pale, and a trace of despair flashed in his heart. He was seriously injured before the formal fight, and coupled with the gunshot wound that had not yet healed, he was now not even as good as a colonel. Captain! Assholes, kill them! Ah! Although the Bararis crew was furious, the difference in strength was too great, and they were no match for Doflamingo's cotters. The outcome of this battle was doomed from the beginning. Birdcage. With Doflamingo's move, all the crew members of the Bararis pirates were enveloped in it, and there was no escape. Hand over the EPUB fruit. Doflamingo looked at Bararis and said. Bararis flipped his right hand and took the EPUB fruit at the same time. If you had taken it out earlier, nothing would have happened. Doflamingo raised his lips and showed a look of victory on his face. Haha, you're dreaming. Bararis sneered and bit the EPUB fruit. A hole, you're looking for death. Bullet string. 5 color strings. Blood flew, and Bararis' heart was pierced on the spot. At the same time, the entire abdomen was cut by 5 sharp strings, leaving deep scars that could be seen to the bone. You dare to eat it? Doflamingo's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out, and his cold eyes were like a sharp ice blade, piercingly cold. Leg shave string. Room. Boom. The leg shadow fell to the ground, but there was no shadow of Bearerus at the original place. Instantly, with Doflamingo as the center, a huge force exploded, knocking the surrounding pirates away on the spot, and the veins on his forehead bulged out one by one. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 009, Eternal Youth. That day, Carl saw the island in front of him from afar after breakfast. Seeing the army heading straight for the island, he knew that this was Zephyr's destination. Land. The warship docked, and Marine gave an order, and the soldiers quickly got off the boat and assembled on the shore. Dr. Carl, Dr. Robert, you stay on the boat for the time being, and we will send you back to Maya Island after the mission is over. Zephyr reminded Carl and others before leaving. Is it okay for us to walk on the shore? Carl didn't want to stay on the boat all the time. It was so hot that it was so hot. It would be so cool to swim in the sea. Okay. Zephyr nodded and agreed. Perhaps because the student's rebellion against Marine made him look very bad, he kept a stern face. With Zephyr Admiral's permission, Carl happily got off the boat and ran to the beach on the shore, then took off his clothes and rushed into the sea to swim. Haha, it's good to be young. Robert couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. Not only is he young, Dr. Carl is only 11 years old. That's right. At the age of 11, his medical skills have surpassed Dr. James. I'm afraid he has reached the peak level. If Carl really cured the vocal cords of Master Tianlong, this medical skill is probably unmatched. What about Crocus? As soon as Robert opened his mouth, other doctors began to discuss. Although this trip to the Holy Land was not long, they had fully realized the strength of Carl's medical skills. That guy has medical skills but is a dead otaku. Sooner or later, he will be surpassed by Carl. Robert has a deep understanding of Crocus, the ship doctor of One Piece. He is indifferent and has medical skills but does not use them often. As he swam, Carl was a little far away from the marine warship. Of course, he was still near the sea. If he encountered sea kings or some fierce fish, he would lose his life. Damn, what the hell? After diving into the water, Carl suddenly saw a thump in front of him, and a black shadow fell into the water and continued to fall. Carl hesitated for a moment, but finally swam over. When he saw who the floating person was, his eyebrows couldn't help but lift. The black shadow was none other than Zephyr student Bearerus, and at this time, the bloody red blood around Bearerus began to spread to the surroundings. Gurgle. At this time, Bearerus also found Carl and subconsciously opened his mouth to ask for help, but the sea water rushed into his mouth all of a sudden, choking him to tears. After knowing that it was Bearerus, Carl turned his hand and grabbed the ladder and rushed to the shore quickly. This was a Rear Admiral level strongman. If he saved him, it would be 100 achievement points. Ahem. Not long after, Carl pulled Bearerus to the shore. Dr. Carl, thank you, thank you. Bearerus said weakly. Although his heart was pierced, he didn't want to die in the sea and be eaten to death by unknown fish. Ding! Bearerus, a person with the demon mark, was found. Don't talk, I'll stop the bleeding for you first. Carl was very worried that the 100-point achievement would run away, so he put aside the doubts in his mind and immediately started to stop the bleeding for Bearerus. However, Carl soon found that Bearerus' heart was pierced, and his hand movements could not help but pause. I'm no longer able to save, Dr. Carl. Carl was silent. He was indeed unable to revolving heaven, and Bearerus could not hold on for 10 minutes. I didn't expect to meet Dr. Carl here. I accepted the medical recruitment to go to the Holy Land, and suddenly changed direction halfway. You came here with the teacher, cough cough. Seeing this, Carl sighed and rubbed Bearerus' body a few times. Speak less. Bearerus was stunned for a moment. He felt that the pain in his body was relieved a lot. He gave Karl a grateful look and said, "If you don't say it, there will be no chance." In the end, Karl nodded and admitted that he came here with Zephyr. Fate is really a joke. I got the OPOP fruit on the day I went out to sea. I wanted to give it to Dr. Karl as a thank you for saving my life. I believe that with the OPOP fruit, I will definitely become the world's #1 doctor. Karl looked at Bereris in astonishment. This guy actually wanted to give him the OPOP fruit. Later, Joke wanted to rob the OPOP fruit, so I ate it and escaped with the power of the OPOP fruit. Unfortunately, I fell into the sea. Dr. Karl, you saved me again. But I still didn't save you. Let me give Dr. Karl a gift before I die. Bereris stood up shakily and pulled out the sword at his waist. Wait, what are you going to do? In the night, Bereris, with a bloody face and a smile, looked so creepy at the moment. Karl's heart skipped a beat. There was no need to take the sword to thank him. Room. A light black barrier instantly spread from Bereris' body, and instantly enveloped Karl. What are you going to do? Karl's face changed and he took 2 steps back involuntarily. Damn, he was not going to drag someone down with him. Suddenly, a sword light flashed in front of Karl's eyes, and then his eyes went black, and he knew nothing. Bang! The knife in Bereris's hand fell to the ground, and the barrier space was retracted at the same time, and Karl's body also fell from mid-air intact. Dr. Karl, I'm sorry. Bereris fell down with a look of self-blame on his face, and finally died. After an unknown amount of time, Karl finally woke up. What happened? Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained the physique of eternal youth, eternal youth. Note 1, the physique of eternal youth is the ultimate secret of the OPOP fruit, which requires the life of the fruit ability user to be sacrificed. The host was given the physique of eternal youth by Berelis's immortal surgery. Note 2, because Berelis was dying and did not complete the complete surgery, there was a little defect left. The defect is that the host's body will stop growing within 10 years. Suddenly, a series of system prompts stunned Karl on the spot. FK. 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 Swish, Karl jumped 3 feet high. Eternal youth, eternal youth. Bang. Karl hit his head on the ceiling and then fell heavily to the ground. Hisnema. Karl burst into tears instantly, and the pain also made him sober up a lot. What's going on? Dr. Karl, what's wrong with you? Zephyr rushed in with Robert, looking at Karl who was sitting on the ground with his head covered, with a puzzled look on his face. No, nothing. Karl smiled foolishly. Kide, the physique of eternal youth, this is what many people dream of having, he actually got it, it's too unreal. If this kind of thing gets out, I don't know how many people will envy it to death. P.S. Eternal youth is the gift Berelis gave to Karl. He performed an immortal surgery on Karl before he died. Tianya begs for flowers, collect it. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 010, Kizaru, I can cure your disease. As for the second note, Karl ignored it directly. Is it worth it to exchange 10 years for a lifetime of immortality? It's simply too worth it. By the way, I now have a youthful physique. If I study my own body, I wonder if I can find out the secret of the youthful physique. The training system can create a human model for surgical simulation. If I create a human model based on myself, I can study the youthful physique at any time. Haha, haha, I am a genius. Karl was like a chicken blood at this time. If there were no one present, he would sing and dance loudly. If Karl's research succeeds, can he transform the physique of others and let others have the ability of youthful immortality? Even if it fails, there will always be some research results. For a doctor, it is equivalent to opening an unprecedented door. After a full hour of suppressing his excitement, Karl's mood gradually became heavy. He went to the morgue to see Bereris for the last time. After all, the youthful physique was given to him by the latter. Later, Karl learned about his coma through Robert. It turned out that Robert and others were looking for him after he left Marine's sight. Finally, they found him and Bereris on the edge of the beach, and finally moved his and Bereris' bodies back. Because Bereris died, Zephyr's mission naturally ended, and he returned to Maya Island that day. Now he is about to arrive at Maya Island. Karl, who returned to Maya Island, rented a small attic, and then did nothing to rest for a day. The next morning, Karl was ready to find an address to open a clinic. Master Karl. At this time, James found him again, in addition to Zephyr Admiral, and a Vice Admiral wearing glasses and a yellow suit. As soon as the three appeared, they immediately caused a commotion around them. After all, Marine Admiral is not someone who can be seen by everyone at any time. Zephyr Admiral, Dr. James, what are you doing? It won't be another mission, Karl guessed secretly. Dr. Karl has treated so many patients, but I haven't had time to thank him yet. Zephyr Admiral smiled. He had already prepared a gift that would definitely surprise Karl. Haha, Zephyr Admiral, you're joking. That's true, but Karl really hopes that Zephyr can give more Baileys. After all, it takes a lot of Baileys to open a clinic. This is my student Borsellino, now Marine Vice Admiral. Zephyr laughed, and then introduced Karl to the Vice Admiral following behind him. Ding! A character with the devil's mark is found, Borsellino. Karl ignored this prompt directly. It turned out to be Vice Admiral Salino. Karl's breathing stagnated. No wonder he looked familiar. It turned out to be Kizaru, one of the three future admirals. Knowing that this was a great figure in the future, he couldn't help but take a closer look. The next second, Karl's eyebrows were slightly raised. He asked why Kizaru looked so old in the original book. It turned out to be sick. Kizaru's condition is clearly due to premature muscle aging, which makes him look like a man in his 60s or 70s in his 40s. Hey, I've long admired Dr. Karl's medical skills. Kizaru admired Karl's calmness in the face of Admiral and Vice Admiral. What a talent! I have prepared a gift. Dr. Karl, please follow me. After a brief understanding, Zephyr made an invitation. What the hell? Karl was confused, but he followed. At this time, two figures followed behind the crowd furtively. Brother, why don't we come again tomorrow? Now I see Dr. Karl and Marine Admiral Vice Admiral together, aren't you curious? Of course I'm curious, but what if we are discovered? Then don't let yourself be recognized. The two men were none other than the brothers Jesse and Justin from the West Blue Thieves. After Jesse recovered from his illness, he planned to visit and thank Karl, but he didn't expect Karl to go to the Holy Land. So they waited on Maya Island. After waiting for several days, they finally arrived. But before they could go forward, they saw Zephyr Admiral and Kizaru Vice Admiral approaching Karl with great force and having a pleasant conversation. This scared them, and at the same time they were glad that they were a step slower, otherwise they would be arrested. At the same time, Jesse was also very curious about Karl's identity, so he boldly followed and prepared to take a look. Not long after, Karl followed Zephyr to a street and finally stopped in front of a clinic. Dr. Karl, this clinic is my gift. Bang! Jesse and Justin, who were standing at the corner, fell directly to the ground. What did they hear? Marine Admiral Zephyr personally gave the clinic to Karl. Who is Marine Admiral? Marine's strongest fighter. Such a terrifying person actually personally sent Karl to the clinic. To what extent did Karl's medical skills reach that Marine Admiral lowered his status to send him to the clinic? Damn, pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. I think not. Why? Someone is pinching me, it hurts, hiss. The friends on the whole street were stunned. Admiral personally sent him to the clinic? Who is Carl, and he is so awesome? Carl was also shocked. He didn't expect Zephyr's gift to be a clinic. This really gave him a great surprise. Zephyr Admiral, your gift really leaves me no reason to refuse. Carl was considering opening a clinic, and now Zephyr gave him one. This is really great. If it weren't for the trip to the Holy Land, Dr. Carl's clinic would have been opened long ago. This is all I can do. As soon as these words came out, everyone's jaw dropped. Isn't that enough? Damn, you are the Marine Admiral, the strongest force in the Marine, and your status is admired by countless people. It is a great honor to get a thank you from you, okay? No, I like this kind of gift very much. Zephyr Admiral, just call me by my name. Carl was embarrassed. He just said it casually last time, but he didn't expect that Zephyr would remember it in his heart. This feeling of being valued is really good. Haha, then I will call you Carl. Zephyr laughed. Without the word doctor, the relationship is much closer. After visiting the clinic, Carl was quite satisfied. The entire clinic is quite large, and all the furnishings are brand new, which means that this clinic was prepared a few days ago. After leaving the clinic, Zephyr hosted Carl and James for dinner. Eating at the same table with the current Marine Admiral and the future Marine Admiral, this treatment can be said to be envied by many people. So, Carl drank a little on a whim. As a result, he was not very good at drinking and soon became dizzy. Zephyr did not even have time to invite him to join Marine. Hiccup, Borsellino, I can cure your disease. Hey! Kizaru paused, his eyes suddenly flashed with two sharp rays, and he looked at Carl in doubt. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 011, Being Masturbated. James looked at Carl in shock. He had seen Kizaru's disease, but he had no way to cure it. He could only use medicine to slow down the atrophy. But Carl said it could be cured. Your disease is actually a neurotic muscular atrophy, which is more than 3 times faster than the aging speed of ordinary people. I believe you are taking medicine to slow it down now, hiccup. Can it really be cured? This time, Kizaru was obviously expecting a little. Who wants to become an old man in his 30s or 40s? Pen and ink. Looking at Carl, who was drunk, Zephyr and the other two really didn't know whether to believe it or not. Master, please. In the end, James found the paper and pen. What if it was true? This would solve a world-class problem. Carl grabbed the pen and started writing. Half a minute later, a piece of paper was filled with the names of medicines. Boil it into an ointment, once in the morning and evening, it will take effect in 3 days, heal in 5 days, and be eradicated in 7 days. After saying that, Carl passed out. Haha, Carl is still too young, he needs to practice his drinking capacity. Zephyr smiled. He saw a real child at the table. Dr. James, what's the prescription? Great. Great. James slapped his thigh, stood up excitedly and said, with this prescription, Vice Admiral Salino's illness can definitely be cured. Really? At this moment, Kizaru's breathing became rapid. Really? James said affirmatively. Haha, good, good. Kizaru immediately grabbed the prescription, folded it carefully, and kept it close to his body for fear of losing it. You guys have a prescription, but no one is giving it to people. Zephyr couldn't help but roll his eyes at Kizaru. Kizaru was stunned and laughed dryly a few times. Let Dr. James prescribe medicine for you. You should go and track down the Sun Pirates first. This. Why are you still afraid that the prescription will run away? Okay, I'll go out to sea right away. Brother, do we still need to thank him? No, we won't. Why? Our pirate group is short of a ship doctor. What? Now it's said everywhere on Maya Island that Carl is the most skilled doctor on the island. If he is our ship doctor, will we still worry about diseases and injuries at sea? What's the matter? But, is he willing? You're stupid, let's just rob him. That's right, we have to wait until Marine leaves before we do it. At this time, Zephyr and the other two sent Carl back to his residence and left. Zephyr returned to naval headquarters, and Kizaru went out to sea to track down the Sun pirates. As for Carl, he slept like a dead pig until the evening. Damn, I can't drink anymore. Lousy can't drink so much. I hope I didn't make a fool of myself. Carl shook his head and got off the bed, ready to wash his face. Suddenly, a black shadow ran towards him. Who is it? Bang! Before Carl could see who it was, his eyes went dark. Before he fainted, 6 words flashed through his mind: FK, I got Jo. Brother, it's done. Hurry up and pack up the people, and inform the crew to set sail. Where are we going? Sabayati Archipelago. Which BD hit me? Swish. Carl, who woke up from his coma, jumped off the bed with a leap, and then rushed out of the house aggressively. Ding! Ding ding! The sparks of the swords blinded Carl on the spot. More than 30 people were fighting in front of him. The violent collision of swords was like knocking in his ears, which made his eardrums hurt. Dr. Carl. At this moment, Jesse used both hands to stop the sparring crew members, and then walked quickly to Carl and smiled. Who are you? Carl was stunned, and then he remembered that the person in front of him was his first patient, Captain Jesse. Dr. Carl has a good memory. He still remembers me. Jesse smiled. Looking at Jesse with a smile on his face, Carl's face was frost. Did you tie me up? I invited you here. Jesse seemed not to see Carl's face. Please, sister. Do you think he's stupid? He was clearly knocked unconscious and captured. Look around, he's already on the sea. Hey! Suddenly hearing Carl's words, the members of the West Blue Pirates were not happy. They stared at Carl fiercely. Carl was not afraid and stared back. What are you doing? Disperse! Seeing this, Jesse immediately scolded coldly, You idiots, don't you know the importance of a ship doctor to a pirate group? This is an important talent who can save your life at a critical moment. For a pirate group to sail normally, the navigator and the ship doctor are the most indispensable. There is no need to say much about the importance of the navigator. The environment at sea is extremely harsh. If you are not careful, you will end up with a shipwreck, or lose your way, and you don't know how you died in the end. It is precisely because the environment at sea is extremely harsh that the pirate group will experience all kinds of strange places and wars, so diseases and injuries are always accompanied. If there is no doctor, a little tetanus will kill you. The more powerful the navigator, the smoother the pirate group's voyage. Just like Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates had Nami in charge, how many dangers did they avoid? Similarly, the more powerful the ship's doctor, the smoother the pirate group's voyage. Didn't the Straw Hat Pirates save themselves from going to the island to see a doctor when they had a fever because of Chopper's joining? Dr. Carl, once you get on our ship, you will be the ship's doctor. Jesse dismissed his subordinates and smiled at Carl. Don't you fear regret for kidnapping me? Carl was so depressed. Zephyr had just given him a clinic, and it was about to open, but it was taken away by a pirate group. As the best doctor on Maya Island, we will regret it if we don't invite you. Justin came over from nowhere and added. You win. Carl rolled his eyes. He was powerless now. He just wanted to make the best of it. He just hoped that there would be patients to treat him. Otherwise, when would he be able to start E-level training? Who of you will teach me how to train my body? Carl really couldn't wait to become stronger. He had the best medical skills in the world. Would he only have the West Blue Bandits to fight him? I believe no one would believe it. What do you mean by training my body? It's just physical exercise. Jessie and Justin looked at each other, and finally Justin spoke up, I'll teach you. Carl nodded and said nothing more. He was already on the boat. Could he jump into the sea? Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 012, The Shock of 500 Million Baileys. Kizaru, who had gone out to sea to track the Sun Pirates but failed, returned to Maya Island the next day. He hurriedly found James, took the ointment, and applied it on his face. It was numb and a little cold, but there seemed to be nothing special about it. The next morning, Kizaru clearly found that there was a layer of dirt on his face, which made him look forward to the effect of the ointment and continued to apply it. On the third day, Kizaru found that there were only a few dirt on his face, and his face became much rosier than before. When he woke up on the fourth day, Kizaru was stunned. He stared at himself in the mirror. Most of the wrinkles on his face had disappeared. S.A. Salino Vice Admiral. When Kizaru's soldiers saw him for the first time, they were all stunned. They didn't dare to recognize him for a while. His face was still full of wrinkles yesterday, but now it was more than half healed. Why, don't you recognize him? Kizaru squinted his eyes, feeling more cheerful than ever. Carl really didn't lie to him. His face could really be cured. On the fifth day, Kizaru looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't believe what he saw. There were no wrinkles on his face. He looked just like a young man in his 20s. Good, good, good. Kizaru laughed 3 times and walked out of the room with a cheerful step. All his subordinates were almost petrified. Is this really Vice Admiral Salino? No one believed that in just 5 days, Kizaru's illness was not only cured, but also nearly 20 years younger. This was simply a fantasy. Zephyr and James, who received the good news, met Kizaru immediately. As a result, both of them were stunned by Kizaru's young face. This was simply a miracle. Salino, now that you are cured, you must thank Carl. Zephyr urged. Of course. Kizaru knew, I'll go thank Carl now. It just so happens that I haven't seen Carl for a few days, so I'll go see how his clinic is going. However, when they arrived at the clinic, they found that the door was closed and there was no one in sight. What's going on? Zephyr looked at James. I don't know about that either. James really didn't know. He had been studying Carl's prescriptions. If he could figure it out, his medical skills would definitely improve, so he had no time to come to Carl these days. Excuse me, when did this clinic close? James was also a smart person and immediately asked the shop owner next to him. It closed several days ago. Shop owner sighed. Several days? How many days ago? Let me think about it. It closed the day you came last time. As soon as these words came out, Zephyr and the other two's faces changed. The last time they came was 5 days ago. It didn't make sense that Carl wouldn't open the door now. Then did you see Dr. Carl coming? No. Hearing this, Zephyr and the other two knew something was wrong, and immediately rushed to Carl's rental place. The result surprised them. Carl had not appeared for 5 days, and there was no one in the house. Look again. For several days, there was still no trace of Carl. Check for me, thoroughly check Carl's whereabouts. Who dared not obey Marine Admiral's order? Maya Island immediately set off a frenzy of searching for Carl, and the result surprised him. Carl disappeared from Maya Island. After a thorough investigation, Marine finally found something wrong, that is, someone seemed to have seen someone following Carl. Zephyr and Salino used this to deduce an astonishing conclusion, that is, Carl was taken away. The future world's #1 doctor was taken away by someone other than Marine. How could this be tolerated? Kizaru Vice Admiral and Zephyr Admiral were furious. This future master of unlimited medical skills was actually kidnapped under their noses. It was too shameful. Zephyr Admiral, phone. At this time, a communication soldier walked into his office with a den mushy. Don't answer it. Putting aside Carl's medical skills, he still likes Carl very much, but now he is missing, which makes Zephyr very irritated. It's celestial dragons. The signalman covered the microphone and whispered. Zephyr frowned, then took the den mushy over. Hello, who are you? Zephyr Admiral, I'm Prometheus. Oral Yang Sheng, I want to see Dr. Carl. A slow and childish voice came from the receiver. Zephyr was stunned. Isn't Oral Yang Sheng a mute, but now he is talking to him. When can I see Dr. Carl? Oral Yang Sheng spoke again. Can you speak? Yes, Dr. Carl cured my illness. Where is Dr. Carl? Zephyr was shocked. Carl actually cured Celestial Dragon's Oral Yang Shen's illness, and not only that, he also wanted to see Carl. But the problem is that no one knows where Carl is now. Thinking of this, Zephyr broke out in a cold sweat. This. What? The other end of the phone Oral Yang Sheng showed a trace of doubt. To be honest, Carl is now missing. What do you mean? I suspect Carl was kidnapped. What? BD, right under your nose cough. A violent cough and a middle-aged man's admonition came from the other end of the phone. After a while, it calmed down. Find him out immediately. Pa. Oral Yang Sheng hung up the phone. Zephyr's face was very ugly, and Kizaru on the side also had a frosty face. Come on, issue a reward for me. No, a bounty order. Bounty order? The soldier asked in confusion. It's a missing person notice. The soldier with a black line on his head picked up a pen and began to record what Zephyr was going to say next. If you find Dr. Carl on Maya Island and tell Marine about his whereabouts, you will be rewarded with 10 million berries. If you can safely send him back to Maya Island or hand him over to Marine, Zephyr paused, you will be rewarded with 500 million berries. Snap! The soldier's pen broke, and he stared at Zephyr in a daze. How much? 500 million berries? Go now. Zephyr stared at the petrified soldier and urged him. 500 million berries was the result of his careful consideration. Putting aside his personal gratitude to Carl, first of all, Carl cured Oral Yang Shen's loss of voice, which was a disease that even the medical master Guriva could not treat. What does this show? This shows that Carl's medical skills are at least at the level of the medical master. And how old is Carl now? 11 years old. At the age of 11, he is already one of the few doctors in the world. Who knows how far he will grow in the future? Another point is that Celestial Dragon's Oro Ryoci personally ordered to find Carl. If he didn't do this well and stirred up trouble behind the world government, he might not be able to keep his position as admiral. Whether it was to help Marine win over the future world's #1 doctor or to keep his own job, he decided to use a big reward to quickly find out where Carl was. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 013, This Child is a Monster. As soon as Zephyr Admiral gave the order, the bounty for Carl flew to all parts of the world and soon appeared on the eye-catching headlines of major newspapers. Bang! A newspaper suddenly fell down and covered Crocodile's face. Is there another big news? He took the newspaper off his face lazily, and Crocodile's scattered eyes focused again. Bounty? What is that? Looking for a doctor, reward 5,500 million Baileys. Crocodile was stunned when he saw it. Was he mistaken? 500 million Baileys were just for an 11-year-old doctor? Hiss, 500 million Baileys. Gecko Moria looked at Carl's head portrait on the newspaper with interest, focused and serious. with a steadiness far beyond his age. "Captain Moria, this Carl is only 11 years old, how could he be rewarded with 500 million berries? Marine will not reward a little doctor with 500 million berries for no reason. Captain is wise, maybe this kid is someone of a big shot. Let someone check it out, maybe he is a talent, hee. A reward of 500 million berries, it seems that this boy named Carl is very important to Marine. Mr. Long, do you want to contact Xiong to see his background? Yes, we do need to check it out. If he is really an outstanding doctor, then it is necessary to let him join us. Isn't this kid the one who was moved back to the warship by Marine before?" Doflamingo lay on the recliner with deep thoughts in his eyes. A reward of 500 million berries is definitely not a small amount, which is enough to show how much Marine values Carl. Could it be celestial dragons? No matter what everyone thinks, the unprecedented reward order has swept across most of the world like a hurricane, and all the friends who saw this news were stunned. 500 million Baileys, just for an 11-year-old kid, how strong is this kid's background? Most people think that Carl's background is awesome, only a few people smell a hint of something unusual, and then ask people to check Carl's identity. And those who found out Carl's identity were all dumbfounded, almost petrified. Carl, now 11 years old. Cure the world-class destructive virulent virus hantavirus. Rescued dozens of seriously injured and dying patients overnight. Cure the loss of voice that even the medical master Guriva can't help. Cure the world's incurable disease suffered by Marine Vice Admiral Borsellino, neurotic muscular atrophy. James, the first doctor on Maya Island, speculated that Carl should be a master of medical skills who has entered the medical master level. He is the ship doctor chosen by me, Moria. Combining Carl's information, Moria has seen the birth of the world's #1 doctor. This boy is a monster. If the Revolutionary Army gets him, how could he not be a monster? He is only 11 years old, but he is already a world-class doctor. How far will his medical skills reach when he grows up? At this time, our protagonist Carl was sweating profusely on the ship of the West Blue Pirates, unaware that the whole world was shaken by his bounty order. Carl. Justin hurriedly brought more than 20 crew members to Carl's training place. Injured again. Carl kept moving and continued to exercise. Since he was captured, he had a desire to become stronger, so he took every opportunity to practice. He even temporarily put aside the research on the physique of eternal youth. After all, he already had the physique of eternal youth and could study it at any time. But it's different if you don't have strength. You may be kidnapped at any time, and you may even lose your life. Do you need to say more about which is more important? Hehe, we just wiped out a small pirate group that didn't know what was good for us, and the brothers suffered some minor injuries. Justin said to Carl with a smile on his face. Dr. Carl, hehe. The crew members lined up beside Carl happily. After these days of getting along with each other, they were completely convinced by Carl. As long as you are not missing limbs, or your heart and brain exploded, which are fatal injuries, he can pull you back from the gates of hell. Do you have any exercise equipment? Send more over. Carl stopped and started to treat the crew members. That's no problem, I'll have someone send it over right away. Justin patted his chest and promised. Okay, where are we going next? Tonight, we can reach Sabayati Archipelago. Don't get lost again. Haha, no. Justin was embarrassed when he heard this. They originally planned to go straight to Sabayati Archipelago, but they met sea kings. Well, after an invisible fight, they got lost and ended up going around in a big circle, which delayed them for a long time. That's good, Carl nodded, and then looked at the wounded. Where is the injury? Back. Turn around. Seeing that Carl started to treat the crew's injuries, Justin did not stay here any longer, but ordered the members to move the exercise equipment. He could fully understand Carl's desire to become stronger. However, he was not worried that Carl's strength would surpass him and Jessie. After all, medical skills and strength are two different things. Without strength and so young, could Carl escape from him and Jessie's Five Fingers Mountain? All went well, and the West Blue Bandit group arrived at Sabayati Archipelago at night, just as Justin said. In fact, Sabayati Archipelago is a large island made up of 79 super branches of a giant tree. Each branch has successfully split a town. The scale of this giant tree is really unimaginable. Is this Sabayati Archipelago? It's really different in style. Following the members of the West Blue Bandit group off the boat, Carl was like a country bumpkin entering the city, looking left and right, and he looked no different from a country bumpkin. FK, bubble car. Brother, you are so fat, won't you be crushed when you sit on it? Believe it or not, I can't crush it even if I crush you to death. Brother, you should just crush the bubbles. Little devil, stop right there, believe it or not, I will beat you to death. Justin, FK him. Bang. Justin KO. Fatty. Damn, there are houses built on bubbles? If they break, won't the family be destroyed? You dare to curse me? Haha, just kidding. Damn, do you believe I will kill you? Justin, he said he would kill me. However, Carl waited for a long time but didn't see Justin. He looked around and saw no one. He turned his head and looked. Damn. Justin and others raised their heads and stayed away from him. Their expressions clearly said, I don't know him, I don't know him. Seeing this scene, Carl was immediately furious. Knowing that Carl looked like a country bumpkin, Jessie and others really couldn't afford to lose face. After the first shot, they didn't plan to shoot a second time. And decisively pretended not to know him. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 014, The Hancock Sisters. Oh? Kid, do you have a helper? Of course, they're behind you. Behind me. He turned around but it was empty. Damn, you dare to play tricks on me. Day. Da-day. In a flash, Jessie and the others were stunned. Damn, they actually ran away. Oh my god, aren't you afraid that the bubble suit you wear will break? I like it, what do you care? Haha, I don't care, but if it breaks, I can still feast my eyes. BCH. The girl rolled her eyes at Carl and walked away with a sexy catwalk. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the title of the 1000 points of condemnation and getting 100 achievement points. The title attribute, all strangers within 100 meters of the host will have a disgusting first impression of the host and will be easily angered by the host. Please be careful of being attacked by the group. Carl was stunned. Haha, ha 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 ha. Seeing Carl's defeat, the members of the West Blue Thieves couldn't help laughing. Laugh, laugh, girl. Carl was furious and glared at Jessie and the others. In fact, the reason why he did this was to take the opportunity to get rid of Jessie and the others, but the latter was watching too closely. You said to provoke someone more powerful, but Carl was afraid that he would just get out of the sheep's mouth and fall into the tiger's mouth. If he didn't cause some trouble, he would have no chance. Oh, it's so difficult. Now Carl wanted to die. With the title of being condemned by thousands of people, he would not be able to pick up girls in the future. Would he still pick up girls? System, your uncle, can this title be eliminated? Activated titles cannot be eliminated, but can be upgraded. Carl. Cannot be eliminated. Upgradable. Cannot be eliminated. Upgradable. Cannot be eliminated. Upgradable. The pirate world is too dangerous, I want to go back to Earth. Carl roared in his heart. Carl, I'm going to eat. Well. Carl uttered a syllable weakly, and followed Jessie and the others to the restaurant in a daze. Island number 1. Waste. You are all a bunch of waste. I asked you to cure my daughter's illness, but you can't even cure her. Get out of here. Get out. Saint Risward looked at the doctors kneeling down below him, and there was a ball of anger in his chest that couldn't be dispelled. Before coming, he kept saying that he could cure his daughter's illness, but after seeing her, they all became dumb and useless. Sir. Not long after the doctor left, a soldier came to Saint Risward excitedly and said respectfully, "Any news?" Saint Risward was in a bad mood, and his tone was not very good. Yes, we found the whereabouts of the 3 sisters who escaped from the Holy Land." The soldier trembled and said in fear, "Although they are not the captain's slaves, they can be sold for a good price. Take people to catch them immediately." "Yes." The soldier who received the order hurriedly slipped away, calling a group of thugs to run out of island number 1. The closer to the commercial street, the more people there are, and the brighter the lights are. A group of pirates coming towards Carl suddenly stopped and looked at Carl with a look of doubt. "What do you mean?" Jessie frowned and looked at the other party. "Quick, take out the newspaper." Unfortunately, the other party didn't care about him at all. "Captain Mock, it's him." Suddenly, a pirate pointed at Carl and shouted, his eyes instantly turned into countless Baileys, full of greed. What do you mean?" Carl looked confused. "What the hell? Do you know me?" "Robbery." As soon as the voice fell, the people of the mock pirates rushed up with green eyes as if they hadn't seen a woman for more than 10 years. 500 million Baileys, this is a living 500 million Baileys. Stop them for me. Jessie was not a vegetarian, he reacted immediately and took the lead to meet Mock. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides fought fiercely, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Carl was even more tragically shocked by the momentum of the fight between the 2 sides. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Carl looked helpless. Why did he say he wanted to rob him out of nowhere? Oh my god, that's Carl. At this moment, a man suddenly jumped out in front of Carl and pointed at him and yelled. Hiss, it's really him. He's mine. Suddenly, a fat man rushed out of the crowd and rushed towards Carl with a ton of steps. Bang! The fat man was halfway there when a black shadow rushed out from the side and kicked him away. He's mine. Get out of here, he belongs to me. A middle-aged pirate rushed towards Carl waving a big knife. Go to hell, Carl is mine. He's mine, who dares to rob me? Stupid 13, get out of the way. Damn, you dare to hit me. FK, I'll kill you. Boom. It was a mess, a complete mess. The melee quickly evolved from a battle of 100 people to a battle of 1,000 people. In the end, everyone on the street joined in. The word Carl radiated around at the speed of sound, and soon the whole island was crazy about it. FK. Run away first. Carl saw that the situation was not good, and immediately ran into a dark alley. Damn, these people are crazy. Jessie got out of the melee, stretched out his hand and pulled out a newspaper from somewhere and wiped it directly on his face. Big brother, you. Justin didn't know when he rushed out, and he was pointing at Jessie like he saw a ghost. What? Newspaper? What's wrong with the newspaper? Jessie took a look, it was all blood. No, look at this side. Justin snatched it away, then unfolded it and read it carefully. 500 million Baileys for reward, Carl. Jessie was stunned. I was dazzled. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the avatar, and the next second, Jessie's chin almost fell to the ground. It's not the same name, it's really Carl. 500 million Baileys are just to find Carl. How important is this guy to Marine? We've gotten into trouble. Justin swallowed his saliva, and he felt terrible. Oh my God, we're finally safe. Carl, who had been running for miles, didn't know where he was, but he knew he was completely away from the melee area. Bang! Suddenly, a sound of a heavy object falling to the ground came from Carl's right. Who? Carl turned his head and saw a huge storage box quietly placed in the shadow, but he vaguely saw a shadow move. Come out, I see you. No movement, obviously Carl's trick was useless. Hee, don't come out. Carl raised his eyebrows and swooshed around the storage box. Ah! Instantly, Carl was pierced by a scream. Don't come over. There were not one person hiding in the dark, but 3 people, and these 3 people were none other than the 3 Hancock sisters, who escaped from the Holy Land and fled to the Sabayati archipelago. Carl was a little embarrassed when he saw the 3 people huddled together and shivering. He didn't expect that they would be 3 girls, and their bodies were covered with scars. Who are you? Carl asked. Where is the sound coming from? Go over there, quickly. A burst of hurried footsteps approached quickly. It's over, they are chasing us. What should we do? The 3 girls' faces turned pale like a piece of white paper, their pupils shrank sharply, and their faces were full of fear. Hide quickly. Seeing the 3 girls behave like this, how could Carl not understand that they were being chased? Fortunately, he was kind-hearted and pushed the 3 girls aside without giving them any room for discussion, and then pulled out a large piece of debris from the side to block them. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 0-15, Hancock's Good Guy Card. Soon, a group of soldiers appeared in front of Carl, holding guns and searching for something. Where did this kid come from? Instinctively, the soldiers hated the kid in front of them, which was the effect of the title of being pointed at by the public. Where did this soldier come from? What? The soldier was stunned by what Carl said, and then he was furious. You are looking for death. Click. The bullet was loaded and ready to shoot. Damn. This title of being pointed at by the public is too awesome, and they will fight at the slightest disagreement. Carl's face was as black as charcoal, and his heart was broken. Wait. Suddenly, the leading soldier stopped his subordinate's behavior. FK. I'm saved. When Carl heard this, he immediately felt a feeling of happiness descending on him, and immediately cast a grateful look at the leading soldier. The leading soldier was stunned, and his disgust for Carl was not so deep in his heart. Captain, this guy is so hateful, let me kill him. Okay, don't forget what we are here for. The captain scolded softly, then looked at Carl. Did you see 3 children just now? 3 children? Carl said with a look of recollection, I saw a lot of children just now. I'm talking about 3 girls, 1 with long black hair, 2 with long yellow hair. I saw them. Where are they? The soldiers were delighted. They went in that direction. Carl pointed to the direction he came from. Chase. After giving the order, the soldiers rushed out. Okay, you can come out now. Seeing the soldiers disappear, Carl lifted the cover and said to the 3 people at the same time. Thank you. Hancock, the only one who was still calm, spoke. Run quickly, don't talk nonsense. Carl waved his hand. After all, he was being chased by someone now, and they were both wanderers in Tianya. You are a good person. Hancock's disgust for Carl had disappeared, replaced by gratitude. Ding! Congratulations host for receiving a good person card, activating your title of a good person, and obtaining 100 achievement points. Title attribute: strangers 100 meters away have a friendly impression of host. Puff. Carl almost vomited blood. Good person card? You are a good person? Why not improve the friendliness of strangers within 100 meters? You said I am a good person. Carl was very depressed, because Hancock's words reminded him of the title of being pointed at by thousands of people. Yet, Hancock responded. Waldong. Carl rushed forward and directly pressed Hancock against the wall, and pecked the latter's mouth. In an instant, the three Hancock sisters widened their eyes at the same time, looking at Carl almost petrified. I just want to prove that I am not a good person, Carl said seriously. Swish. The blush on Hancock's face floated to her ears, and her mind was completely a mess. She didn't know what mood she was in now. Hurry up. FK, that kid must be playing tricks on us. Damn it, that's a street, there's no one there. Suddenly, the soldiers who had left came back again. Damn it, you guys go back and hide. Carl was shocked and quickly asked the three Hancock sisters to hide again, and then stood there and waited for a while. There, that kid is there. Soon, the soldiers came over. Carl paused when he saw it, then turned around and ran straight forward. Damn it, don't run. Stop. We'll shoot if you run again. Bang. A gunshot immediately scared Carl, who had run 100 meters, and he stopped after a little hesitation. Damn it, how dare you play tricks on us? With a click, the black muzzle of the gun was pressed against Carl's forehead. Tell me, where are the three sisters? The leading soldier also had a very ugly face, and was actually deceived by a kid. Do you think I will tell you? You little brat, you're looking for death. Hee hee. Damn it, if you don't tell me, go die. Since Lousy has done it, he will never regret it. FK, it seems you really want to die. Wait. Suddenly, another soldier looked at Carl in shock. Hey. Do you think he looks a bit like the person in the newspaper? The soldier pointed at Carl and said, the more he looked at him, the more frightened he was. It was this face that Marine was looking for a reward of 500 million Baileys. 1. Exactly the same. When everyone saw Carl's face clearly, all the soldiers were shocked. They were just an insignificant dog under celestial dragons. If they really killed Carl, who Marine was looking for a reward of 500 million Baileys, what would the result be? What's your name? I won't change my name, Carl. When the soldiers heard this, they looked at each other in surprise. FK, it's really him. Captain, I think the three sisters have probably run far away. Why don't we catch him to pay off the debt? Okay. Take him away. What do you want to do? Where are you taking me? Auction house. FK. Let me go. When Carl heard this, his hair stood up all over his body. They were planning to sell him as a slave. Unfortunately, the soldiers didn't care about him at all and took him back to island number 1. The three Hancock sisters who were hiding looked at Carl who was captured, and they felt guilty and helpless. If it wasn't for saving them, would Carl be captured? They also wanted to go up and save Carl, but unfortunately, they didn't dare. At this time, they were already frightened birds and surrounded by fear. Sister, let's go. Pulling Hancock, the three of them finally disappeared into the night. On island number 1, Carl was forcibly dragged to an auction house. Cuff him. Yes. Click. From then on, Carl was imprisoned. Looking at the chains on his hands, Carl's heart collapsed. The captain and his men caught Carl and left. The captain went to find Saint Risward. I'm back. Yes, sir. Did you catch the 3 kids? No, this one. What? Trash, let them run away like this. Sir, the main reason for this failure is that someone messed up and deceived us. Who dared to deceive you? Saint Risward was puzzled when he heard it. He was a celestial dragon's, and someone dared to deceive his subordinates. He was courting death. It was Carl that Marine spent 500 million Baileys to find. The captain immediately said respectfully. Being rewarded 500 million Baileys by Marine? Are you kidding? Saint Resward had never heard of Carl, because he didn't pay attention to this kind of news at all. Sir, this is the world news, and the headline is Marine's reward order. The captain was well prepared and immediately handed the newspaper over. 11 years old, interesting. Doctor from Maya Island. Saint Resward was excited when he saw the word doctor. James, the first doctor on Maya Island. Speculated that his medical skills may have entered the level of a medical master. I want to see him. Suddenly, Saint Resward said in a deep voice. Ah! The captain was stunned. This shouldn't happen. Things didn't develop like this. Since he is a doctor, let him try to see if he can cure the lady's illness. Saint Resward is not a fool. Would someone who Marine values so much not have some skills? He is only 11. Go now. Yes, yes, go now. The celestial dragons were angry. How could the soldier dare not disobey? He immediately turned around and made arrangements. Of course, Saint Resward thought that Carl could cure his daughter's illness for 2 reasons. One was that he was desperate to seek medical treatment, and the other was that Carl had the title of "You are a good person" on his head. Don't forget that Carl has the title "You are a good person" on his head. His attribute is that a stranger 100 meters away has a friendly attitude towards Carl, and Resward happens to be 100 meters away. P.S. My computer automatically shut down 5 times tonight. Damn it, my CPU is going to be scrapped. Please give me flowers, please give me rewards, please give me collections, please give me monthly tickets. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 016, Doctors can not only save lives. Little boy, come out. Carl, who was in the cage, hadn't recovered from this series of changes yet, and the 2 soldiers opened the cage door. What are you doing? Carl was hiding in the corner, looking at the 2 people with a vigilant face. Damn, is he going to the auction house so soon? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and follow us. The 2 soldiers raised their eyebrows, stepped forward and arrested Carl, and took him away. FK. Let me go. I don't want to be a slave. Shut up. The 2 soldiers were immediately overwhelmed. Help. Molestation. If you say one more word, I'll kill you. Threatening. Who said they were going to auction you? Damn. Is this BCH worth Marine's reward of 500 million Baileys? It's really F-ed up. Isn't it? Our master wants you to treat the disease. The 2 soldiers rolled their eyes. I see. Carl was stunned for a moment, and changed his previous nervousness, replaced by calmness, and a sense of confidence emerged spontaneously. The change in temperament in the blink of an eye made the 2 soldiers look dumbfounded. Damn, is this really the same person? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and lead the way. Seeing the 2 soldiers stop, Carl couldn't help but urge them. Oh. The 2 hurried forward and led Carl involuntarily. After walking a few steps, they seemed to remember something, turned back suddenly, and stared at Carl fiercely. FK, you are still acting like a boss. Carl also felt funny. Of course, this time he didn't say much, but let the 2 lead him to a luxurious hall. Sitting in the first seat was a middle-aged man with long hair, bubbles on his head, and aristocratic clothes, which made Carl think of celestial dragons at the first time. Sir, the person has been brought here. The 2 soldiers said respectfully. Yes. Saint Resward nodded and looked at Carl at the same time. At first glance, he felt that Carl was a bit annoying because the latter saw that he, a celestial dragon, had no intention of saluting at all. However, At this time, Karl exuded a strong sense of confidence, which made him look up to him. "How dare you not kneel when you see the master?" The soldier saw Karl standing there, looking at Saint Risward curiously, and was immediately scared out of his wits. "Damn, if you want to die, don't implicate me. I don't know who he is, why should I kneel? How can a servant like you know the name of the master?" Okay, Saint Risward was really in no mood to discuss this. "The most important thing now is to take care of his daughter. Are you a doctor?" "So far, there is no disease that has stumped me." "I hope your medical skills are as eloquent as your words. I want you to treat the disease now." "Who?" Karl asked calmly. "My daughter." Saint Risward did not doubt it and said very straightforwardly. "You can ask me to help, but under two conditions." Karl said confidently. "What conditions?" Saint Risward raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that someone would dare to make conditions to him, a celestial dragon. Karl said nothing and stretched out his hand. "He wanted me to treat him even though he was handcuffed." "Take it off." Saint Risward gave the order decisively. With his hands free, Karl exhaled, then, "The first condition." "What?" "That wasn't a condition just now." Everyone was furious when they heard it. "When did I say it was a condition?" Saint Risward and others were stunned. Did they think they were smart? "The first condition is that you are not allowed to watch me prepare the medicine." "Wait, how do we know if you prepare poison?" "You can find someone to test the medicine." Karl rolled his eyes. "If you can find out the poison Lao Zi prepared, I will admit defeat." "What is the second condition?" 100 million Baileys for the consultation fee and then let me go." The soldiers were dumbfounded. You clearly have two conditions." Saint Risward stood up and pointed at Karl angrily. "You dare to ask for a reward? Isn't your daughter's life worth this price?" This sentence immediately silenced Saint Risward. "Come with me." Saint Risward gritted his teeth and agreed. "If you can't cure it, wait for death." Karl smiled slightly. He was afraid of nothing. Anyway, he had already fallen to this end. What was there to be afraid of? The brave ones would die of gluttony, and the timid ones would die of starvation. "This is my daughter, hurry up and see a doctor." Although Saint Risward was not a good person, he still loved his daughter very much. Seeing Xiaolulia Palace unconscious, his face was full of concern. Karl took a look and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Xiaolulia's forehead was actually covered with a layer of black sweat. With a flick of his right hand, he directly touched a little and rubbed it lightly. Karl found that the sweat was as sticky as glue. Are there other places where such black sweat is produced? The palms, soles of the feet, and chest. 5 hard black sweat. Karl said in a deep voice, "Let me see." "You want to see all of them?" Risward's expression stagnated. "It's okay to look at the palms and soles of the feet, but this chest. Must see." Karl's voice revealed that it was unquestionable. Gritting his teeth, Risward asked the servant to carefully open the clothes on Xiaolulia's chest. When he saw Karl's serious face, he felt better. In fact, not to mention that Karl had no interest in the body of a little girl younger than him, he had to eliminate distractions when treating patients. This was a necessary ability for an excellent doctor. "Okay." Karl just took a look and said it was okay. Risward waved his hand to let the servant close Xiaolulia's clothes, and asked Karl, What's the matter?" "This is kidney yin deficiency damp heat syndrome, no big deal, paper and pen." Karl said. Risward was startled, and then overjoyed. "Quick, bring paper and pen." Karl prescribed a bunch of medicinal materials. Of course, there were not many real medicines for curing diseases, and the rest, hee. After taking the prescription, Risward immediately asked someone to take it to the doctor to first confirm whether it was a poisonous prescription and whether there were poisonous medicinal materials. Karl had expected this, so how could anyone see the problem? After confirming that the medicinal materials were fine, they were delivered quickly. According to the requirements, Carl began to prepare the medicine alone. He chose from the medicine pile for a long time before finally starting to work. Half an hour later, a bowl of light green medicine soup appeared. 1 bowl a day, 7 days to recover. Try the medicine. Sir, this medicine soup is fine. I have tasted the medicine, no problem. Give it to the young lady. Watching the medicine soup flow into Xiaolulia's mouth, Carl sneered in his heart. Ding! Congratulations, host activated the title of Poison Doctor and obtained 100 achievement points. Title attribute: host's resistance to poison is 5 times that of ordinary people. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 017, How can a poison doctor not be poisonous? While Carl was treating Xiaolulia, the news about Carl's appearance in Sabaody Archipelago spread all over the world like wings. Zephyr Admiral, who was in naval headquarters, naturally received the news. Sabaody Archipelago, that's a place full of fish and fish. Zephyr pondered, notify Kizaru and ask him to pick up Carl. Yes, Zephyr Admiral. Wait, what's the bounty for Jesse and Justin? Justin's is 30 million, and Jesse's original bounty is 40 million. Increase Justin's bounty to 80 million, and Jesse's to 100 million. The signalman was confused. 30 million soared to 80 million, and 40 million soared to 100 million. Is this a bounty that a school-level pirate can handle? Zephyr is deliberately making the other party famous and making them popular in various ways. Everyone changed the route to Sabaody Archipelago. Kizaru put down the Den Mushi lazily and said loudly, Mr. Vice Admiral, we should continue to pursue the Sun Pirates. A rear admiral stepped forward and advised. Kizaru raised his eyebrows. A few small fish can't escape. Rear Admiral. Change direction and head to Sabaody Archipelago. Yes, Captain Moria. Dragon, are we going to Sabaody Archipelago? Of course. It seems that there will be excitement in Sabaody Archipelago. I wonder if Whitebeard will show up. Captain Crocodile, the hull has left the Grand Line and is heading to Sabaody Archipelago. The estimated arrival time is 8 days later. Well, it seems that Alabasta can only wait for another opportunity to come again in the future. For a while, countless pirates turned their eyes to Sabaody Archipelago. The curious, the evil-minded, the greedy, and so on all went to Sabaody Archipelago. The next day, the 3 Hancock sisters fled to Island 56 and met Pluton Rayleigh, the deputy of Pirate King Roger, and were temporarily taken in by the latter. At the same time, the bounty for Jesse and Justin flew over Sabaody Archipelago. Overnight, the West Blue Pirates became famous. Then, within half an hour, Jesse and Justin became the characters that everyone wanted to kill. In fact, Jesse and Justin were indeed miserable. They were only at the school level, but they had a general level bounty on their heads. It was obvious that they were telling everyone, come and get me, come and get me. It was also because of their good luck that they kept hiding, and finally they successfully led the group to leave Sabaody Archipelago. The departure of the West Blue Pirates did not reduce the enthusiasm of the Sabaody Archipelago pirates. After all, there was a kid worth 500 million hiding on the island. So in the next few days, almost all the children in Sabaody Archipelago were targeted. These greedy people made the island almost uneasy. As for our Carl, he lives in Resward's manor, leading a leisurely life. Resward also equipped him with 2 servants. The first thing Carl did was to ask the servants to bring 2 newspapers. When Carl saw the missing person notice in the newspaper, his eyes were almost blinded by the 500 million Baileys. He didn't believe that the person in the newspaper was him. As a half-fan of One Piece, he had only heard of the bounty order, but not the search order. What's more exaggerated is that the bounty is as high as 500 million Baileys, which is totally against common sense. So I'm so valuable. Carl finally understood why so many people wanted to rob him. 500 million Baileys were right in front of him, and he would also do it if he was in his place. I am also famous all over the world, right? Haha. Thinking of this, Carl laughed. In the next few days, Xiaolulia came to see him several times after waking up, but she never spoke, just looked at Carl with disgust. Carl was not surprised at the latter's behavior. After all, it was hard not to be disliked if you were called ABCH. In this way, Carl spent 5 days peacefully. On the 6th day, Carl deliberately went to the hall to exercise for half a day, and then fell asleep without taking a shower. On the 7th day, Carl successfully made a green poison and prepared the last bowl of medicine soup. Will Xiaolulia's illness be completely cured after drinking it? Rizward couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart and said excitedly, "Yes." Carl nodded, and the expression on his face was neither sad nor happy, making it difficult to guess his thoughts. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Rizward's eyes, and he immediately urged Xiaolulia to drink it as soon as possible, and at the same time winked at the soldier behind Carl's back. The soldier understood and walked towards Carl calmly. When one soldier moved, the others followed suit, and surrounded Carl in the middle. "Hey!" Carl frowned, "What do you want to do?" "What?" "Haha, of course I want to take you to the auction house." The leading soldier sneered. "Is there any need to ask more questions?" Rizward. Carl's face sank and he looked at him. "Do you want to cross the river and destroy the bridge?" Watching Xiaolulia drink the last sip of the medicine soup, Rizward's smile grew. He turned back and looked at Carl and said, "What a joke! Your life has always been in my hands. How can you cross the river and destroy the bridge? Kill him!" At this time, Xiaolulia also stood up and stared at Carl fiercely. A humble BCH dared to look at her body. "Haha, it seems that it's better to kill you." Rizward changed his mind immediately after hearing it, and waved his hand and said, "Drag him out and kill him." "Yes, sir." The soldiers obeyed the order respectfully and stepped forward to detain Carl. "Ha ha ha ha." Looking at the soldiers coming forward, Carl suddenly laughed out loud, which surprised Rizward and others. Is this kid mad? With this mentality, how can he become a doctor? What a mess! The soldiers looked at him sideways. In their opinion, Carl was singing a desperate elegy. Rizward. A loud shout stunned everyone present. What did they hear? Carl actually called celestial dragons by their name, which was simply lawless. "Humble BCH, you dare to call me by my name, have you thought about how to die?" Rizward's whole body was shaking, and his heavy breathing was like a bellows, making a whimpering roar. Facing Rizward's fury, Carl's calm face suddenly became distorted. An array of crazy red light emerged in his dark pupils. "Give me 100 million Baileys so that I can leave safely and save your daughter's life. I have taken the last dose of medicine, you are no longer of any value. Do you really think she is cured?" Everyone looked at Carl with astonishment. "Didn't you say that 7 doses would cure it? Is this a lie?" Rizward's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of uneasiness rose from the bottom of his heart. P.S. Add Madara in the evening. And there is another chapter that may be updated later. Tomorrow, I will ask the editor in charge to modify the authority and change the title. By the way, can readers who are interested remind me if they see typos? Thank you. Please give me flowers, please give me rewards, please collect, please give me monthly tickets. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 018, Humiliation of Celestial Dragons. Do you think the medicine she drank is really okay? Carl laughed up to the sky, his laughter full of sarcasm and madness. Can you quacks find the poison I put in it? Boy, you dare to lie to me. Risward was shocked, and Xiaolulia's face turned pale, and her face became extremely ugly. Lie to you? Carl suddenly raised his hand and pointed directly at Xiaolulia. If you don't believe it, look at her armpit and see if there is a piece of green skin. That is the best proof that I poisoned her. What? Xiaolulia couldn't wait to raise her little hand when she heard it. When she looked carefully, 2 dark green skins suddenly came into view. Silence. The whole hall was dead silent, and everyone stared with their eyes, falling into a daze. If you don't believe it, you can poke it lightly. How could Carl really believe in celestial dragons, especially when he was alone without Zephyr and others and handed his life to celestial dragons who thought they were superior? Xiaolulia looked at her armpit, and an inexplicable fear surged in her heart at the same time. She stretched out her hand but never dared to touch it. Xiaolulia, you come here. Regardless of whether Carl was exaggerating or not, Risward decided to give it a try, and poked the green skin with his index finger. In an instant, Risward and others saw that the green block spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and directly crawled all over Xiaolulia's arm under the shocked eyes of everyone. Everyone was stunned, and their eyes were as exaggerated as bull eyes. They couldn't believe that Carl actually poisoned celestial dragons. Who are celestial dragons? This is a type of people that must not be provoked. These guys are protected by the world government and marine, and are equivalent to the crown prince of this world. Not to mention a small doctor, even if the marine admiral came, he would have to be polite to Risward, but now, such an outstanding doctor actually poisoned celestial dragons. Ah! Poisoned, I'm poisoned! After the shock, Xiaolulia screamed in fear and rubbed her arms frantically, trying to stop the spread of the green block. However, the more she rubbed, the faster the green block spread, and soon spread to her face. This frightened her and she fell to the ground. She wanted to rub but didn't dare to rub, and tears came out. A hole. Risward was furious, and his murderous intent surged. Kill him for me. Ha ha. Carl laughed deliberately, pulling Risward's attention back. If I die, she will die. Invite all the doctors. Risward was not completely angry, and immediately asked someone to invite the doctor. Sir, this is a poison we have never seen before. The complexity of the medicine is unprecedented. It has been completely integrated into the lady's body. If you want to remove it, you must go through half a month of treatment. Soon, the medical team gave the diagnosis and treatment. Boy, you can die in peace now. Hearing that there was a doctor who could treat her, Risward immediately looked at Carl with a grim smile. Idiot! Carl said contemptuously. Hey! Risward was stunned and puzzled. Sir, no. What's the matter? Although we can treat her, the young lady's toxicity has already erupted. It will take less than 3/4 of an hour for her internal organs to rot and die. We don't have enough time at all. Pa! Risward slapped the doctor, who answered to the ground with a slap. His hair and beard stood up. What's the use of you? Did you hear that? Your daughter only has 3/4 of an hour. Carl pushed away the soldiers who blocked him and laughed sinisterly. The soldiers in the hall dared not stop them. If they went ahead, if Xiaolulia really died, Risward would definitely implicate them in the end. If they didn't go ahead, if Carl rescued Xiaolulia, they would be fine, so they all tacitly didn't do it. I order you in the name of Saint Risward to detoxify Xiaolulia. Risward pointed at Carl angrily. Do you think I'm stupid? I'll let you kill me after detoxifying. The opening of the poison doctor activated another side of Carl's heart, which was insidious, vicious, and unscrupulous. Of course, this would only erupt when his life was threatened. What do you want? Risward had never thought that he would be threatened like this, and the hatred in his heart kept rising. Eat it, and you can exchange your daughter's life. Carl flipped his hand and took out the prepared pill. Is this poison? Rizward's heart jumped and blurted out. "Congratulations, you got it right. You will not die well. Eat it, or let your daughter be buried with me, ABCH. You don't deserve it. Stop talking nonsense. If you eat it, I will save her. If not, let's die together." This is the poison that Carl prepared for Rizward, because the value of controlling Xiaolulia is far less than controlling Rizward. After all, the latter is the head of the family. Everyone stared at Rizward and dared not breathe. They were all waiting for him to make a decision. The oppressive atmosphere almost drove people crazy. "Ah! It hurts, it hurts." Puff! Suddenly, Xiaolulia screamed in pain, and then a mouthful of green blood spurted out of her mouth. At the same time, the green block climbed up quickly and soon covered half of Xiaolulia's face. "A hole! I eat it, I eat it." Seeing his daughter in such a miserable state, Rizward, as a father, could no longer bear it and chose to surrender. "Eat it." Carl sneered and threw the poison out casually. Bang! The poison fell to the ground, rolled forward half a meter and finally stopped at Rizward's feet. Instantly, the eyes of the soldiers and servants present bulged out, looking at the poison rolling to Rizward's feet in disbelief. Devil! This man named Carl is definitely a demon. Not only did he threaten celestial dragons, he even dared to insult celestial dragons like this. This is beyond description. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. Rizward's eyes turned red in an instant, and his body trembled violently with anger. The soldiers and servants saw this scene and sweated coldly. At this time, Rizward was definitely on the verge of going berserk, and every time he went berserk, he would definitely not be able to calm down without hundreds of lives. However, the next scene made them dumbfounded. Rizward actually did not go berserk. "If anything happens to Xiaolulia, I will kill you first even if I am poisoned to death. Eat it." The order that came out of Carl's mouth was an irresistible order. Rizward was furious and wanted to attack, but he happened to meet Carl's half-closed eyes, which were as vicious as lion majesty, and made his heart tremble violently. He picked up the poison humiliatingly, closed his eyes and swallowed it directly into his stomach. Puff! As soon as the poison entered his mouth, Rizward spit out a mouthful of black blood, and the whole person fell to the ground. "Father! My lord! My lord!" As soon as Rizward fell, everyone in the hall panicked and rushed up one by one. If Rizward died, everyone present except Xiaolulia would probably die. You dare to lie to me?" Rizward stared at Carl with his eyes bare. "You won't die." The light words immediately stunned the soldiers who wanted to take action. "Hurry up and detoxify Xiaolulia, otherwise, you will die too. No, your whole family will die." "Home." Carl sneered and did not respond. He stretched out his right hand and rubbed it on his body. After a long time, he finally rubbed out a very small ball of sweat mud from his body. "Eat it." Everyone was petrified on the spot. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 019, My Dragon Slave. That's right. This is one of the best antidotes to Xiaolulia's poison, fast and without side effects. This mud is also called black mud. From a medical point of view, it is actually the skin's exfoliated cells, rich in protein. The sweat discharged by the human body is easy to understand. It is a toxic substance. When it is mixed with black mud, it constitutes a new medicine, which can just solve the chronic poison he prepared. Don't be so surprised. This is human sweat mud, and it is also a fast detoxification antidote. As long as any healthy person can rub it out, it can save your life. It's up to you to eat mine or others. Everyone was confused. It turned out that Carl had already calculated everything and specially prepared poisons to be cracked with sweat mud. Don't eat it. Then I'll throw it away. Give it to me. Carl sneered. This person is cheap. I gave you the antidote, but you didn't eat it. When you want to throw it away, you just want it. Gulp. Zalia pinched her nose, closed her eyes, opened her mouth and swallowed it. At this time, life is the most important thing. It's gone. It's gone. As soon as the medicine entered her stomach, the green spots on Xiaolulia's face quickly disappeared, and shrank back to her armpits in the blink of an eye. Such a strong effect of the medicine stunned the doctors present. They have lived for most of their lives, and they think they are good at medicine. They are also famous doctors in Sabayati archipelago. However, compared with Carl now, it is simply the difference between a primary school student and a professor. Look at Carl again, 11 years old. But they are already over 50 years old. The difference between the two is obvious. They have lived like dogs for half their lives. Give me a needle. Just when the doctors were still in shock, Carl spoke again. After a while, a doctor responded well and immediately handed over a needle. Raise your hand, I need to release the poison. Hearing Carl's words, Xiaolulia just stared at him with vicious eyes, and finally raised her hand above her head. Carl's right hand holding the needle flashed, and a green liquid spurted out in an instant, falling on the ground with a hissing corrosion sound, and a wisp of white smoke rose. At this moment, everyone's heart was chilled, and they believed Carl's words even more. Carl used the same trick again and discharged the toxins on the other side of Xiaolulia. Now there is a trace of toxins in your body, which is not a big deal. Just rest for a few more days and you will recover. Boy, I want to kill you. Hearing that she was fine, Xiaolulia's hatred burst out like a mountain torrent, and she rushed directly to Carl. Come on. Carl paused and sneered. Xiaolulia and others were silent on the spot, and don't forget that Rizward was also poisoned. I'll let you leave safely and give you 100 million Baileys to remove the poison from my body. Rizward said coldly. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat an 11-year-old child. Even if he let him out of the manor, could he still escape from Sabayati? Carl waved to Rizward. Rizward was startled, but finally walked over with a dark face, and his hatred for Carl deepened. Turn around. Rizward still turned his back to Carl, and the red light in his eyes became more and more intense. Stand still. Carl sneered in his heart. It would be stupid to cure you. This is a poison carefully prepared for you. Give me 5 needles. Chi chi chi. The needles flew, and in the blink of an eye, 5 needles fell on 5 important points on Rizward's back. Ah! Just as everyone was looking forward to the treatment results, Rizward screamed and fell to the ground, then used his hands to desperately tear his skin, and blood marks soon appeared on his body. Father! My lord! What did you do? Xiaolulia stared at Carl viciously. Carl chuckled and walked directly to Rizward's main seat and sat down. Ka! Whether it was the soldiers, servants, or Xiaolulia, they were all stunned for a moment. What did they see? A little brat dared to sit on the main seat of Celestial Dragon's Rizward. What did you do? I just let the poison penetrate deeper and be more suitable for my control. Xiaolulia and others were all stunned, and they actually had an inexplicable fear of Carl who was sitting in the seat. Every time the night of the full moon, the toxin in his body will attack. If there is no antidote from me, just wait for itching to die. Carl sat on the main seat and said calmly, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Itchy, so itchy. Rizward's scream awakened the nearly demented people. Swish! Rizward scratched a piece of flesh and blood directly from his body, and he didn't feel any pain at all, but a face full of comfort. This kind of itch is deep in the bone marrow. Even if he scratches his skin desperately, it won't work at all. He can only tear his skin constantly to suppress the itch with pain. Unfortunately, this is just an illusion. The final result will only be that he will scratch himself to death. Looking at the helpless people, Carl explained at the right time, and his voice fell into the ears of Xiaolulia and others like the whisper of the devil. I order you to detoxify my father. What did you say? I order you to. I didn't hear clearly. I order you. Bang. At this time, the soldiers present knelt down with only pleading and hope on their faces. Doctor, doctor, please, save the adults. Carl's style of doing things has made them completely understand that this is definitely not a master who is threatened by others. Save the master. Doctor, doctor. Xiaolulia was stunned. It was not until this moment that she finally realized the reality. They were completely manipulated by Carl. Now it was not her who ordered Carl, but she asked Carl. Save me. Save me. Rizward felt that he was about to lose his mind. He knew that he would die if he continued to tear, but the strange itch made him scratch himself uncontrollably. He was completely out of control. I can save you, as long as you become my slave. Boom. Xiaolulia and others felt that a bolt from the blue exploded in their ears, shaking them out of their wits. Carl actually wanted to make the most noble celestial dragons a slave. No, absolutely impossible. I am the most noble celestial dragon, how can I become a slave? This is absolutely impossible. Kill him, you kill him. Swish. The soldiers walked forward and blocked Carl. Are you idiots? Can you get involved in this situation? Are you looking for death? Hearing Carl's words, the soldiers' faces changed drastically, and they didn't dare to take action in the end. If they took action against Carl, Rizward would surely die. And they would also die if they failed to protect him. However, if Carl could really spare Rizward, they would still have a 10% chance of survival. Smart people would know what to do. Rizward, I have to say that you have a group of loyal subordinates. You should thank them, otherwise you will die with me, a low-class human. Puff. Rizward spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Demon, this is definitely a demon, and he kept saying that he is a low-class human. This is clearly a mockery of him. Didn't you say you were noble? What about now? In front of a lowly human like me, you still don't have the slightest bit of resistance. Noble? Bah! You're just carrying one head on two shoulders. I'll count to 3, and you'll recognize me as your master, and I'll immediately relieve your pain. Carl fell back and leaned back on the chair, otherwise, let's die together. 3. Shame. Endless shame surged from the depths of Rizward's heart. On one side was his life, and on the other was his status as a slave. As a noble celestial dragon, how could he become the lowest slave? However, it was even more impossible for him, a noble man, to accompany a humble servant. 2. 1. Recognize, I recognize. In just 3 seconds, Rizward thought a lot. As long as he was alive, he would be able to find a doctor to cure the toxins in his body one day. By then, Carl would be able to do whatever he wanted. Send the herbs to the medicine room according to Xiaolulia's instructions within 3 minutes, and I will prepare the medicine. Yes, yes, yes. All the doctors rushed to prepare the herbs. They all knew that the world had changed. The world of the Rizward family had changed. P.S. If you think this book is okay, don't forget to collect it. I really want to recommend it. Rolling on the ground begging for flowers, rewards, and collections, _ Reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20, Searching for Pluton Rayleigh. Carl entered the medicine room and came out an hour later with 2 more bottles in his hands. There are 5 antidotes in it, which can relieve 5 attacks of poison. Carl casually threw one of the medicine bottles to Xiaolulia, who carefully caught it and poured out a pill. She almost threw it away when she saw that it was a green pill. Green, green again, this color gave her too many nightmares. Rizward didn't care about that, he grabbed the pill and put it into his mouth, and soon the pill dissolved in his mouth. In a few breaths, the strange itch in his body disappeared, as if it had never happened. In fact, there is nothing wrong with recognizing me as the master. At least I won't tell others that you are a slave, and you are still a celestial dragon. What? Rizward looked at Carl in shock, feeling unbelievable. What? Do you want to lose your freedom and status? Carl said with a sidelong glance at Rizward. No. Without thinking, Rizward immediately shook his head. Just kidding, he would be nothing if he lost his celestial dragon's identity. The pirates of Sabayati Archipelago would have to skin him alive. At this moment, he was actually somewhat grateful to Carl, because Carl allowed him to retain his celestial dragon's identity, which in turn saved his family from a catastrophe. Carl was very satisfied with Rizward's reaction. Although the method of giving a sweet date after a slap was not very clever, the effect was still good. So, Carl was in the first place, squinting his eyes at the soldiers and doctors present. What did you see? Sir, we didn't see anything. Yes, we didn't see anything. Nothing. When everyone heard this, they immediately cried and said that they knew nothing. Just kidding, Carl obviously wanted to keep his mouth shut. What kind of person can keep a secret? Of course, the dead. I prefer something more substantial than a verbal promise. Carl said, turning another bottle upside down and pouring out a row of green pills. This is a new poison I developed. Except for spitting blood right after taking it, it won't take effect within 5 years. Rizward froze when he saw it. He was also afraid of the pills Carl took out. Sir, this. Any objections? No, no. When Carl's eyes swept through them, everyone's hearts trembled at the same time, and they immediately shook their heads. Finally, they sighed and took a pill and swallowed it. Puff. Puff. Everyone who swallowed the pill spit out a mouthful of blood, and then there was no other abnormality. We are our own people from now on, you all go down. Carl was very satisfied and waved away the doctors present. In fact, these pills were not poisons at all. His purpose was to scare these doctors. In this way, no matter how they studied, they would not be able to find any problems, and they would be more afraid of his poisoning methods. Rizward. Doctor, Carl, sir, sir. After holding it in for a long time, Rizward finally called out sir. I am a doctor. Carl raised his eyebrows. If someone with ulterior motives heard this title, it would definitely cause a big mess. After all, who has ever heard a celestial dragon call someone sir? Yes, Dr. Carl. Rizward wished for this, at least it would make him feel better. Take the life of that guy who pointed a gun at my head. Sir, spare my life, spare my life. Take it down. Puff. Without Rizward saying anything, the captain of the soldiers had already chopped him down mercilessly. They were originally servants serving Rizward, and their lives were all handed over to the latter. At this time, Rizward's master spoke, so why should he hesitate? Very good, Carl smiled. Send someone to check where Roger's deputy captain Pluton Rayleigh is. Yes, Rizward immediately ordered the captain of the soldiers, Woods, take someone to check. Yes. Woods is the name of the captain of the soldiers. By the way, the old guy is now on the Sabayati Archipelago, transformed into a coding craftsman. Just notify me when you find him. Carl is definitely not going to look for Justin now, because the latter is just a school-level pirate. Even if he lets the other party train him, what level can he reach? Since he has come to Sabayati Archipelago, why not find Roger's deputy Pluton Rayleigh to learn Haki? Isn't it stupid to go to Justin? As Rizward and Carulia left, only Carl and a few trembling servants were left in the hall, and the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became a little depressing. Damn, the pirate world is really dangerous. Carl suddenly shook his head and sighed, and his arrogant attitude suddenly disappeared, returning to his original demeanor. The servants were stunned by this scene. This must be another person. An hour later, Risward returned to the hall after changing his clothes. When he saw Carl lying on the table board, he was also stunned. He couldn't believe that this was the devil like Carl before. Seeing that Carl didn't mean to pay attention to him, Risward didn't dare to speak. Carl had left him with a huge psychological shadow, and he must not disobey him, otherwise you will suffer. My lord, my lord. Lord Carl, Lord Risward. Not long after, Woods came back with an excited look. I'm a doctor. Dr. Carl, we found Rayleigh's whereabouts. So fast. Carl stood up excitedly. It's only been more than an hour, and he found it. This efficiency is really high. Rayleigh is currently coding people in a shipyard. Take me there. Carl didn't bother to listen to these. What he cared about was the hacky practice method. The big boss had spoken, so Woods of course led the way in front and led Carl to Rayleigh's place. Hey, who is that? Are you stupid? Isn't that the celestial dragons on Island 1? You're stupid. I'm asking about the kid walking in front of him. FK, isn't that Carl who's wanted for 500 million? Haha, I finally found him. He's mine. Idiot. 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 Did you see who he was walking with? The pirate who rushed halfway braked suddenly and stopped abruptly. Celestial dragons, that kid and celestial dragons were together. Go ahead, you should go ahead, why don't you go ahead? How can such a pig brain become a pirate? FK, why is he walking with celestial dragons? The others seemed to be quite respectful to him. This discovery made them break into a cold sweat. How noble could the person who was respected by Risward and others be? Moreover, they dare not snatch people from celestial dragons, because it will attract the pursuit of Marine Admiral. With their strength, even if they have 100 lives, it will not be enough. After confirming that Carl is with celestial dragons, they can only watch the 500 million Baileys slip away from their eyes. Although they are jealous, they can do nothing about it. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 021, You Don't Deserve It. Carl walked forward and soon arrived at a bar. Get out, everyone get out. Without saying much, Woods led people directly into the bar and began to clear the place. FK, who do you think you are? Laozi is staying here. We got here first, why should we get out? That's right, we're not going out. Stupid, let's go. Damn, if you want to die, don't drag me with you. Let's go. Some people didn't know Woods, but some did. Those who didn't know him thought they were very cool and stayed where they were, while those who knew him ran away immediately. An old man wearing glasses sitting in front of the bar frowned. He really didn't understand why the celestial dragon's hands and feet suddenly reached out here. Did they find that the three Hancock sisters were in this bar? At this moment, the sound of Carl's footsteps entering the bar attracted his attention, and then he saw celestial dragon's Risward Saint with bubbles on his head. Oh my god, celestial dragons! Risward's appearance instantly changed the faces of the pirates who stayed in the bar. Celestial dragons cleared the place, but they were still lazy here and didn't leave. They just said something cruel. This is simply courting death. The people who originally slipped out of the bar were gloating when they saw their miserable faces. They asked you to pretend, but now you hit a wall. So many people. Seeing the large number of people in the bar, Carl frowned. He came to Rayleigh to buy Hacky's practice method and didn't want others to know. Why are you all staying here? Risward was furious, get out now. Hearing Risward's words, the pirates who stayed in the bar rushed out without stopping. In their opinion, celestial dragons were more terrible than the plague, so how could they dare to stay any longer? You're lucky. In fact, with Resward's past personality, he would have humiliated them severely before driving them away, but now that Carl was present, he still didn't dare to lose his temper. You are Pluton Rayleigh. Seeing the strangers leave, Carl directly cast his eyes on the old man with glasses sitting at the bar. According to his impression, only this old man fits the image of Rayleigh more. Looking at Carl in front of him, Rayleigh always felt unhappy, so he just responded lightly. Uncle, are you so indifferent to a child? Seeing Rayleigh's indifferent response, Carl had the urge to curse. With the title of being condemned by thousands of people, his goodwill with strangers was directly negative, which made it difficult for him to interact with strangers. I didn't treat you as an ordinary child. In fact, he had seen this face of Carl in the newspaper a few days ago. Marine was looking for a reward of 500 million Baileys, so he was definitely not an ordinary kid. Just say it straight, the old man still has to go to work. Since Uncle Rayleigh is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. I want to buy your method of practicing haki. Carl paused, feeling frustrated. Not for sale. 200 million Baileys. Not for sale. 500 million Baileys. Not for sale. 1 billion Baileys. Not for sale. How much will you sell it for? I won't sell it to anyone. Rayleigh suddenly turned his head and looked directly into Carl's eyes. The respectful attitude that Resward showed to Carl made him directly believe that Carl was a celestial dragon. And he would never sell his training experience to celestial dragons. You, Carl's face suddenly changed. What conditions do you want? You don't deserve it. Silence. The whole bar suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. No one thought that Rayleigh would say such a thing. I don't deserve it. Carl's eyes narrowed suddenly. What a good sentence, I don't deserve it. Looking at Carl's eyes, Rayleigh felt a chill in his heart for no reason. Let's go. Suddenly standing up, Carl turned around and left without any nostalgia. Without you, Rayleigh, Carl, can still learn haki. People can be without pride but not without pride. Since others don't give it, there is no need to put your hot face on others' cold. Resward and others paused for a moment, and finally followed Carl out of the bar one after another. Dr. Carl, do you want to drive him out of Sabayati Archipelago? Resward suggested cautiously. Don't worry about him. Carl waved his hand to refuse. Please contact Marine Admiral Zephyr for me and tell him where I am. Dr. Carl, do you want to become stronger? Woods asked bravely at this time. Otherwise, what do I need the haki training method for? Carl rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Woods was frightened by Carl's eye roll. When he saw that Carl didn't really care, he continued, as far as I know, a devil fruit will be auctioned at the auction tomorrow night. Devil fruit? Carl was surprised. He didn't want to eat devil fruit because he had the king training system. The reason was that there were two biggest weaknesses of the ability users. One was fear of sea water and the other was fear of sea stone. With the king training system, he would have the power to stand on top of the world one day. Eating devil fruit would make him have two such helpless weaknesses. This was simply putting the cart before the horse. Moreover, now that Carl controlled Resward, he would find an appropriate time to let Resward show his protection for him. I believe that the number of people who wanted to lick him would be reduced. In this way, he could live a relatively peaceful life in a low-key manner, and he could take advantage of this time to raise his achievement points and start other training. Resward, is it in your auction house? No, it's another new auction house. Tomorrow night is an opportunity, Carl said in a deep voice. Isn't it possible to attract a few big pirates with such a large bounty? Resward and Woods raised their eyebrows. Damn, you think it's not troublesome enough, right? You actually want to attract a group of big pirates? They are all lawless masters, and even celestial dragons can hardly control them. The big pirates haven't found it yet, but a Marine Vice Admiral has arrived," Woods said after coming to his senses. "Who?" Carl was surprised. "It's the patient that Dr. Carl has seen, Vice Admiral Borsellino." "Haha, it's him." Carl was overjoyed when he heard it. Although Kizaru is now Vice Admiral, Sparkling Fruit's ability is not to be underestimated. "Where is he? I want to see him." "Hey, Carl, you actually miss me." Carl turned his head and saw Kizaru appearing from the side with a shabby face. He smiled and said, "It seems that your face has completely healed. This is all thanks to your ointment." Kizaru was grateful. If it weren't for the fact that he was getting old so quickly, wouldn't there be a girl who liked him? "Who are they?" "Oh. Friends on the island." Carl waved to Risward and others, who understood and took people away. "Why are you here? You should be chasing the Sun Pirates, right?" Watching Risward and others leave, Kizaru was thoughtful, but soon came to his senses. "This is a long story. Then let's find a place to talk slowly. It's just my taste." "Haha, narcissistic. You don't understand. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 022, Pirates. I received news that the 9 Snakes Pirates have arrived on the island, and the Fearless Pirates, Moria Pirates, and Night Pirates will arrive here one after another tomorrow. Carl, you should leave here with me." Kizaru looked at Carl and advised. Although the 500 million bounty issued by Marine allowed them to find Carl quickly, it also made the latter famous and troubles followed. "There is an auction tomorrow night, and I don't want to miss it." Carl was not interested in the fruit, but wanted to show his face with Risward. "What are the pirates you mentioned?" "They are all a group of difficult guys. The 9 Snakes Pirates are a pirate group established by a country in the Com Belt. Those crew members all know armament haki, and their strength is very strong. Everyone knows armament haki, tut, it's really extraordinary." "What is the 9 Snakes Pirates doing in Sabayati Archipelago?" "To find someone." Kizaru knew the purpose of the 9 Snakes. "Looking for someone? Looking for whom?" Carl was stunned, and suddenly the 3 girls he met a few days ago flashed in his mind. Damn, that wouldn't be the Hancock sisters. "We haven't received any information about who they are looking for, but now there are many pirates gathering in Sabayati, and I'm afraid that many of them are coming for you. In my opinion, the 9 Snakes are probably coming for you as well." "Hehe, I don't think it's likely. The 9 Snake Island has always rejected men. Although I am young, I am also a man." Carl waved his hand and directly rejected Kizaru's guess. "I didn't expect you to know the 9 Snakes well." Kizaru looked at Carl in surprise. "There's no need to introduce the 9 Snakes. Let's talk about other pirate groups." Carl smiled. Now he was almost certain that the 9 Snakes came to Sabayati to pick up the Hancock sisters, so there was no threat to him. "Let's talk about the Fearless Pirates first. The captain of this pirate group is Columbia. The bounty is 70 million berries now. But don't underestimate him. His strength is definitely above 100 million. If you underestimate him, you won't know how he died." "How does it compare to the strength of the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral?" "Stronger." "Isn't that comparable to the strength of the Marine Vice Admiral?" "Not really. The strength of the Vice Admiral and the Rear Admiral is too different. Under normal circumstances, the bounty must be at least 200 million berries to have the strength of the Vice Admiral of the Headquarters." "Then why is his bounty so low?" Carl asked in surprise. "He has done less bad things." Kizaru raised his eyebrows and said, "Then there is Moria. His bounty is currently as high as 200 million baileys. His pirate group is active in the Grand Line and has a good reputation in the New World. He has always wanted to defeat Kaido and become one of the 4 strongest pirates in the New World. His strength is much stronger than the money hanging on his head. 4 major pirates. Carl raised his eyebrows, as if the 4 emperors have not been determined yet. The strongest is the Whitebeard pirates, followed by Kaido, Big Mom, and the Night Pirates in the second echelon. Kizaru shook his head. The new world is very chaotic now. All forces are fighting for territory. Each one wants to become a pirate king like Whitebeard or even stronger. Who are these Night Pirates? They are so powerful. What about the Red Hair Pirates? Red Hair Pirates? Kizaru was stunned for a moment, and then as if he had thought of something, he recalled with a look of recollection, that is indeed a great guy, but his current pirate group is not very powerful. I see. Carl thought to himself that Red Hair should still be adventuring in East Blue at this time. Let's talk about the Night Pirates. The Night Pirates, the captain is a great swordsman named Garner, who used to be an instructor at Tongwin Sword Hall, but later got tired of that kind of life and went out to sea as a pirate. Now the bounty is as high as 560 million Baileys. There are not many regular members in this pirate group, but each of them is not a simple character. Even the weakest Lafitte has extremely strong swordsmanship. However, the Night Pirates have recruited tens of thousands of pirates as their crew members, and can be said to be the most powerful in the second echelon. Hearing the 4 words Tongwin Sword Hall, Carl was stunned for a moment and then returned to normal, wondering in his heart, wasn't Lafitte a crew member recruited by Blackbeard in Impel Down later? Since we are talking about pirates, please tell me about the current pirate forces. In addition to pirates like Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Ghana, there are Moria's echelon. The strength of the pirate groups in this echelon is uneven, but the weakest is the strength of Vice Admiral. Like the owner of Cat Belly Snake, the most vicious female pirate in history, Katarina. Depin, the huge battleship San Juan. Wolf, the Golden Emperor Guild. Teezero, the red-haired Shanks, Vinsmoke. G, the 100 times fruit ability user Burndy. World, Don Quixote. Doflamingo, Columbia, the 9 Snakes Pirates. Not to mention the emerging big pirates, there are so many of them, like Crocodile, I have never heard of it before, and there are Shinigami Pirates, Sun Pirates, SE Pirates, Zeph Pirates, Squad. Listening to Kizaru listing one familiar or unfamiliar force after another, Carl deeply felt the chaos from this era. By 1520, everyone only knows about the 4 emperors. Who still knows about the Night Pirates? Lafitte, Depin, Wolf, World, Columbia, Shinigami Poison Q, Ivankov, Zeph, Tiger. These people are either in seclusion, thrown into eternal hell, or have died and disappeared in the long river of history. Luffy caught up with a relatively stable era. If it were such a chaotic era, he would probably have died before entering the new world. By the way, there is one person you must be very careful of. Oh? Who? Red Earl Red. Very powerful. Powerful. Kizaru smiled bitterly and shook his head. He can fight all the members of Roger Pirates alone. You say powerful. What? Carl's eyes bulged, and he was shocked. One person fought all the members of Roger Pirates alone, are you kidding? Red is a contemporary of Whitebeard, Roger, and Golden Lion. He is not much weaker than Roger, and he can take on Roger's pirate group alone. And Red doesn't admit that Roger is the Pirate King. He calls himself the Pirate King and sails alone. He is an extremely dangerous person. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 023, Quick, Stop Me. Well, the situation of the pirates is basically like this now. Kizaru said with a smile. Thank you. Carl thanked him. Haha, you saved my face. I haven't had time to thank you yet, but I thank you first. Kizaru waved his hands repeatedly. Are you really not leaving? Do you think there is a difference between returning to Maya Island and being here? Carl smiled and said, unless you cancel my bounty order, otherwise, pirates with bad intentions will come to me wherever I go. I will inform the teacher and revoke your bounty order. Chizuru nodded in agreement and said seriously, Carl, why don't you join Marine? Carl was stunned. This was considered a formal invitation from Marine to him. Well, I don't have any idea of joining any force at the moment. Is that so? That's a pity. If I really ask to join Marine, you can't refuse. The world's #1 doctor joins Marine. Who dares not to accept Lao Zi will be the first to make trouble with him. Chizuru was immediately unhappy when he heard it, and slammed the table and said loudly, ha ha. Ha ha. The two ended their conversation with laughter, and Chizuru couldn't persuade Carl, so he had to give up temporarily. As for kidnapping, he would not do it for public or private reasons. Chizuru returned and immediately conveyed the content of his conversation with Carl to Zephyr. Although Zephyr was a little disappointed, he still agreed and decisively revoked the bounty order for Carl. Finally, he asked Chizuru to stay in Sabayati temporarily to prevent Carl from being kidnapped by other forces, and to leave after Carl's limelight passed. That night, the 9 Snakes pirates found the 3 Hancock sisters, took the 3 girls on the ship, and then returned to 9 Snakes Island overnight. As for the devil fruit auction, they were really not interested. Hancock, what are you looking at? Why don't you go to rest? Grandma Jia saw Hancock staring at the newspaper in a daze and said with concern. Grandma Jia? I'll go to rest now. Hancock was startled, and she turned around and walked towards the cabin after she came to her senses. Alas, she has suffered so much over the years. Grandma Jia sighed, and her eyes involuntarily fell on the newspaper on the table. This was a newspaper from a week ago, and the headline was suddenly a news about a 500 million Bailey reward. This girl is staring at this news. Grandma Jia's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. At this moment, a petite figure suddenly flashed out and took the newspaper on the table, and then Hancock's voice came, Grandma Jia, you should also go to bed early. The next morning, the news of the cancellation of Carl's bounty order quickly spread. Damn, it's a waste of time. Lao Zi came out of the Grand Line and told me that the bounty order was cancelled. Is this Marine playing tricks on us? When the news spread, many people in Sabayati archipelago were not happy, and they shouted one after another. 500 million Baileys, just floated away like this, who wouldn't feel distressed? Come on, even if it wasn't revoked, would you dare to rob people? A young man rolled his eyes and said. Why not? If he dares to appear in front of me, I will rob him immediately. A bounty hunter said angrily. Oh! Look, the kid walking in front is Carl. The person who spoke earlier suddenly pointed to one side and said. Damn, it's true. The bounty hunter's eyes widened immediately. Go and rob him, I'm rooting for you. The young man gave the other party an encouraging look. Guys, get your weapons. The bounty hunter's eyes instantly turned into countless Baileys, and he waved his hands and was about to get his weapons. Captain! Captain, calm down. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him. Don't stop me, I want to rob someone. He's followed by celestial dragons. What? The hunter captain was stunned, and his eyes looked behind Carl. In an instant, his legs softened and he almost fell to the ground. World nobles. Quick, stop me, I won't rob people anymore, I won't rob people anymore. Everyone was in a black line, damn idiot. Suddenly, the hunter captain saw Carl turned his head and looked at him. I heard that you want to rob me. In an instant, the hunter captain felt like a demon pounced on him, and all the hairs on his body stood up at this time. Yes, no. The hunter captain shook his head like a wave drum. Kidnapping Carl? What a joke! Even the world nobles can only walk behind, and he dare not do it even if he has 100 courage. Marine doesn't even issue a bounty, what's the point of robbing me, really? Carl shook his head, and then took Risward to the street with great fanfare. Captain, are you okay? Not bad. After coming to his senses, the hunter captain sat down on the ground, and only then did he realize that his back was wet with sweat. He really thought he was going to be beaten by celestial dragons just now. What is the identity of this little Carl? No wonder Marine's bounty order is as high as 500 million Baileys, even celestial dragons can only follow behind, this alone is worth the price. What is Carl's identity? Even celestial dragons can only follow behind. No one can figure it out, but the more they can't figure it out, the more they want to figure it out. As a result, the more they think about it, the more they feel that Carl's identity is unfathomable, and the more they think about it, the more scared they are. At this time, several servants came to the street and shouted loudly, "Extra! Extra! Star Auction House will auction a secret treasure of the sea tonight, devil fruit." What? Secret treasure of the sea? Boom! Instantly, the shock brought by Carl just now was swept away, and then they were shocked by the news of the auction of devil fruit. In an instant, the news of the auction of devil fruit swept the entire Sabaody at lightning speed. And Carl's bounty order was cancelled, and the news of traveling with celestial dragons seemed less important. The bounty order was cancelled? Secret treasure of the sea? How interesting! Captain Crocodile, let's go and reserve the location of the auction first. Go! Soon after Crocodile landed on the island, the Moria pirates, the Night Pirates, and the Fearless Pirates also came to the island. As soon as these three captains arrived on the island, the emotions of the pirates in Sabaody almost got out of control. Although the bounty of Columbia is not as high as 100 million, its strength is definitely above 100 million. It is a giant in the first half of the Grand Line and cannot be underestimated. As for Moria, it is the top pirate group second only to the four major pirate groups, and the strength of Captain Moria is not inferior to Admiral of Headquarters. And the last Night Pirates are legendary pirates who rule nearly a quarter of the New World. Such top figures are impossible for countless people to see in their lifetime, but now they have the opportunity to see the real face. On this day, major events happened in Sabaody Archipelago, making the people on the island excited. Of course, in addition to this, a new transvestite pirate group also landed on the island, and among the people accompanying them was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24, Mermaid Allen. Sabaody Land. On this day, the Night Pirates, Moria Pirates, Fearless Pirates, Crocodile Pirates, and SE Pirates gathered, a total of 5 major pirate groups. In addition, there is the future Admiral of Marine, the current Vice Admiral of Kizaru, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Luffy's father, Dragon. Perhaps because of the auction of devil fruit, the major pirate groups just looked for a temporary location and waited quietly, without any extraordinary actions. Until the night fell, the 5 major pirate groups set off to the Star Auction House, and directly occupied 5 locations with excellent views on the second floor after entering the auction house. Although the auction house was dissatisfied with the behavior of the 5 major pirate groups, it did not dare to step forward to stop them. After all, it was very good that the pirates did not demolish his auction house. When Carl came to the auction house, he was shocked by the flow of people in front of him. Even if the venue staff told him that there were no seats inside, people continued to squeeze in. One by one, they rushed to buy tickets, just to grab a standing ticket. So many people? Damn, are we going to squeeze in? Carl was sweating profusely. The pirates in front of him were all more powerful than him. He might not be able to squeeze in with his small body. Dr. Carl, let's go that way. Risward reminded him. As a world noble, he had many privileges. Carl looked in the direction Risward pointed. There was indeed a passage that only staff could enter. He turned around and followed Risward in. FK, who is that kid? He actually went through the special passage. Why? Why can a little kid go through the special passage? FK, do you want to die? That was Carl just now. What? I didn't see his face. When he heard that it was Carl, the pirate's dissatisfaction immediately turned into fear. If the people who followed the world nobles were not qualified to go through the special passage, I'm afraid no one would have such special treatment. Not long after Carl entered, Kizaru, who was dressed in casual clothes and wearing a canvas hat, walked towards the special passage. Kizaru reached out and pulled out a certificate from his chest. The two guards' faces changed immediately when they saw it, and they made way for Kizaru to enter. At this time, the venue fell into a brief silence because of Carl's appearance. There was no way, because he was followed by Risward, a celestial dragon. Tisk, tisk, there are so many people. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Carl acted very rustic, and people were stunned by his surprise. Is this really the Carl that celestial dragons can follow? He actually followed celestial dragons. Crocodile frowned slightly. If he wanted to kidnap Carl, he would definitely provoke the Marine Admiral, which would be troublesome. Moria also had concerns. He was now trying his best to develop the pirate group. In order to compete for more voice in the New World, if he provoked the Marine Admiral, wouldn't it greatly slow down his pace? Among the people present, only Dragon had no scruples at all. For him, anyone could be kidnapped. As for the night pirates, their goal was actually devil fruit from the beginning. They already had a doctor with great medical skills on board, and the fearless pirates were the same. At present, they were not short of doctors. Soon, Carl and his party, under the guidance of the staff, came to the third floor, which was specially set up for the world's nobles. Bang! When everyone was seated, the lights in the venue suddenly dimmed, and then a strong beam of light hit the high platform, and everyone's eyes were attracted involuntarily. Standing on the stage was a man in his 50s, wearing a smart outfit with an extraordinary temperament. First of all, welcome to the celebrity auction. Secondly, the auction officially begins. Everyone present was stunned at the time. They didn't expect that the auction would start so directly without giving them any preparation. Interesting. Carl thought there would be a long and boring content, but he didn't expect the auctioneer to go straight to the point. The first auction item is the mermaid. As the auctioneer's voice fell, a soft light lit up on the other side. Under the light, a large transparent water tank was revealed, and a mermaid girl with a well-proportioned body was shrinking in the water. When seeing the mermaid girl in the pool, the whole venue was stunned. It was beautiful, breathtaking. The mermaid in front of them was simply a miracle of the creator. She had all the advantages of a mermaid, a beautiful face, a delicate figure, and a unique charm. Under the soft light, the frightened mermaid girl looks even more gentle and pitiful, which makes people feel pity. The bright light blue scales spread from the navel downwards, adding a bit of mystery. The long fish tail sways slightly underwater. Although every move is full of tension, it is still full of elegance and charm. This is simply a beauty that makes countless men's hormones soar. Risward didn't want to come at first, but now that he saw the mermaid girl, he suddenly felt that it was right to follow Carl, otherwise he would miss it. However, it was not only Risward who was moved. Carl was also moved. He was also a normal person who yearned for beautiful things. What's more, Carl had no one in his heart, so he was naturally easily moved. Looking at the mermaid girl carefully, Carl's eyes suddenly stagnated and fell on the two scars on the latter's back. They were wounds pulled out by iron hooks. Obviously, they were left by the violent struggle when humans captured her. He looked at the mermaid girl again, only to see that she was crying silently in the water, with a pair of pure blue eyes full of fear for the future. As you can see, this mermaid is the most beautiful one ever caught. The starting price is 50 million Baileys, and each bid must not be less than 10 million. 60 million. 100 million. 150 million. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the price of the mermaid girl broke through 100 million. This growth rate stunned countless pirates. Damn, you rich people, do you have to be so arrogant? 500 million. Suddenly, a bloody number appeared, and the venue fell into silence in an instant. Gulp. Countless people swallowed their saliva secretly. It was too extravagant to buy a fishman for 500 million. For such a prodigal son, Moria and others were very curious. They turned their heads to look at the bidder and were stunned. Damn, it turned out to be the world noble celestial dragon's Rizward. P.S. Tianya begs for flowers, rewards, collections, and monthly tickets. _ In addition, there will be another update at 10 o'clock. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 025, I Want It Too. You want her. Just as Rizward's blood was boiling, Carl's voice floated over. Yes, Dr. Carl. Rizward turned his head to look at Carl, but saw that the latter's eyes were not on him at all. Suddenly, Carl turned his head and looked directly at Rizward. I want her too. Rizward was stunned and was stunned at the time. Suddenly, Rizward's hair stood up and laughed awkwardly. Hee, Dr. Carl likes that, that's yours. Carl's meaning was clearly that he wanted the mermaid girl, so he had to withdraw. As for sharing, he was not stupid. If he really did this, Carl would have to pull out his tendons and peel off his skin. Therefore, this mermaid girl must be handed over. Carl was very satisfied with Rizward's understanding. He understood why Doflamingo liked to control people. That feeling was indeed different. 500 million berries for the first time. Is there anyone else bidding? Just kidding, who among the pirates present would be so wasteful as to spend 500 million berries on a vase, and when celestial dragons bid, wouldn't that be making things difficult for themselves? 500 million berries for the second time. 500 million berries for the third time. Congratulations, Lord Rizward, you have successfully bid for the mermaid girl with 500 million berries, we will send her to you later. Haha, you should congratulate Dr. Carl, this is what Dr. Carl wanted. Rizward said loudly, his heart bleeding. As soon as these words came out, everyone was more certain that Carl's identity was extraordinary, and even Rizward was polite to him. Then congratulations to Dr. Carl. The auctioneer reacted quickly, changed his words immediately, and then ordered the staff to take the mermaid girl away. Can I go see her now? Carl looked at the staff beside him and pointed at the mermaid girl who was taken away. Of course, if you want to see her now, I can take you there. The staff smiled. Carl stood up and said, take me there. Dr. Carl, the auction hasn't ended yet. Seeing Carl leave, Rizward looked surprised. Yeah, the devil fruit hasn't been auctioned yet. Woods also advised. Carl waved his hand, I'm not interested in the fruit. Then he followed the staff downstairs. Rizward was stunned for a moment and finally followed. He was also not interested in the devil fruit. In the end, only Woods was left with a stunned look. He really didn't understand why Carl, who wanted to become stronger, was not interested in the devil fruit. No matter what everyone thought, Carl came to the mermaid girl's water tank. When he walked towards the mermaid girl, the latter became obviously extremely uneasy. You, don't come over. What do you want to do? She hated humans, and after seeing Carl, this hatred became even deeper, because of the side effect of the attribute of being condemned by thousands of people on Carl's head. Unfortunately, her voice was too soft, and even the threat was full of temptation, which could not stop Carl at all. Don't come over, woo-woo. Seeing Carl, who was not threatened by her at all, getting closer and closer, the mermaid girl was so anxious that she cried. Carl! Damn! Is lousy so scary? I just came a few steps closer and scared you to tears. Am I a devil in your eyes? Do you hate me? The mermaid girl gave Carl a hateful look. Okay, I asked a very stupid question. Carl touched his nose awkwardly. Actually, I'm a good person. Don't be afraid. The mermaid girl stared at Carl closely, and her vigilance never weakened. Obviously, she didn't believe what Carl said. Damn, the system has hurt me so much. Seeing that the mermaid girl was unmoved, Carl had the urge to curse. The title of being pointed at by thousands of people was simply forcing him to become a star of doom. Can you transform your feet now? How were you caught? Where are you from? Can you say a word? Damn, you are a slave now, don't you understand? Laozi is your master. If you dare not listen to the master's words, believe it or not, I will make you wish you were dead or alive. Angry, Carl was really angry. His good temper also has a bottom line. The mermaid girl and he had no intersection, and now she didn't say a word to him, which angered him. After all, he was not so cheap that he was shameless to coax her because she was beautiful. The mermaid girl trembled with fear when she heard it, and looked at Carl in horror and trembled. Ai, Alan. Carl curled his lips. This person is mean. He won't talk to you in a nice way, and he will only cooperate when others are angry. Can you transform your feet? No, I can't. Alan shrank in a corner and looked at Carl with fear. Well, this is difficult. Carl frowned. Does he want him to take the big water tank with him? Resward seemed to see Carl's troubles, and stepped forward and said, drive. Carl can keep her in the pool until she reaches adulthood. Adult. Carl paused for a moment, turned his head and looked at Annie. You are not yet an adult. No, no. Alan replied immediately because he was afraid that he would be slow to answer. How long will it take for you to become an adult? 1 year. Oh my God, it's going to take so long. Carl raised his lips. Forget it, you stay in the tank for now. Alan, turn around and face me with your back. Having experienced Carl's anger before, Alan didn't dare to be suspicious and turned around obediently. Carl looked at the injury on the latter's back again, and then nodded. Okay, Woods, you will arrange to transport the person back to the manor. Okay, Dr. Carl. Woods immediately stepped forward to take over the control of Alan. Also, find someone to get some medicine. Let's go. Dr. Carl, the auction is not over yet. Resward Woods persuaded again. Then you find someone to stay. If there is a good knife or something, bid for it, and forget about the others. Carl thought for a while and said, although he was not interested in devil fruit, but if there was a good sword. Soon, Carl took Alan out of the auction house, and naturally attracted many onlookers on the road, and they were all amazed at Alan. This kid actually left. Carl, who was walking on the road, didn't notice that there was a tail behind him. This tail was none other than Ivankov, the Demon King who was ordered by Long to track down Carl's whereabouts. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 026, Kizaru's Fruit Gift. Dr. Carl, the herbs are ready. Yes, send them to the medicine room. After taking a look at the herbs, Carl entered the medicine room and began to prepare the medicine. Resward and the others did not ask any more questions. Carl looked at the injury on Alan's back and prepared the medicine now, which made it clear that he wanted to treat the latter's injury. This made them feel a little jealous. Why did they eat poison, but a slave mermaid could let Carl prepare healing medicine? What's more annoying is that Alan, who was in a blessed situation, glared at Carl with hatred. If it were them, they would probably have their eyes dug out. It's really f***ed up. Half an hour later, Carl walked towards Alan with a bowl of ointment. Lie down by the tank, Carl said directly in an imperative tone. Alan was afraid of Carl, crossed his arms on the edge, and stared at Carl with a vigilant look. It may hurt a little later, bear with it and don't move, Carl warned, and put 3 fingers together to pinch a small ball of ointment to apply to the wound on Alan's back. When he looked up, he saw that the water tank was taller than him, and he was stunned for a moment. Dr. Carl, this, stand on it. Woods was quick-witted and immediately came to Carl's side with a chair. Haha, you are thoughtful. I will prescribe some medicine for you later to make up for your overdrawn kidney. Carl smiled. Woods blushed, but soon he became excited. Thank you, Dr. Carl. Carl didn't say much, and stood on the chair directly, stretched out his hand and applied the ointment directly to Alan's wound. Ah, it hurts. The mermaid girl Alan flicked her tail and rushed to the other side, with crystal tears flashing in her blue eyes. Pa! Carl was miserable, and his face was covered with splashed water on the spot. Risward and others' eyes bulged, and they felt a chill rushing from the soles of their feet to their heads. It's over. However, Carl's reaction stunned them and they couldn't believe it at all. Carl reached out to wipe the water stains on his face and looked at the latter calmly and said, "You don't want to get hurt on your back, okay? Are you really healing me?" Alan heard the surrounding humans call Carl a doctor more than once, and thought that Carl's behavior seemed to be really healing her. "Are you afraid that I will poison you to death?" Carl patted the edge and motioned the latter to come over quickly. Alan hesitated for a moment, and finally swam over with his lips bitten, leaving his back to Carl. "Bear with it." "Yeah." Looking at Alan who looked like he was ready to die, Carl couldn't help but laugh, grabbed a handful of ointment, and then applied it directly with a snap. "Ah!" hiss. When the medicine penetrated into the wound, Alan gasped in pain, his tail twisted uneasily, and tears fell down like he didn't want to die. "Does it hurt so much?" Carl said, trying not to laugh. His medicine was like alcohol poured directly on the wound. It was definitely not a slight pain. Moreover, his face was covered with water. He was unhappy and applied more ointment at once. The pain was definitely more than doubled. "It hurts." Alan's eyes were red and he kept gasping for air. "Why did it hurt so much more than before?" "It's much better now." Carl smiled slightly, and the strength in his hands was reduced a lot. The amount of medicine applied each time also returned to normal. "Hey, it really doesn't hurt that much." Alan blinked and immediately felt that the pain in his back had eased a lot. "Wait a while, you will feel comfortable. It will be painful when the medicine enters the body at first, but after a few minutes, it will not feel that way." After a while, Alan's tears stopped and she stopped breathing. She only felt a cool feeling on her back, and Carl's unique technique made her feel like she was lying on a warm and soft bed. So comfortable in the end, Alan couldn't help but scream out. This sound that was so sweet to the bones made the men present shiver. Carl smiled. If it weren't for his unique technique, it would have been no pain at most. Risward, Woods and others felt that their outlook on life had been overturned. As the master, Carl not only treated the slaves' injuries, but also worked as a part-time masseur. Damn, is there anything more outrageous in the world than this? Okay, apply it again tomorrow, and your injuries will be healed, and there will be no scars left. Carl clapped his hands and got off the chair and onto the ground. Alan looked at Carl who was leaving, and remained silent, but the vigilance in his eyes was slightly weakened. At this moment, the soldier who stayed in the auction ran back. "Dr. Carl. Is the auction over?" Seeing the latter with empty hands, Carl was not disappointed. After all, good workers are not something you can easily find. "Yes," the soldier said respectfully. "In addition, Vice Admiral Salino wants to see you. Hey! Carl was surprised that Kizaru actually came to the door. Where is he? I'll go find him. Outside the gate of the manor. As soon as the soldier finished speaking, Carl walked out of the manor. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw Kizaru in casual clothes holding a small box. Wow, you came to see me in the middle of the night. Although Kizaru is the future admiral, there is no courtesy between the two of them, and they get along very casually. Tisk, tisk, it's hard for me to see you now. Kizaru sighed. Who would have thought that he was just a doctor on Maya Island, but in less than a month he became a person that celestial dragons Rizward treated respectfully. Haha, don't be surprised, after all, this manor is not mine. Carl smiled. Let's go in and talk. Kizaru nodded and followed Carl into the manor and came to the hall. He happened to see Rizward and greeted him politely, Lord Rizward. It turns out to be Mr. Vice Admiral. You talk to Dr. Carl first, I'll go to rest first. Rizward laughed dryly, turned around and left. It's so late, what do you want to do? Carl didn't care about Rizward's departure, as long as he didn't get in his way. This thing, as my thank you gift. Kizaru said, put the box on the table and pushed it in front of Carl. Carl curiously opened it and was shocked at the time. What appeared in front of him was a fruit similar to pineapple. Evil, evil, evil. Is this for me? Is this really for me? Carl was confused, and Woods and others were dumbfounded. Why are you making such a fuss? It's just a devil fruit. Kizaru smiled while crossing his legs. FK. It's just a devil fruit? Do you think you can grow it? So many people beg for it but can't. Carl rolled his eyes at Kizaru. You said it easily. If you release it, do you know how many people want to get it? How many people fight for it? Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 027, You'd better accept it. Looking at the devil fruit in front of him, Carl really didn't know what to say for a moment. He didn't expect Kizaru's gift to be so expensive. It's too expensive. I can't accept it. Carl thought for a long time and finally chose to refuse. For him, this devil fruit is a pity to throw away, but it's useless to keep it. What? Kizaru stared at Carl with wide eyes. Do you really understand what devil fruit represents? Of course I know, eating it can get abilities that ordinary people can't imagine. Carl said solemnly. What about you? Since you understand, why don't you want it? I don't want to eat devil fruit because it will make me lose interest in swimming. Carl said half-jokingly. Who believes it? Anyway, Kizaru didn't believe Carl's words. In his opinion, there must be other reasons. I have delivered the things. If you refuse, it may not be good. What's wrong with this? Carl's smile froze on his face, and suddenly said, Isn't this the one at the auction tonight? That's it. Kizaru nodded. Carl's eyebrows were raised wildly. He couldn't imagine Kizaru fighting his way through the bidding of the 5 major pirate groups and winning the devil fruit. How much Bailey did you use? 1 billion Bailey. What? 1 billion. Carl's eyebrows bulged. Damn, how much money is 1 billion Bailey? It's enough for him to buy 2 Allens. Of course, there is only 1 Allen in the world. Wait, how do you have so much money? Carl, who was shocked, suddenly thought of one thing, that is, how can a vice admiral have 1 billion Bailey? Kizaru scratched his head awkwardly when he heard it. Actually, I only paid 200 million Bailey myself. What about the remaining 800 million Bailey? I got it from the Marine. 66666. Carl gave Kizaru a thumbs up. He didn't expect Kizaru to embezzle 800 million Bailey of public funds. So, if you don't accept it, my kindness will be in vain. FK. You're forcing me. The money has been spent, you'd better accept it. How can you give gifts like this? I can't help it. I think giving money directly seems too cold, so. Carl was stunned at the time. Let alone 100 million, you can give me 200 million, but now it has become a devil fruit that he doesn't want to eat. FK, what the hell is this? Carl is a typical guy who doesn't know how to appreciate the blessings. The future Marine Admiral gave you a devil fruit, but you still despised it. If this gets out, I don't know how many people will hack him to death. Tell me the truth, this devil fruit is really just your idea. It's not. I said, why would Marine let you embezzle 800 million Baileys? Carl is not a fool. Such an expensive gift is probably not just a simple thank you. Well, you saw through it. Marine is inviting you to join. Kizaru smiled. He didn't think Carl was an ordinary kid. It was normal for him to see the trick. FK, Marine is willing to pay so much money to win me over. Carl, that's your vision problem. What do you mean? Carl frowned in dissatisfaction. Have you ever thought about how many lives a doctor can save? Kizaru smiled slightly, especially the world's #1 doctor. I really haven't thought about it. Do you know why Dr. James can see me without a salute? Because he has cured more than 20,000 Marines in his life, and among them, there are thousands of Marine generals, even teachers Fr. Garp and others have been treated by him. Do you think 1 billion Baileys are not worth it? Carl was silent. 20,000 times, even if he gave the lowest 10,000 Baileys for each treatment, there would be 200 million Baileys in medical fees. 1 billion Baileys is really not much. Moreover, some things cannot be measured by money, such as life. 1 billion Baileys are simply too small in front of it. Do you still think 1 billion Baileys are a lot? Kizaru asked back. No, not much. Carl shook his head decisively, but I'm afraid I can't accept your gift. Why? Kizaru was stunned. I told you yesterday that I don't want to join any faction yet. Carl really didn't want to accept it. Accepting it would mean that he admitted that he was a member of Marine. I know that, but devil fruit has already been bought, and the money can't be taken out. As for joining Marine, you can think about it slowly. Kizaru spread his hands and even acted like a rogue. Looking at Kizaru in front of him, Carl pondered for a moment, and finally nodded and said, Okay, I accept it. Seeing this, Kizaru immediately showed a happy smile on his face. At least for now, Carl is not disgusted with Marine. At this time, if he wants to join a faction in the future, Marine will definitely be the first choice. In this case, then I'll take my leave first. If you have any questions, you can go directly to Marine, or contact me directly. The two chatted for a while, and Kizaru left after leaving a den mushy. Haha, don't be bothered. Seeing this den mushy, Carl was much happier than seeing devil fruit, and he took it away like lightning. Kizaru was stunned by this scene. It was just a den mushy. Why was he so happy? Of course, what he didn't know was that Carl had a way to ask for help. Shaking his head, Kizaru turned around and walked out of the manor, while Carl told Woods to put away the devil fruit and sent him to the gate. Okay, later. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed towards Carl. Kizaru's words stopped abruptly, and he kicked out without thinking. FK. Carl was shocked by Kizaru's sudden change of expression, and his heart suddenly became nervous. He didn't want to hit anyone. Bang! A dull sound exploded in Carl's ears, and then a strong gust of wind blew his hair wildly, and the whole person was swaying and felt like he couldn't stand. S.E. Ivankov. Kizaru's eyes turned cold after kicking back the intruder who wanted to do something bad to Carl. It turned out to be a newly rising pirate, S.E. King Ivankov. Damn, I miscalculated. I'm so disappointed, so disappointed, so disappointed, so disappointed. Ivankov was startled, then he cried with his head in his hands, his face full of disappointment. Ding! A character with the demon mark was found, the Demon King Ivankov. FK. The Revolutionary Army appeared. Hearing the system's prompt, Karl was shocked. This time he had provoked the real big boss. Suddenly, Ivan's disappointment disappeared in an instant, replaced by a face full of pride. Ha ha ha, I'm not disappointed at all. I even fooled the Vice Admiral of the headquarters. Karl looked at Ivankov with an idiotic look. Can you act more realistically? Kizaru sweated profusely, and met a mentally ill guy. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 028, A Near Miss. Knowing that the person in front of him was the Demon King of the Revolutionary Army, Karl immediately became a little uneasy. Let's not talk about whether the latter would turn him into a demon, just talk about the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army, the world's largest criminal organization in the future, almost all members live in the dark and rarely show up. How can this be possible? How can Karl be a hiding person? Moreover, Karl does not agree with the Revolutionary Army's goal of overthrowing the world government. Why? Because the real purpose of the world government that Dragon wants to overthrow is the world's nobles. At least, Karl knows that the Revolutionary Army will not be able to do it in the next 10 years. Could it be that Karl will have to follow the Revolutionary Army to run around for decades? Did Karl come to the pirate world just to live this kind of running life? What a joke! What Karl wants is to appear on the stage of this world openly, and the Revolutionary Army can't give it. I didn't expect that all kinds of cats and dogs want to rob people. Kizaru, with a gloomy face, was full of anger. He actually wanted to rob Karl in front of him. This simply didn't take him, the Vice Admiral, seriously. Damn it! Ivankov glared with his right eye, and a visible ripple surged out and swept towards Kizaru. Seeing the attack coming, Kizaru dodged sideways, and heard a loud bang behind him, and a stone pillar as thick as a bucket was broken in half, but unfortunately, Karl was still knocked unconscious by the shock wave. Kizaru raised his eyebrows, and his anger became even worse. Just as he was about to teach Ivankov a lesson, a figure in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of him. Salino, Vice Admiral, you should hand him over. Long. Kizaru's face sank slightly. The person who came was none other than Luffy's father, Long. The latter was a criminal who had only emerged in the past 2 years. It was said that he was the son of Vice Admiral Garp. No one knew his specific strength. Our target is only Dr. Karl, and we don't want to fight with him. Long looked at Kizaru and smiled. Haha, are you kidding? Bang! As soon as the voice fell, Kizaru raised his leg and kicked towards Long, kicking at the speed of light. Seeing the golden light that was less than 3 meters away from him, Long's face suddenly darkened. He did not dare to be careless and focused on responding. Boom! Long retreated more than 10 meters, his feet scraped 2 long marks on the ground, and the strong wind blew away all the dust and smoke around. It's really lively. At this time, a huge figure walked out from the shadows, and his eyes were directly fixed on Ivankov, who wanted to take the opportunity to snatch Karl. You are Moria. The pointed head, sharp teeth, and black horns made Ivankov recognize who was in front of him at once. Kizaru's face was even uglier. One Long was already difficult enough, and now there was Ivan and Moria. You can't snatch people away. Moria's nearly 6-meter tall body pressed directly towards Ivan. Ivankov looked at Moria, his face turned ugly. The other party became famous many years ago, and now he is a famous pirate in the New World. His strength is far beyond what he can compare with now. It seems that he doesn't want to give up. After waiting for a second, Moria's face suddenly changed, and he clenched his right fist. Without saying a word, he swung it up and hit Ivan. Death blink. Ivan's face changed wildly, his right eye bulged, and at the same time, an amazing shock wave rushed straight to Moria's iron fist. Boom! The two collided in the middle, the air burst instantly, and a violent gust of wind burst out, sweeping around, scratching people's cheeks. Interesting. Moria turned his head to look at Ivan, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. The latter's way of attacking with his eyes made him feel very unique. Buzz! Just as Ivan was running away, a black shadow in a fur coat suddenly rushed out. The opponent raised his hand and slapped him. The strong palm wind made his face change greatly. Ivan clenched his fingers into a fist and shouted angrily, "Spin! Beauty!" As soon as the voice fell, he spun like a top, and the attack of the black shadow was immediately missed. Death eyes! With a glare of his right eye, a strong explosion of wind hit the opponent. The black shadow was startled and turned over to retreat, but at this time, Ivan followed him like a shadow. Ivan chuckled, stretched out his 5 fingers and scratched the opponent's clothes in an instant, but the pattern that came into his eyes made Ivan feel stunned. Looking for death. In midair, the black shadow was already furious. "Haha, let me teach you a little lesson, male hormone." Ivan laughed 3 times, then stabbed the latter in the back, and then kicked him away. Boom! The shadow smashed directly into the stone house at the back. The smoke and the cover of the night made it difficult to see the battle situation. "You are so tactless." Ivankov, the SE King. Ivan was about to leave, but a team of Marines surrounded him under the moonlight, led by an expressionless Marine Rear Admiral. "How dare a mere Rear Admiral block my way?" Ivan was furious and met the enemy with one hand, SE Fist. Death Attraction Fist. As soon as the fist was thrown, it stirred the air around it. The fist was as powerful as a tiger and as fast as a gust of wind. Wherever the fist passed, the air could not bear it and exploded one after another. Double sword style? Twins? Stoloberry was calm and unhurried, and the 2 swords were unsheathed. In an instant, the sharp edges were exposed. The 2 swords were like twin dragons entangled and swept out at a high speed, like a meteor. Puff! As soon as they crossed, blood spurted out of Ivan's left arm at the same time. What a fast knife! Ivan's left arm trembled, hurting his tendons and bones, and temporarily losing his strength. Stay! After injuring Ivan with one move, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Stoloberry's eyes, and he stepped towards Ivan. Death eyes! Ivan's face suddenly changed, and he glared angrily. In an instant, the violent explosion wind swept towards Stoloberry like a hurricane. Retreat! Stoloberry was not afraid, but the Marine soldiers behind him could not stop him. Leave! Glancing at Karl unwillingly, Ivan turned his head and rushed to the path on the side. After a few flashes, he was completely immersed in the night. "Hurry up and protect Dr. Karl," Stoloberry said and walked quickly towards Karl. "You came just in time, Stoloberry." Seeing the newcomer, Kizaru's pressure was greatly reduced. As long as he could hold back Long and Moria, he would never be able to take Karl away. "I just happened to meet him on the way here," Stoloberry said. Long looked at Moria and was silent for a while. Finally, he snorted and jumped into the night behind him and disappeared. "It seems that I can only wait for another chance." Moria was even more depressed. He didn't expect Long to leave so easily. In this way, it would be even more impossible for him to snatch Karl away alone. P.S. Please give flowers, please give rewards, please collect, please give monthly tickets. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 29, Who is Oro Ryoci? Where is this? When Karl woke up, he found himself sleeping in a familiar room. Confused, Karl got out of bed and walked out. "Dr. Karl! The servant waiting outside the house shouted respectfully. "Risward, where is Woods?" Carl hoped someone could answer his questions. "In the hall." Carl went straight to the hall after getting the answer, and saw Risward sitting in the first seat and Woods standing below. "Dr. Carl! Dr. Carl!" Risward immediately got down from his seat and greeted Carl, followed by Woods. "How did I get back?" Carl found a chair and sat down casually. "It was Vice Admiral Marine Salino who brought you back," Risward said. "I see." Carl nodded slowly, and after a little hesitation, Carl called Kizaru with Den Den Mushi. "It seems that you have woken up, Carl." Kizaru's voice came from the receiver. "Thank you for saving me last night," Carl said sincerely. "Haha, Stolo Berry Rear Admiral also made some efforts. This is what happened." Kizaru told Carl everything that happened last night. "I didn't expect them to act so urgently." Carl's face became solemn. "What's the situation on the island now?" "The night pirates have left. It seems that they came to Sabayati for devil fruit. The Fearless, SE, and Crocodile pirates left last night. Only the Moria pirates are still on the island. They still don't give up on you. You have to be careful during this period. You are not on the island." Carl's heart skipped a beat. If Kizaru was too far away, his reinforcements would be helpless. "I am on my way to East Blue now. The Sun Pirates have caused us a lot of trouble, and the world nobles are constantly putting pressure on us. I will be careful. By the way, the world noble Oro Ryoci wants to see you. When will you go to the Holy Land?" Suddenly, Risward was shocked and listened attentively. "Who is Oral Yangsheng?" Carl was stunned. He didn't know other celestial dragons. "Oral Yangsheng?" Risward's pupils shrank slightly. "Isn't that the young master of the Prometheus family who lives in the Holy Land?" How could the latter be related to Carl? "You know that the other party's family is one of the best even among the world's nobles, and its status is much more noble than that of an ordinary celestial dragon like him. It's the one you cured in the Holy Land." Kizaru was not surprised. "That kid, let's talk about it later." Carl suddenly realized and refused. Kizaru's mouth was wide open, his face full of shock. "Damn, you dare to refuse even Oral Liangshen's invitation? Do you know that his background is so powerful that it scares you to death? I'll hang up first. I have something to do here." Carl hung up the phone after he finished speaking, leaving Kizaru on the other end of the phone confused. "Hey? Why do you look like that?" Carl, who was about to go see Alan, looked up and saw Risward looking at him like he was petrified. He was shocked at the time. "No, nothing." Risward shook his head quickly. "Excuse me, how did Dr. Carl know Oral Yangsheng?" "I cured his voice loss when I went to the Holy Land last time, that's it." Carl looked at Risward strangely, got up, and walked towards the medicine room. As for Moria, he could only come with the mentality of taking one step at a time. "You know, doctors can not only save people, but also kill people." Entering the medicine room, Carl quickly prepared the medicine for the wound. And then came to Alan, but he saw the latter running around in the water anxiously. "What are you doing, so restless?" "Ah, you're here. Well, I'll apply medicine to you today, and you'll be cured tonight." "Well, can I go to the bathroom first?" Carl was stunned, and when he looked at the water tank containing Alan, he immediately understood what was going on. "Woods, didn't you change her water? Dr. Carl had an accident last night, and we forgot about it. I'm going to ask someone to deal with it now." Woods wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "If Alan was suffocated to death, I don't know what Carl would do to them." "Forget it, I think that swimming pool is pretty good, put Alan in it." Carl pointed to the swimming pool on one side. "Ah!" Risward was shocked. "You want to occupy my swimming pool to raise a slave? What's wrong?" "No, nothing." "Well, Woods, hurry up." With Carl's order, Alan quickly changed her position and turned into a huge swimming pool. After everything was done, Carl applied medicine to her. "Rest a little longer, I'll come back in the evening." After applying the medicine, Carl left. Alan's hatred for Carl was reduced to normal, offsetting the secondary effect of the title of being condemned by thousands of people. In the evening, Carl brought Woods and his guards to the swimming pool again. "Alan, come to the tank quickly." Why? This pool is quite big." Seeing the small water tank, Alan hid far away. "Send you to the sea, do you want to come in?" What? Alan, Woods, and others all stared at Carl in amazement. Is he going to let him go? Why don't you believe it? You really send me back to the sea?" "Yes." After getting Carl's affirmative answer, Alan still hesitated for a long time, and finally returned to the water tank like a resigned person, staring at him with a pair of blue eyes, fearing that the latter was deceiving her. Carl led the way, and Woods and others followed behind with a water tank cart. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the beach. Looking at the boundless sea in front of her, Alan was so excited that she trembled all over. Can she really go back? Just go back from here. Carl turned around and said to Alan. Alan was so excited that he didn't know what to say. He just nodded frantically, and his eyes were wet unconsciously. Bang! Alan dumped the water tank and jumped into the sea. He disappeared in an instant. Ding! Congratulations host for activating the title of Benevolent Heart and obtaining 100 achievement points. Title attribute: host will increase the achievement points by 10% for each person he saves. FK. This title of Benevolent Heart is awesome. This will save me a lot of time to earn achievement points. Carl didn't expect that he just let Alan go because of kindness, and the system actually gave him a surprise. Dr. Carl, Alan has returned to the sea. You have been standing here for a long time. Woods reminded. However, no one noticed that Alan, who had been in the sea for a while, turned back and was now swimming in the water in front of Carl. Reading books every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 030, Research on Eternal Youth. Why did Alan leave and come back? Because she didn't dare to return to the Fishmen Island by herself. The Fishmen Island is 10,000 meters below the sea. Not to mention the dark sea when diving, the shrimp soldiers, crabs, snakes, insects, ghosts, and sea kings in it will kill the mermaid girl Alan. Don't think that mermaids can swim freely in the dark sea. Mermaids are a species close to humans. Although they have good eyesight, they have not evolved to see the lightless scenery clearly. So, after Alan dived into the sea, she found that she thought too beautifully. In this case, she had no way to return to the Fishmen Island. Go back and tell Risward that the auction house under its jurisdiction will prohibit the sale of humans, mermaids, and fishmen in the future. Carl came to his senses and left after leaving a word. Although he was reluctant to let Alan leave, Carl did not regret it. Well, this guy certainly wouldn't feel heartbroken if he didn't pay a penny. It's Dr. Carl. Woods followed Carl's footsteps and left. Carl and his group did not notice the mermaid Alan poking out from the water until they left. As Carl walked further and further away, Alan entered the scope of Carl's title of "You are a good person," so all his hatred for Carl disappeared. The past flashed quickly in his mind. Carl treated her injuries, Carl released her back to the sea, Carl banned the sale of mermaids, and spent 500 million Baileys to let her go free. At this moment, Carl's image in her heart became taller and taller, and her good impression was constantly refreshed like a rocket, and soon reached the edge of respect. At this time, Alan could only ask for help from others if he wanted to return to the Fishmen Island. The only person she could think of was Carl, because she didn't know any other humans. Unfortunately, Carl had gone far away now, and she was stunned because she couldn't change her feet. Looking around, there was no place for her in the whole sea. That night, the residents on the edge of the coast could vaguely hear the girl's low sobbing. The next day, someone went to the coast to check, but unfortunately nothing was found. What did Carl do when he returned to the manor? He sealed the devil fruit, packed it in a bigger box with a corpse, and sent it to the World Bank to freeze it. Finally, he returned to the manor to continue training, lay down on the bed at night, and then entered the King training system. Carl had been nervous these days, and now he had time to stop and do something else. Entering A-level medical training, no need to match a mentor. Creating the environment, please wait for the host. Ding! The environment was created successfully. Use me as a template to simulate the human body. Ding! The simulation was successful, and the host can study and learn. Looking at the corpse in front of him that looked exactly like himself, Carl was excited and felt a little weird. It was estimated that no one else could study himself except him. However, it was not so easy for him to study the physique of eternal youth. This ability has exceeded the scope of A-level medical skills and can almost be compared with the longevity technique. This is against the law of growth of all things. It seems to be no different from an ordinary person's body. Why can't it be eternal youth? Carl looked at it all night and found no abnormalities. Which means that there was no progress in this research on the eternal youth physique. Let's start the anatomical research tomorrow. Seeing that the training time was about to end, Carl chose to withdraw temporarily. If he could study the heaven-defying physique of eternal youth in one night, he would be surprised. There are still more than 300 points to start the E-level physical training. The achievement points are increasing so slowly. Slow A, Carl is just not satisfied. He doesn't think about how many people he has to save with the ordinary 5 points of achievement. He can't even get ordinary treatment. In comparison, it's much faster to activate the title. Time slipped away quietly. Carl looked at the E-level physical training that could only be opened with 2,000 achievement points and was very envious. He had received system medical training and understood that it was a nearly perfect training. Because the system has countless strong mentors, the advantages of everyone are combined, and the guidance they get is many times stronger than finding a teacher in reality. Dr. Carl, the newspaper you requested. Seeing Carl stop practicing, Woods immediately handed over the newspaper that had just been published today. Hey! Fisher Tiger of the Sun Pirates died. Carl opened it and his eyes were attracted by the headline. The content of the incident was that Tiger was defeated by the fleet led by Kizaru, Tiger died of excessive blood loss, and the dragon was captured. The Sun Pirates will be disbanded now. Carl looked puzzled. Why is there no movement in the Shishibukai of Marine? Hearing the low sobbing of a girl at night? Damn, what kind of news is this? He flipped through other news and a short news fell into his field of vision. After a closer look, it turned out that the news was about the sound of a girl's resentful and helpless low sobbing every night on the coast, and then someone curiously went to see it, and it turned out that it seemed to be a mermaid girl. What a joke, mermaids will stay in Sabayati. It's so dangerous here that you can find it. Carl smiled without commenting. In his opinion, this is completely unreasonable. Someone is actually preparing a fishing boat to catch them. Carl shook his head and threw the newspaper to one side. You must be dazzled. Dr. Carl. Woods hesitated for a moment and spoke again when he saw the latter. That coast is where you let Alan go. Hey! Carl's expression froze, and his brows sank involuntarily. What do you mean? I think the mermaid they saw might be Alan. Do you believe this news? According to my guess, Alan may not be able to go 10,000 meters deep into the sea to reach the Fishmen Island. Carl was shocked and suddenly realized that how could the latter, who looked so weak, return to the Fishmen Island alone? The more Carl thought about it, the more he thought it was possible, and his face suddenly became ugly. He didn't get Alan, but he couldn't just watch her being caught. What was the point of letting Alan go? FK. You dare to do it to someone who Laozi can't bear to hurt. Carl was furious, and he walked out with his arms wide open. Take people and follow me to the coast. Woods was stunned, and then called a group of subordinates to follow him quickly. He could see that Carl valued Alan very much. When Carl came to the coast, dozens of fishing boats had gathered in this small sea area. And none of the people on the fishing boats were good birds. They all came to catch Alan, just to take him to the auction house. At this time, there were no less than 100 figures churning on the sea, and one by one they were holding fishing tools and going in and out of the sea. She's there, stop her. At this time, a sailor jumped out of the water, pointing to the right dozens of meters away and shouted loudly. His voice immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, and all of them rushed up and immediately circled Alan under the water. FK, swimming so fast. Cast the net. Damn, give me the spear gun. Seeing the scene in front of him, Carl couldn't help but step forward, stood on the shore and shouted angrily, stop it. Suddenly hearing Carl's angry shout, everyone present was stunned and turned their heads subconsciously. In an instant, everyone's face changed drastically. It turned out to be Carl who was treated respectfully by celestial dragons. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 031, Joke? Get lost. Sir, why are you here? A slave hunting captain said cautiously. Carl walked to the place where Alan was released a few days ago. What are you catching? Sir, we are catching mermaids. Another slave hunting captain cried. Catching mermaids? Carl sneered, his face suddenly turned cold. Who allowed you to catch mermaids here? The slave hunting team present was all confused. Damn, this sea is not yours, why can't you catch it? Dr. Carl, it seems that no one says no to this kind of thing. At this time, a middle-aged man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks said while touching his short beard. Carl looked sideways upon hearing this. The other party seemed to take his words lightly. Then who asked you to come? This, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and said after a moment of silence, Joke. Carl's expression froze. Isn't Joke Doflamingo? This guy's tentacles are really wide. Judging from the future development, Dover will have an auction house of his own in Sabayati Archipelago. Seeing that Carl didn't speak, the middle-aged man couldn't help showing a hint of joy on his face. The latter seemed to know that Dover had been a celestial dragon, otherwise he would not have kept silent. Get out! Ka! The joy on the middle-aged man's face froze on the spot, and a trace of disbelief quickly climbed onto his face. Get out? Carl actually told them to get out. Knowing Dover's identity, he dared to be so contemptuous. Splash! Suddenly, a figure emerged from the water. It was none other than a mermaid, and it was none other than Alan. Dr. Carl. Alan originally thought he would be arrested again, but Carl appeared unexpectedly. He jumped out of the water and shouted in excitement, then dived into the water, and in the blink of an eye, he swept to Carl's side with a swing of his tail. Dr. Carl, woo-woo. When he came to Carl, Alan hugged Carl's legs, and the grievance in his heart turned into an unstoppable flood and rushed down. Instantly, the slave hunting team present was dumbfounded. What was going on? Carl was also a little absent-minded. Damn, can you imagine what it feels like to have your legs held in the arms of a peerless girl and squeezed by her round chest? Ahem, let go first. Carl thought to himself, we can do this kind of behavior in private when we have time, it's not good to be in public now. Hearing Carl's words, Alan's beautiful face also flashed a blush, and then she relaxed like an electric shock, raised her little head, and looked at Carl with red eyes. They want to catch me. Carl's heart jumped, and he was a little uneasy. A beauty is a beauty, and every move is full of temptation. Calming down, Carl looked around and found that the slave hunting teams had not left yet. His eyes narrowed. Why, do you still need me to invite them? No, no, we will leave now, leave now. Whether it was the slave hunting team under Joke or other slave hunting teams, they all packed up their things without stopping, and at this time, they also saw Alan's face clearly. Isn't this what Risward bought at the Star Auction House a few days ago? But they are so good that they actually set their sights on the noble slaves. This is simply the rhythm of seeking their own death. Looking at the current situation, damn. They are obviously old lovers, no wonder they are so angry and ask them to get out. They really thought too well. If they are really old lovers, it is not as simple as getting out. With Carl's personality, it will definitely be a fight to the death. They have left. Seeing the one-man slave hunting team leave, Carl squatted down and looked at Alan and said, "Why are you still here?" I want to go home, but I can't go back." Alan looked at Carl with a resentful look, making Carl seem to bully her. "It's really troublesome for you to go back to the Fishmen Island," Carl agreed. He had just been to the Fishmen Island 10,000 meters below the sea. How could ordinary fishmen get there? "How about I take you back?" "Really?" Alan originally wanted Carl to take her back, but she was too embarrassed to ask. After all, she owed Carl so much, and it would be too much to ask for it now. "It's settled," Carl said solemnly. "Thank you, Dr. Carl." Alan burst into laughter when he heard Carl's words, and he hugged Carl's neck excitedly, and then, it was tragic. Boom! Carl fell headfirst into the water. Alan and others were confused. "Ah, Dr. Carl, Dr. Carl." Alan was shocked and jumped into the water to save people. Carl didn't need her to save him at all. He floated out of the water with a fold of his body, and complained unhappily, "Fortunately I can swim." Sorry. Alan also knew that he had made trouble, and immediately looked at Carl pitifully. "Woods, let someone prepare the boat, I want to go to the Fishmen Island." Carl glared at Alan, but decided to send him off. Anyway, it wouldn't take much time, and he could go to the Fishmen Island by the way. Soon, Woods brought the boat to the coast, and Carl took Alan on the boat, and then headed straight to the Fishmen Island. Alan was the most excited along the way. She jumped around in the water tank and glanced at Carl from time to time. Now her favorability towards Carl is simply off the charts. Fortunately, Laozi has good self-control and knows that this is innate to the latter, otherwise he would not be able to control himself. Carl drank a sip of ice water to suppress his turbulent thoughts. Not long after Carl dived, the Moria pirates also set sail to chase Carl's ship. "Captain, do we really need to invite him?" "Of course, we just need a great ship doctor. But, given the unclear relationship between the latter and the Marine and the world nobles, I'm afraid, even if he joins us, I'm afraid he will betray us." "Haha, you Adam are my vice-captain. I've observed him carefully these days. This guy is definitely a man of love. If he really joins us, it's impossible for him to betray us." Why did Moria stay in Sabayati for so long? It was to get Carl to join the group. He was not idle during this time. He was observing Carl. He was more and more satisfied with this observation. I hope so. Adam didn't know where Moria got his confidence from. Anyway, he felt that inviting Carl was too risky. After all, the latter's identity had a blank period. Please give flowers, please reward, please collect, please vote for the monthly ticket. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 032, I don't want to do it either. The Fishmen Island. After the Holy Land banned pirates from passing through, it was the only way to enter the second half of the Grand Line. It was 10 kilometers under the sea, and only 30% of people could reach the Fishmen Island, or even less. You can imagine how difficult this journey was. So it was unrealistic for Alan to return to the Fishmen Island alone. Fortunately, the ship that Carl was on was built by Resward at a high price. There was sea stone on the bottom of the ship, so the Sea Kings would not approach it. The navigator on the ship was also very good, and he arrived at the Fishmen Island without any danger along the way. It's really strange. Looking at the sun and sky above the Fishmen Island, Carl felt that all this was extremely dreamy. Finally, I'm back, woo woo. Looking at the familiar scene in front of her, Alan was so excited that tears flowed down her face. Looking back on this journey, she seemed to be dreaming. She was captured by the slave arrest team and could come back. Carl shook his head. He had a certain understanding of Alan's temperament. This girl was definitely made of water. She cried all the time. You might feel pitiful at first, but you will know how annoying it is after a while. Give her an air ring. The so-called air ring is the ring that Cammy puts on her waist when she is in the town. It can support their bodies so that they can walk on the island without feet. Thank you, Alan was a little at a loss for words. She really didn't know how to thank Ka. You go home. I'll stroll around the island. Carl waved his hand to signal Alan that he could leave. Although grateful to Carl, Alan still wanted to go home more. He left a thankful word like "remember it in my heart" and left. After Alan left, Carl wandered around the island, followed closely by Woods and others. The mermaids and fishmen on the island knew that Carl was not an ordinary person when they saw this scene. In addition, the relationship between humans and fishmen and mermaids was not harmonious now, so they all tried to avoid him. Carl was also happy to be free, walking, and finally Carl stopped in front of a cafe. Mermaid coffee? It sounds interesting. Carl walked in with some curiosity. Human. The owner Giali was sitting on the sofa smoking a big cigarette. Seeing Carl and his party enter the store, her eyebrows could not help but frown. Since her store opened, very few humans have come, but today they have met one. Carl asked for a cup of coffee and tasted it. It was much better than what he tasted on Earth. Seeing a room full of mermaids staring at him, Carl didn't want to be treated like a monkey, so he drank it in one gulp. Woods, pay the bill. Yes, Dr. Carl. As soon as Woods heard it, he immediately went to the front desk to pay the bill. The money he used was naturally from Resward. As soon as he left the mermaid coffee shop, Carl felt a sense of oppression coming towards him. He saw several figures in front of him walking slowly towards him, and the people around him all hurriedly avoided him. Because, these people are none other than the Moria pirates, who are the most promising to challenge the 4 major New World pirate groups. These people are the world's top pirates, and none of them are simple characters. Hiss, it's the Moria pirates. Damn, if I can become one of them, I will be able to smile in my grave. Dream on, how can you join them when you can't even beat a marine soldier? FK, Laozi can't even YY. The appearance of Moria and his party gave the Fishmen Island a great shock. Although the latter's bounty is currently only more than 200 million, its strength is definitely not covered, because the latter has fought with the Night Pirates ship in Ghana. Although the victory is not decided, its strength is definitely not inferior to the Admiral-level strongman. What do you want to do? Woods led the team to block in front of Carl, looking at Moria vigilantly. Although they knew that they could not fight the person in front of them with their strength, it was their duty. Dr. Carl, we finally meet. Moria stopped 10 meters in front of Carl and said with a smile. He was not here to fight, so he did not take the vigilance of Woods and others too seriously. Ding! Adam, the person with the devil's mark, was found. Ding! A person carrying the devil's mark is found. At this moment, 2 prompts sounded in succession, which surprised Carl. The so-called devil's mark actually refers to people who have eaten the devil fruit, but Moria was not in the 2 prompts. You must be the captain of the Moria pirates. After adjusting his mind, Carl frowned. Even if Moria did not actively exude his aura, his natural size advantage made him feel a little pressure. Just imagine, what would it feel like if someone taller than a floor stood in front of you? Haha, it's me. Moria laughed. At this time, because he had not eaten the devil fruit, his strength came from his physique, so he was full of blood and gave people a very strong feeling. Moria's laughter immediately attracted the attention of the 8 trigrams around him. His voice was really too loud, and it was impossible not to attract attention. You are looking for me. Carl sighed secretly. Moria was looking for him in all likelihood to pull him into the group, but he had no intention of doing so at all. I won't chat with you and just tell you what I want to do. Moria looked at Carl and said. Go ahead, I just don't like fighting. Carl really didn't want Moria and the others to fight. However, people who don't know the truth will think that Carl is just pretending to be cool. FK. Who is that kid? Does he think he can beat Moria? Who is Moria? Not only does he have the strength of an admiral, but none of his crew members are mediocre. You actually told me that you don't like fighting? FK, do you think you have a chance to fight? I don't want to fight either. Moria said seriously. The friends watching were all stunned. What did they hear? Moria didn't want to fight either? What does this mean? Disdain or put Carl on the same level? Or higher? If Moria disdains, he probably won't even say a word, not to mention being so polite. In this way, doesn't it mean that Carl at least has the ability to threaten Moria? But is this possible? The other party is only 11 years old, and he is as strong as Admiral? Is this guy still a human? He is simply a monster. Carl said speechlessly, tell me why you are here. Moria's face turned serious, and everyone held their breath involuntarily, wanting to hear what he said. I want to invite Dr. Carl to join my pirate group. The onlookers were petrified on the spot. Everyone looked at Moria in confusion. And their minds froze. Damn! What did they hear? Invite Carl to join the pirate group. Moria actually personally invited an 11-year-old kid to join his pirate group. Instantly, everyone present was shocked. Who on earth is that kid? P.S. This chapter was first slightly revised, and the following is a major revision. 11-year-old reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 033, Joke Group. Who on earth is this kid? Charlie, who was in the Mermaid Cafe, opened her eyes wide and looked at Carl, who stood in front of Moria without changing her expression. At this moment, she was very curious about Carl and wanted to see Carl's future. Curiousness arose in Charlie's heart, and as a fortune teller, she couldn't help but fortune tell Carl. In an instant, Charlie felt her vision change, and then a terrifying murderous intent instantly enveloped her. In an instant, the murderous intent turned into a lifeless and deadly breath. She was wrapped in the breath and felt a sense of despair for death for no reason. Poof! Before Charlie could figure out what was going on, she spit out a mouthful of fresh water and woke up from the fortune-telling. How is it possible? Charlie's face turned pale, full of horror and despair. She didn't even see Carl's shadow during the whole fortune-telling process. Such a scene instantly turned her curiosity about Carl into fear. If she couldn't tell the truth, it could only mean that her fortune-telling power could not find out Carl's life trajectory. There is only one possibility for this kind of person, that is, everything is possible. Looking at the current situation, the situation is too big for her to control. Notify the sea god Neptune that the Moria pirates have also arrived on the island. Let him pay attention to evacuating the fishermen and not get involved in their disputes. But the royal family is already coordinating the joke group and the White and Whitebeard pirates. I am afraid that the Moria pirates cannot spare so many people. That is the royal family's business. Yes. Carl, who was thinking about how to reject Moria, suddenly felt a sense of being spied on. He was startled at the time. He looked around but found nothing, which made him a little confused. Dr. Carl, how are you thinking about it? Moria looked at Carl. Your brain is stuck in the door, and you still have to think about it. Also paying attention to Carl's answer were Woods and others, as well as the people hiding in the distance. Seeing that Carl was still thinking about it, everyone couldn't help but scold. Who is Moria? The captain of the 5th largest pirate group in the world. I have invited you personally. I have given you enough face. You are already so high profile, so don't pretend anymore. Unfortunately, they don't understand what Carl is thinking. He knows who Moria is better than anyone else present. In New World, except Moria, the whole group was destroyed by Kaido. Since the defeat, Moria escaped from New World and returned to Zombie Island to create zombies, but his own strength has dropped by half. Captain Moria, I am just an unarmed child. Is it too much of a joke to join your pirate group? I only value your medical skills. There are many doctors with great medical skills, why do you choose me? The future world's #1 doctor, should I give up? If you have any requirements, just tell me. Moria said that he would not leave until he invited you, which made everyone dumbfounded. Damn, you are Moria, an excellent seed player competing for the 4 major pirate groups in New World. How can you do this for a little kid? The world's best doctor in the future? Funny. How old is this kid? If he becomes the world's best doctor, where will Crocus, the ship's doctor, be? Where will Gulliver, the doctor? Where will Hoku Bear, the genius surgeon, be? As soon as Moria said this, everyone was unhappy and sneered at Carl. The world's best doctor is not something a little kid like you can look up to. Carl was a little speechless. Moria had said so much. It was impossible to persuade him to give up with words. He could only make it clear, I didn't ask for anything. FK. He's crazy. He refused. Is this kid's brain stuck in the door or is he crazy? When Carl said this, everyone in the audience was furious. Under the influence of the title of Thousands of Pointing Points, countless pirates wanted to rush up and punch Carl. It was so infuriating and hateful. He was so crazy. You are just an 11-year-old doctor. The captain of the Moria pirates invited you personally, but you refused. You are so stupid. Dr. Carl, you can think about your answer again. The smile on Moria's face disappeared. He never expected that Carl would say that he had no request. This was obviously a rejection of his personal invitation. Hey, it's really interesting. Just as Carl was about to reply, a group of people suddenly walked out of the crowd and slowly walked towards Carl. Joke. Moria's face darkened slightly. He was not afraid of Dover, but afraid of trouble. The latter's strength was quite strong, and because the latter was an underground force, he was more ruthless and cold-blooded than him, a pirate. Ding! A person with the devil's mark was found, Doflamingo. A person with the devil's mark was found, Diamandi. A person with the devil's mark was found, Torrible. A person with the devil's mark was found, Monet. A person with the devil's mark was found, Sika. That's right, the people who came were Doflamingo and his group. Carl didn't give Dover any face and rolled away, which made the underworld leader lose face. He happened to be in the Fishman Island and was about to go to New World, so he decided to give Carl an unforgettable memory. Hiss, it's the joke group. I didn't expect them to join in the fun. I just don't know what they're going to do. When Dover and his companions appeared, the crowd's voices immediately became much quieter. Dover and Moria's styles of doing things were very different. The former was insidious and cunning, while the latter was at least fair and aboveboard. Carl stared at Dover and his companions in astonishment. Moria alone was difficult to deal with, and now there was another lawless Doflamingo, and there were 5 demon fruit powers as soon as they appeared. Leave him to me, Moria. Doflamingo stood on the other side of the street and looked at Moria. He's the ship's doctor I've chosen. Do you want to snatch him from me? Moria looked at Dover calmly. A dead man, do you still want him to be the ship's doctor? Doflamingo glanced at Carl and said. When these words came out, Carl and his companions were shocked. He was indeed a bold and reckless guy who wanted to kill people as soon as he opened his mouth. You want to kill someone? This kid is so ignorant that he yelled at me. If I don't show some performance, my friends on the street will definitely treat me as a soft persimmon. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 034, Neptune, the Sea King. That depends on whether you can snatch the person away. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Moria did not give in and actually fought with Dov. Adam, Louis, and others took half a step forward, and the momentum had already gathered. Doflamingo's face immediately sank. He didn't expect Moria to think so highly of Carl and even hesitate to fight him at this time. He has no relatives or friends with you, Moria, so do you want to fight for a small ship doctor? In terms of personal strength, Doflamingo can't beat Moria, but the 4 cotters on his side are not vegetarians. I just want to fight. Moria shook his head. His pirate group was in need of a great doctor, and his intuition told him that Carl would undoubtedly be the world's #1 doctor in the future, and he always felt that Carl and him had a connection. Of course, this connection was not the same connection. It seems that I have to fight. Hearing Moria's almost unreasonable words, Dov couldn't help but cursed him as an idiot in his heart, and hated Moria even more in his heart. Diamandi and his 4 companions led the crowd forward. They were not afraid of Moria and the others. Instead, their eyes revealed a hint of cruelty and excitement. The atmosphere suddenly solidified at this moment. The oppressive atmosphere circulated on the street. The invisible pressure made people almost breathless. The battle between the 2 sides could break out at any time. There were 3 parties standing on the street outside the Mermaid Cafe. One was the famous pirate group Moria, and the other was the newly rising underworld star and pirate group. The last party was the weakest Carl and his party. Although they were weak, they were the target of the 2 sides. The huge contrast made everyone look sideways. At such a young age, they were able to cause the struggle between the 2 major forces. What would happen when they grow up? Damn, it turns out that if you don't have strength, you can only be kidnapped. Carl looked at Dover and Moria, who were confronting each other, and was speechless. It was better in Sabaody. After all, that was the territory of celestial dragons. But now that he had left Sabaody, those who were bold enough still dared to take action. After all, he was too stupid and naive. Get out of the way. Everyone, get out of the way. At this moment, a team of fishmen with neat steps and hurriedly rushed over. There were more than 200 people in a row, and they were very impressive. The leader was a fishman with a sawtooth nose, who was none other than Hody Jones. So it's the famous Moria Pirates and Joke Group. What do you want to do here? Hody Jones, as an elite in the Royal Army of the Fishmen Island, has reached the level of a general, and his tone is full of energy. Is the Fishmen Island also interested in Dr. Carl? Moria glanced at Hody, who gave him a feeling that he was not as serious as he seemed. What doctor? Hody was puzzled. He just received an order to try his best to persuade Moria and Dover not to fight. If that didn't work, he would delay time until the negotiation between the Sea King Neptune and Whitebeard was completed. What are you doing here? Dover's eyes flashed. In his opinion, the latter came here to stop him from fighting Moria. This is the Fishmen Island, not a battlefield, especially since it's a commercial street. Hody was not interested in why Moria and Dover were fighting. All he wanted was to stop the fight. Moria and Dover's faces changed slightly. A mere rear admiral with a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals dared to stop them. They looked down on them. "Mind your own business," Moria said dissatisfiedly. "A small fish," Dover said disdainfully. Hody Jones was stunned, and then he was furious. Dover dared to call him a small fish. In his opinion, fishmen are the noblest race, and humans are the lowly race. "You humans are the lowly race, capture everyone." Hody's face was covered with frost. At this time, he forgot Neptune's order and the original intention of coming here. "Hody, what are you doing?" However, before the soldiers took action, a huge figure appeared on the street and shouted at him. Carl took a quick look and found that it was a very huge mermaid. This person had a rough face, curly hair, holding a trident, and the crown on his head showed his identity. It was the Sea King Neptune of the Fishmen Island. Sea King. Hody suddenly woke up and quickly restrained his emotions. Neptune's appearance here meant that the negotiation with Whitebeard had ended. Then, the Fishmen Island was afraid. "I asked you to persuade the fight, not to fight." Neptune frowned and scolded. "Yes." Hody retreated without saying a word. Seeing Neptune appear, Dover's face changed a little, because he knew that the latter had a certain friendship with the world's first pirate group Whitebeard. Although his strength was not as strong as Vice Admiral, this relationship made him have to pay attention. "It's Neptune." Moria would not add the word Sea King because that would make her look lower in status. "Why are you here if you are not staying in the palace? Why are you here?" Neptune asked instead of answering. He. Moria and Dover looked at Carl, who was watching the show board. Carl was confused. "Damn. Laozi finally managed to reduce his presence, but why did the focus shift to me again?" Carl forgot that the whole thing was caused by him. Even if he temporarily reduced his presence, the focus would still return to him in the end. This was inevitable. Neptune frowned when he saw Carl for the first time. "What a likable child. Whose kid is this?" "Gah." Everyone was petrified instantly. "FK. Are you blind? What's that look?" Carl jumped up and pointed at Neptune and cursed. "You are so bold. You are so imaginative. I am speechless." "Bold." The soldier shouted angrily and stepped forward to teach Carl a lesson. "Get lost. Woods and others are not just for show." They kicked him away. Although his presence was low from the beginning, it does not mean that he does not exist. At this time, even a few soldiers dared to scold the master of Risward. He was simply courting death. "I underestimated you." Seeing Woods' move, Neptune looked at Carl a little. He was guarded by a rear admiral, which meant he was a person of some status. "You didn't underestimate me," Carl sneered and shook his head, "but you didn't take me seriously from the beginning." "You," Neptune was embarrassed when he heard it, "what is your status?" "The world's #1 doctor." In an instant, everyone, including Moria, was stunned. "FK, you'll die if you don't brag. This kid is a snake-headed lunatic. You can't stop taking the medicine." When Carl reported his true medical skills, everyone looked at him like an idiot. Who would believe that the world's #1 doctor at the age of 11? This joke is not funny at all. Neptune suppressed the urge to ridicule. "Hee." Carl curled his lips. "A doctor? Just a doctor? Who are they?" "The guards of that guy Risward Saint." The whole audience was silent, and no one spoke. "Risward Saint? Isn't that the name of celestial dragons?" Carl actually called him that guy, and he was the other party's guard. "What's going on?" "P.S. Tianya begged for flowers. I've been busy with writing and work these 2 days, and I'm dying. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now." Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 035, Whitebeard's Territory. Kid, don't say some things carelessly. Neptune said in a deep voice. Haha, talk nonsense. Carl laughed, turned his head and looked at Moria and Dover. You should know their identities very well. Dover and Moria frowned and didn't respond. Of course, such a response is actually equivalent to admitting Carl's words. Seeing this scene, Neptune's face changed suddenly. At this time, he couldn't guess Carl's identity even more. Staring at Carl for a long time, he finally choked out a sentence, "What do you want to do?" No, Carl just opened his mouth, but his eyes suddenly passed the ladder and fell at the end of the street. There was a group of people walking slowly, and the leader was a man of nearly 6 meters in height, wearing a white cloak, and 2 white beards were very eye-catching. Wherever this person passed, the invisible momentum swept around like a hurricane, which made people feel cold in their hearts. Moria, Dover, and others also looked curiously, and their faces suddenly sank. This is Whitebeard. Instantly, the whole street became silent. Even Moria, who threatened to challenge Kaido, couldn't help holding his breath. Whitebeard is the symbol of the peak of strength in this era. He is the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard is a legendary pirate who is contemporary with Pirate King Roger, Golden Lion Shiki, and Red Earl Red. The Whitebeard pirates are the strongest pirates now, no one else. The person standing at the top level of the world suddenly appeared in front of them. The impact was simply indescribable. Suddenly, Whitebeard paused while walking and looked at Moria and Dover. The Fishmen Island is already the territory of my Whitebeard pirates. As for Carl, he was automatically ignored. Whitebeard's voice was not loud, but it revealed an indescribable haki. Moreover, Whitebeard's voice was extremely penetrating. His voice seemed to spread throughout the Fishmen Island and was clearly heard by everyone. In an instant, Moria and Dover's faces completely changed, and their eyes involuntarily turned to Carl, revealing hesitation and thinking in their eyes. Take action? Whitebeard's words just now clearly meant that it was not allowed to take action on the Fishmen Island. In this case, we will not make trouble. I will restrain the crew. Haha, you two are very good at being human. Whitebeard laughed, and glanced at Carl before leaving, and he was a little unhappy when he saw him. Adam, find someone to follow Dr. Carl. Moria had no choice but to wait for Whitebeard to leave, or for Carl to leave the Fishmen Island. Send someone to keep an eye on him. Dover left a word and turned around and left. Now that Whitebeard was on the island, he didn't have the courage to take action. There was no need to make enemies with Whitebeard for a mere Carl. What a fluke! Carl secretly breathed a sigh of relief and touched the Den Mushi in his arms. Maybe it was time to make a decision. Woods, you guys stay outside the door. After finding a private room, Carl went in directly and took out the Den Mushi in his arms. Brew brew. Hey, Carl. Kizaru's voice came from the Den Mushi. Hehe, it seems that you are in a good mood. Carl smiled. The Sun Pirates are at the end of their rope, and my mission is about to be completed. Kizaru was of course happy. The Sun Pirates took him too long. And they were about to be freed. How could he not be happy? Salino, I'm in trouble on the Fishmen Island. Why did you go to the Fishmen Island? Send Alan back to the Fishmen Island. For a mermaid, is there another pirate group trying to kidnap you? Moria's pirates. What? Kizaru was startled, his tone changed, and after a while he finally said, You're done. FK, don't you worry about me at all. Carl rolled his eyes, this is a pitfall. How can there be a person like you, who actually yells that people are worried? Kizaru laughed and scolded. Joke is also on the Fishmen Island. Do you have a grudge against him? Kizaru's voice also became solemn here. Tell his subordinates to get out. FK. Really hacky, No, really not afraid of death, Kizaru said in shock. The latter's background is not simple, and then formally said, do you want to go back to Sabayati now? It's not safe to stay in this place. Sabayati may not be safe either. At least it's much better than the Fishmen Island. Come to Marine. Okay. What? Kizaru, who was sitting on the bow, sat up with a face full of disbelief. You agreed. What a fuss. Haha, it seems that you are in big trouble. You can still laugh, send a warship to pick me up. Hearing Kizaru's heartless laughter, Carl also made a heartless request. I'm on a mission, I'll ask someone else to pick you up. Don't be too weak, the Moria pirates and the joke group are not vegetarians. Wait, hee. After hanging up the phone, Carl called Woods and continued to stroll around the island, letting the tail behind him follow if he wanted to. Dr. Carl! Dr. Carl! While walking on the road, Carl suddenly heard a panicked shout behind him. Carl looked back and saw Alan, who had left, running towards him. What's wrong with you? When Alan came to him, Carl realized that the latter had a pair of red eyes, and was obviously crying again. My mother, she died, sobbing. When Alan mentioned the sad things, he rushed to Carl directly, but she forgot that Carl's height was only up to her chest, and this pounce hugged Carl into her arms. You. Carl was a little confused, and had difficulty breathing. He stretched out his hand and pushed Alan out. Although she was beautiful, it depends on the situation and the timing. You let me go first. Alan immediately let go of his hands and looked at Carl helplessly. Tears kept flowing down like a floodgate, which made people feel distressed. Ahem, what happened? Carl took a few deep breaths. Yes, when she was looking for me, she passed by Fishman Street, and then, she was seriously injured and died in the battle. Alan was full of regret and grief. If she hadn't been playful, how could she be captured by humans, and how could she cause her mother to enter Fishman Street to look for her, and finally even lose her life? Alas, condolences. Carl couldn't help with this matter, and all he could do was comfort Alan. P.S. Please give flowers, please reward, please collect or please monthly ticket. Read books every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 036, Mermaid's Loyalty. Are you going back? Alan looked at Carl with a complicated expression. Yes. Carl was waiting for Marine to pick him up. Can I go with you? Alan gritted his teeth and said this. What? Carl was stunned. With me, did I hear it wrong? I want to follow Dr. Carl. Alan spoke again, with an unprecedented seriousness on her face, and a trace of panic in her eyes. She had no home. This, Carl heard it clearly this time, which made him puzzled. Isn't your home on the Fishmen Island? Why do you want to go with me? My mother is gone, and I am the only one left. The seriousness on Alan's face turned into sadness again. Carl just felt a headache. Where is your father? Father? He was gone before I was born. Alan said. Carl raised his eyebrows. It turned out that Alan was born in a single-parent family. That won't work. I don't even have the ability to protect myself now, so I can't take care of you. I'll take care of you. Carl was so upset. Damn, where do you get the confidence to say you'll take care of me? Let's not talk about whether you have the strength or not. Look at your tail. It's very inconvenient to move. Alan looked down and saw that this was indeed a big problem. Could it be that she had to stay in the water tank all the time? You understand, it's not convenient for you to follow me. Carl couldn't carry a fish tank every day. Alan looked at it nervously and said, what if I can transform my feet? That's a year later, wait until you're an adult. Carl rolled his eyes. He couldn't wait here for a year. Dr. Carl, come with me. Alan grabbed Carl and ran towards the hotel on the side. What do you want to do? Carl didn't expect that he would be dragged to the hotel by Alan. What's going on? Bang. Alan closed the door with his backhand and locked it with a click. Alan, what do you want to do? Such a situation naturally reminded Carl of some scenes that are not suitable for children. FK. Why does this feel like being pushed backwards? But isn't the plot development too sudden? The style is wrong. Alan's cheeks became red at some point, and her beautiful eyes looked at Carl emotionally. She opened her mouth slightly and uttered a sentence, I want to transform into a pair of legs, so that I can follow drive. Carl. After saying that, she pushed Carl onto the bed without waiting for Carl's reaction, and leaned down towards Carl. This. Instantly, Carl's pupils opened wide, and his mind fell into a short period of solidification. At this time, he only knew that Alan's warm red lips kissed his mouth. XXXXXXXXXX. Just when Carl was puzzled, he saw Alan, with a red face, climbed up from him in a panic, and then sat on the edge of the bed. Under the light, Alan's blue fish scales were actually flashing a faint fluorescence at this time. What's going on? Carl looked confused. Damn, not only was he pushed against the wall for no reason, but now Alan's fish tail was actually undergoing unknown changes. My scales are starting to soften and shrink into my body. As Alan was talking, the fish scales below his waist began to shrink into his body. Seeing Alan's scales shrinking, Carl was even more confused. Didn't you say it would take a year to reach adulthood? Alan wanted to speak, but this early leg melting process was several times more painful than normal leg melting, which made her unable to speak. Forced leg melting. After all, Carl was also a doctor, and he quickly understood what was going on. You are just kidding. Alan just forced a smile and continued to endure the pain of leg melting. What a hassle. Carl complained habitually, turned around, took a towel, dipped it in warm water, and gently wiped the blood stains from Alan. Soon, most of the scales on Alan's body retracted into his body, and a pair of slender and round legs were vaguely visible at this time. As time went by, Alan's fish tail disappeared, replaced by complete legs. Puff. Carl looked at Alan, who had become a full-grown man in front of him, and a nosebleed spurted out. Alan's lower body was now bare, not to mention a ray of spring light. Everything was visible at a glance. Seeing Carl's changes, Alan's cheeks became extremely hot, and he stretched out his hand to pull the thin blanket over and cover his body. Dr. Carl, I have transformed into legs. Yeah, I saw it. Carl nodded stupidly, then wiped the blood from his nose awkwardly. Damn, shameful. My legs are weak now, can you carry me into the bath? Alan asked tentatively with his head down and his face red. Okay. Carl's current strength is enough to pick up a normal adult, so Carl easily carried Alan into the bath. You wash first. Wait a minute, pants. Alan saw Carl leaving and quickly reminded. Got it. Carl waved and walked out of the bath. Ding. Congratulations, host activated the mermaid's loyalty title and obtained 5,000 achievement points. Title attribute. Host who obtained the mermaid. Alan's loyalty can be sensed by Alan no matter where he appears. Carl was stunned. He was just kissed by Alan, and then he got the mermaid's loyalty title and obtained 5,000 achievement points. 2,000 points to start E-level training. 5,000 points is enough for him to start 2 E-level training. At this moment, Carl had the urge to rush into the bathroom and kiss Alan hard. P.S. Oh my god, it was banned just like that. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 037, Admiral arrives. Finally, I can start other training. Carl didn't expect that because of Alan, he instantly had the qualification to start training, a full 5,000 achievement points. If he went to rescue people, how long would it take him to save them? However, I still need to find a set of clothes for Alan now, and I will start the training when I have time. The achievement points in hand cannot be lost, and entering the training also requires a quiet environment, which is obviously not suitable at this time. When Carl returned, he had more than a dozen sets of clothes in his hand. When Alan came out after changing clothes, Carl almost didn't recognize Alan as a mermaid, who was no different from a human. Dr. Carl. Alan blushed when Carl looked at him and spoke quickly. Are you really determined to follow me? Looking at Alan in a blue outfit, Carl asked again solemnly. He had the loyalty of a mermaid, and Alan could sense his location. If he didn't take Alan with him, she might go out to sea and find him. In fact, Carl really guessed right. If he really didn't take Alan with him, the latter was going to find him. I've decided to follow Dr. Carl. What did Alan make his legs transform into in advance? It was just to follow Carl. Now that his legs have transformed, how could he give up? Follow me, Carl said in a deep voice. Great. Alan clenched his delicate fists happily. But, Alan's cheeks tightened when he heard it, and he looked at Carl and waited for the next step. You have to listen to me and can't run around. Looking at Alan, Carl said seriously. I listen to you. Alan smiled slightly, drunk. Carl was a little absent-minded, shook his head and emphasized again, don't cry at every turn in the future. I know, Dr. Carl. Alan stuck out his tongue and blushed. Because Alan's mother had died several days ago and had been buried long ago, there was no trivial matter. He just accompanied Alan to see the cemetery and walked around the surrounding neighbors and then he was free. Carl found a place to rest, and then waited for Marine's arrival at the Fishmen Island. Dover, we have received news that a warship of Marine is heading towards the Fishmen Island. Diamandi said to Doflamingo with a serious face. Hey! Dover frowned slightly. If it was an ordinary warship, he would never show such an expression. Who is leading the warship? It is Marine. What? Dover's pupils shrank and his face showed shock. What is he doing here? I don't know. Diamandi shook his head. Dover pondered for a while and said, it seems that Vigor's action to infiltrate Marine has to be accelerated. Being at the bottom of Marine, there is no chance to get important information at all, and it is not very useful. Only by entering the top can the importance of a spy be reflected. What is that kid doing now? That kid is still hanging out with that mermaid. What a loser. Dover curled his lips, keep an eye on him and don't let him run away. As for Marine, wait until they enter the island and see what happens. Well, Carl is considered a lecher for hanging out with Alan, but this is really unfair to him. The only person he knows on the Fishmen Island is Alan. Who else would he be with if not her? Captain Moria, a Marine warship is heading towards the Fishmen Island. Marine? Why are you here? This is Whitebeard's territory. But the pilot is Marine. This is really strange. Why did you come here suddenly? Could it be that, what's going on with Dr. Carl now? Eat what you should eat, drink what you should drink. It seems that he has no intention of leaving the Fishmen Island. He will definitely leave the Fishmen Island. Moria said firmly. What? Adam and others looked curious. Didn't you notice that mermaid? What do you mean? Her fishtail turned into human feet. Oh my! So that's it. If he didn't plan to leave the Fishmen Island, then the mermaid wouldn't have to turn into legs. It's too strange that Marine came here for no reason at this critical moment. Moria's eyes narrowed slightly, and suddenly felt that it had a great relationship with Carl. Dad, Marine is here. Marco, the captain of the First Fleet under Whitebeard, said. Let's see what he wants to do first. As long as Sengoku didn't come, he would not be afraid. Just when everyone was secretly speculating, the marine warship finally arrived at the Fishmen Island. Bang! The arrival of the warship immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the Fishmen Island. Then a team of naval headquarters soldiers with extraordinary demeanor came down from the ship, followed by a marine vice admiral wearing blue epaulets. Hiss! This is Marine Vice Admiral Cusin. FK, why is he here? If it was an ordinary vice admiral, everyone would not feel much, but the person who came was Qingji, one of the current alternate admirals. This is completely different, and no wonder they were surprised. Wait, someone else came down from the ship. Hey, that person's epaulets are golden, isn't that a big? His Marine Admiral. In an instant, everyone's voice stopped abruptly, and their eyes were as big as cow eyes, staring at the person who came down from the warship with their mouths wide open. Admiral, Marine Admiral Zephyr. They never expected that there would be a Marine Admiral coming. Moreover, as the Admiral with the highest combat power in the Marine, he suddenly brought the alternate Admiral to the Fishmen Island. Did something happen on the Fishmen Island? The Moria pirates and the joke group are still staying on the Fishmen Island. Zephyr glanced at the ships parked in the port, discontented. It seems that the two still don't want to give up Carl. Do you need to capture a few people and take them back? Qingji said calmly. I didn't expect you to be so courageous. You want to take action on Whitebeard's territory? What's more, the Whitebeard pirates are on the island now. Zephyr said in surprise. Isn't the teacher here? Qingji, who usually doesn't speak much, flattered Zephyr without leaving a trace. Ha ha ha. Zephyr laughed, and finally said seriously, we can't even take down Sengoku with our current forces. King Z said no more after hearing this. Although he has now entered the door of the admiral level, he also knows that his strength is still too weak in front of Whitebeard, and none of the captains under Whitebeard are vegetarians. We will return to the ship after finding Carl. Zephyr said and went to find Carl, because Kizaru had told him the location of Carl, so the purpose was very clear. Seeing Zephyr and others take action, the fishmen present immediately followed. Marine's big formation is definitely not here to play, so what is the so-called thing is what they are curious about. P.S. Please give me flowers. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 038, Petrified Neptune. Report. What's going on? Marine Admiral Zephyr and the alternate Admiral King Z and the Vice Admiral have arrived at the Fishmen Island. What? Neptune stood up suddenly, with a trace of panic on his face. Now the Fishmen Island is affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates, but Marine came at this time. Isn't it too strange? Where are they? Take me there. Yes. Dover, Zephyr seems to be looking for someone. Diamandi reported the latest news to Doflamingo. The latter pondered for a while and said, is he going in the direction of that kid? Do you suspect he is looking for that kid? How is it possible? How is it possible? Don't forget that Marine once offered him a reward of 500 million Baileys. I'll ask someone to confirm it right away. At the same time, Moria also received the news, and when Moria received the news, he immediately thought of Carl. This inexplicable intuition surprised him. It seems that there is no hope for him to join us. Moria sighed in disappointment after a moment of silence. Adam nodded in agreement. Marine values him so much and has done him many favors. It would be unreasonable for him not to join Marine. You are wrong. Carl has the world nobles behind him. It is normal for him to come to pick him up. Moria thought that this was Carl's initiative. Dr. Carl, Marine has come. Carl was taking a nap when Woods suddenly came forward and said. Carl suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. Who is leading the way? Marine Admiral Zephyr. Carl was shocked at the time. It turned out to be Admiral Zephyr. Did he really think he was celestial dragons and could summon Marine Admiral just by speaking? There are also alternate admirals and vice admirals accompanying us. FK. Carl paused. Kizaru, you are so awesome. Dr. Carl, what about us? Woods said excitedly. Marine Admiral and alternate admiral came to pick up people. They would not be afraid of Moria and Joke. Let's contact them first, just in case they are just passing by. Carl said half-jokingly. Woods and others looked strange. Passing by? If others said it was not certain, they would believe it, but they clearly heard Carl and Kizaru's conversation outside the door. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? Hey? That kid! The fish people who swarmed to watch suddenly saw Carl appear in the middle of the street. What a coincidence, he just blocked the way of Zephyr and others. Isn't he the one that the Moria pirates and the Joke group want to rob? Damn! He blocked the Marine Admiral's way, and he didn't mean to get out of the way. Don't you have enough enemies? Everyone was shocked when Carl and his group suddenly appeared in the middle of the street. Now the Marine Admiral and the alternate Admiral were on their way, and you ran to the center of the street without knowing whether to live or die. Isn't this asking for a beating? Ka. Zephyr Admiral. Zephyr was about to say hello to Carl, but he didn't expect a team of Ryugu guards to suddenly rush out from the side, and Neptune's voice interrupted what he wanted to say on the spot. What's the matter? Being interrupted by Neptune, Zephyr immediately showed a trace of displeasure on his face. Moreover, the fishman pirates have caused a lot of trouble to their marine, so it would be strange if he could look good. Neptune was stunned for a moment. Damn! Are all marine admirals so awesome? I wonder if Marine is here. To pick someone up, don't bother us if you have nothing else to do. Zephyr said and walked towards Carl at the other end of the street. Neptune stood there with an ugly face. After all, he was the owner of the Fishman Island. Now Zephyr didn't give him face, which made him quite unhappy. However, he also knew that with his strength, he could only be abused in front of Zephyr, so he had to swallow his anger even though he was dissatisfied. Hody, disperse the people on the street and don't let them conflict with Marine. At this time, Neptune did another stupid thing. Yes, Sea King. Hody Jones took the order and rushed out with a group of Dragon Palace soldiers, heading straight for Carl and his party. This was the most conspicuous obstacle and must be expelled immediately. Stop! Hody led the team to surround Carl, Alan, and others. What do you want to do? Carl's face suddenly turned cold. Damn it, Zephyr is right in front of him, and you Dragon Palace still want to kidnap people? All of you get out of the street, this is not a place you can go, leave immediately. Hody shouted coldly. Can't leave. Carl chuckled. Zephyr is right in front of him. Is it possible for him to leave? Are you blind? The Marine Admiral is right in front of you, why don't you get out of the way? What if I don't? Drive them all away. Haha, what's going on? Just as Hody Jones and the others were about to take action, Zephyr's slightly cold voice suddenly reached their ears. Zephyr Admiral, we are planning to drive them away who are blocking the road. Hody said and pointed at Carl and the others. Carl ignored Hody and shrugged at Zephyr. He wanted to see what Zephyr would do. Look, this kid just doesn't know what's good for him. He doesn't mean to get out of the way at all. Hody Jones' eyes were shining. He put on such an indifferent expression in front of the Marine Admiral. It was obvious that he didn't take the Marine seriously. This was your own fault. You can't blame me. Drive away? Let me do it. Zephyr's expression was as black as ink. Why did he come to the Fishman Island? Wasn't it just to pick up Carl? Now you actually told me to drive him away. Yes. What's going on? Hody, haven't you pushed the people off the street yet? How do you do things? Hody had just opened his mouth when Neptune rushed over from behind and scolded them. Marine already had a bad impression of them, and if they angered them again, things would be even worse. King Z looked at Neptune and Hody, and suddenly felt that this was ridiculous. He could clearly feel that Zephyr's anger was soaring. Zephyr Admiral, we will push them off immediately. After scolding Hody, Neptune looked at Zephyr. Zephyr's face suddenly changed, and he spit out a word coldly. Get lost. Neptune was stunned, and Hody and others were dumbfounded on the spot. They all looked at Zephyr in amazement. They didn't understand why Zephyr suddenly got so angry. After scolding Neptune and others, Zephyr felt much better. Seeing Carl's smile again, he said, Carl, you are such a restless boy, running around everywhere. Carl's smile froze. How could he run around? I am sending Alan back too. Let's talk about the explanation on the ship. Let's go. Zephyr interrupted Carl. Why are you in such a hurry? Carl walked towards Zephyr curiously. And Alan followed him nervously. This was the Marine Admiral and the Marine Vice Admiral. She never thought she could see such a big shot in person. It will take a lot of time for me to come back to pick you up. There is an important meeting to be held in the headquarters. Kaka. Neptune, Hody, and others were petrified on the spot, their minds were blank. What did they hear? Marine Admiral Zephyr and Vice Admiral King Z came to pick up Carl in person, and they just wanted to drive him away. Thinking of this, Neptune and others felt a chill rushing from their feet to their heads. This chill made them shiver. What the hell is going on? Of course, there are also Dover and Moria who are secretly watching. Even though they have guessed it, they can't help but be stunned when they see it with their own eyes. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 039, Start Physical Training. Then let's go, Woods, you guys just drive the boat and follow the warship. In fact, Carl was also surprised. He didn't expect that the person who came would be Zephyr Admiral. Marine Admiral came to pick him up, which can be said to be a great honor. Yes, Dr. Carl. Woods and others said respectfully. With the naval headquarters, they don't have to worry about Dover and Moria who refused to give up and shoot a hidden arrow. As for Neptune and Hody, Zephyr and others chose to ignore them and passed by them directly. Zephyr Admiral, what happened just now was a mistake. Neptune didn't care about being shocked and hurriedly stepped forward to admit his mistake. Okay, we're in a hurry. Zephyr waved his hand impatiently to interrupt the latter's words, and led the army to the port. The three factors of the Fishman Pirates, the Fishman Island joining Whitebeard, and the attempt to drive Carl away were combined to prevent him from taking action. Seeing this, Neptune did not move forward. Just kidding, it was good enough that he did not settle accounts with them. Would he go up and discuss them? Wouldn't that be courting death? Who is this? After boarding the warship, Carl looked at King Z. The system had prompted him of the latter's identity. Now was a good opportunity to get to know him. He is the current Marine Vice Admiral, and of course the alternate Admiral. Zephyr said with a smile, then looked at King Z and handed the subsequent right to speak to him. I am Kuzan, a student of Zephyr Admiral like Borsellino. King Z was also very curious about Carl. At the age of 11, he had the medical skills that James admired so much. It was incredible. So it was Vice Admiral Kuzan. He is really young and promising. Zephyr and King Z couldn't help but twitch their lips. Who was younger than you? Moreover, this sounded old-fashioned. By the way, this is the mermaid Alan, who is with me. Do you mind if I bring one more person with me? After a brief introduction, Carl suddenly remembered Alan who was with him. I am Alan, Dr. Carl's man, you can't bully me. Puff. A group of people instantly fell down. Haha, no mind, why would we mind? Zephyr laughed. He actually wished that Carl would join Marine with his family, so that he would become a Marine man completely. Because the Admiral of Headquarters warship led the way, the return voyage was quite peaceful. It didn't take long for them to enter the shallow sea area from the deep sea, and then floated to the surface of the sea. "Carl, do you need to go to the island?" Zephyr asked when the warship returned to the sea surface and was not far from Sabayati. "No need," Carl shook his head. He was alone anyway, and he didn't leave anything in Sabayati. He could go wherever he wanted. "But I still need to talk to Woods about some things." In fact, Carl didn't have much to say. He just told them not to look for him if they had nothing to do. He would prepare the antidote regularly and send it to them. "Dr. Carl, do you really not need to care about Pluton Rayleigh?" Woods always felt that Carl was not the kind of person who would be bullied, but he really couldn't understand why Carl had said such a harsh word but didn't do anything at all. Let him do whatever he wants. Just don't take the initiative to provoke him. Carl's eyes turned cold, but soon returned to normal. "Are you going to let him go just like that?" Woods asked bravely. "Let him go?" Carl curled his lips. "Do you think it's possible?" Woods trembled, and a chill suddenly rose. The latter even dared to poison celestial dragons to counter control. How could he be a wronged master? "It's just that I'm stupid and don't understand Dr. Carl's intention. With my current strength, I can only force him away but not hurt him. Letting him stay in Sabayati will only make it easier for me to find him. Dr. Carl means to settle the matter later. You should go back." Although Carl can order Risward and ask Marine to send Admiral to deal with Rayleigh through Risward, how can the latter be so easy to deal with? Doing so can only force Rayleigh away, and he will not get any benefits. Instead, he will lose Rayleigh's whereabouts. Leaving him behind will make it easier for Carl to find him. "Have you finished explaining?" Zephyr smiled when he saw Carl returning with Alan. "Is that meeting really urgent?" Carl sat opposite Zephyr and asked, but Alan did not have the courage to sit at the same table with Zephyr Admiral and King Z Vice Admiral, so he just stood beside Carl. "This is a meeting initiated by the world government, which is quite urgent." Zephyr nodded solemnly. "This round-table meeting will determine the situation of marine writing pirates in the next 10 years. How can it not be important?" "Is that so?" Carl was a little disappointed. "What's wrong?" Zephyr was slightly curious. "I wanted to go to Maya Island, but it seems I can only go there later when I have the chance." The reason why Carl wanted to go to Maya Island was to see if he could see the little girl again. Although the buns she gave him were insignificant, they were of great significance to him. "You have a week's buffer time after you officially join the Marine, and you can go to Maya Island again. By the way, Dr. James also mentioned discussing the lead peroxide virus with you, but you broke the promise. You can't blame me for this, right, Cusan Vice Admiral?" Carl suddenly turned the topic to King Z. "Hey? Ah, right." King Z wiped the cream from the corner of his mouth and looked at Carl and Zephyr with a confused look on his face. His expression clearly said, "What did you say?" "Haha." Zephyr laughed several times. "Cusan is just like this, but he will never let you down at the critical moment." In this way, they talked and laughed all the way back to the naval headquarters. "Cusan, take Carl and Alan to rest first, and we'll talk about joining Marine tomorrow." Zephyr saw that it was getting late. "How about we talk about joining Marine tomorrow?" "That's no problem." Carl expressed his understanding, and he couldn't wait to start the E-level training. King Z took Carl and found a slightly larger guest room to arrange for the two of them. In his opinion, Carl would not join Marine to be a soldier, but a military doctor. "I'll take a rest, Alan. If you have nothing to do, take a rest too." The room was very large, with 2 separate bedrooms, just right for each person. "Okay." Seeing Alan walking towards his room, Carl lay down on the bed directly, closed his eyes, and entered the King training system. Check my achievement points. 6666. Damn, I asked you to check the achievement points, what does 6666 mean? Ding, host currently has 6666 achievement points. Carl was confused, damn, his brain was throbbing. P.S. Regarding the issue of Chapter 36, it is banned, and even kissing scenes cannot be written. It has been fixed, and it is waiting for review. Please give flowers, please give rewards, please collect, please give monthly tickets. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 40, Matching Mentor GARP. What trainings are available now? The available E-level trainings include physical training, swordsmanship, charm, navigation, archaeology, technology. 2000 achievement points are required to start. What kind of training do you need to start? How many achievement points are required for D-level training? Carl pondered for a moment and decided to learn about the higher level D-level training first. 5,000 points. Carl was a little excited when he heard it. He now has more than 6,000 points, can't I really skip E-level and start D-level? No. Well, a basin of cold water was poured down, which made Carl sober up immediately. Forget it, then start E-level physical training. Without any hesitation, Carl chose physical training first. As the saying goes, the body is the capital of revolution. If the body is strong, the comprehensive quality of all aspects can be greatly improved. Swordsmanship is of course also in Carl's goal, but he thinks it is better to wait until the E-level physical training is completed before starting the E-level swordsmanship training. Ding! Congratulations host for successfully starting E-level physical training. 2000 achievement points will be deducted. Do you want to start training immediately? Yes. Instructor matching, please wait host. Ding! Instructor matching is successful, and the identity is Marine Hero Vice Admiral GARP. Damn, it's just an E-level training, but I matched such a cool character. Please set the maximum duration of this training, 4 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours. It takes a total of 240 hours to complete E-level training. 8 hours. Start creating the environment, please wait. Each category of the King's training system needs to be trained from the lowest level to the advanced level, and you cannot skip in the middle. For example, if you have completed E-level training but have the strength of C-level Rear Admiral, you must start D-level training first and then C-level if you want to start C-level training. As for the so-called maximum training duration, it is the length of time for a training session. Regardless of whether you are in the state or not, it will be terminated when the time is up. This is also a protection measure. Of course, the activated training is permanent, and you can train again at any time in the future. In other words, the training is not a one-time training, and you can listen to it repeatedly if you don't understand. Moreover, when Carl completes the training of this level, the instructor who appears again will be randomly replaced. Zephyr, Rob Lucci, Ghost Spider, etc. may appear to consolidate or supplement what is missed by a single instructor. For example, Garp focuses on strength, Zephyr focuses on skills, Kizaru focuses on speed, Akainu pursues destructive power. Carl can combine the strengths of many schools. It can be said that as long as Carl is willing to spend time, he can achieve comprehensive improvement. Ding! The environment has been created successfully. The system prompt sounded, and Carl arrived at a huge training ground. There was only a short-haired man wearing a justice shirt in the field, and it was Garp in his prime. I am the instructor who guides your E-level physical training, Garp. The characters loaded into the system have no emotions and will. They only have each other's knowledge, which can be regarded as visualized data information. Let's start. Carl smiled. He had long been accustomed to such a scene. This is how he trained in medical skills, but the training in physical skills and swordsmanship was different. His results would eventually depend on the training in reality, because only knowledge and experience in the system can be brought into reality. Just when Carl entered the system training, Zephyr had already rushed to the round-table meeting held by the world government overnight. The reason for the meeting was very simple, because in this era, there are endless pirates, the power of the four major pirate groups is getting bigger and bigger, and the threat to Marine is getting bigger and bigger. Marine is a little overwhelmed. The meaning of the world government is to select several pirates with good strength, reputation, and potential from all the pirates, and tie them to the Marine camp by giving them legal rights. The advantage of doing this is that there are fewer pirate groups opposing the Marines, and they can also help the Marines stabilize the order of their respective seas. When the Marines have major operations, they can also help them, and it is easier to deal with the pirate forces on the sea, and a delicate balance can be formed with the pirates. Of course, there are also disadvantages, that is, the actions of the selected pirates have become legalized. As long as they do not threaten the status of the world government and the Marine by destroying the country and the race, they cannot denounce the other party. After a discussion, it was finally decided that there would be 7 pirates. If there were more, they might not be able to suppress them, and if there were fewer, they would not be able to form a balance with the 4 major pirates. These 7 selected pirates are collectively called the 7 warlords of the sea. Pirates with outstanding reputation, strength, and potential in some aspects are given priority. The world government naturally has to try to avoid guys who do bad things under the name of Shishibukai, otherwise, the 7 warlords of the sea system will not last long. After the Shishibukai system is established, it is necessary to start screening the pirates on the sea, and this is not a task that can be completed in a short time, and the parliament ends here. Zephyr, I heard that you went to the Fishmen Island to pick someone up, so you were late for the meeting. The current Marine Marshal Kong looked at Zephyr and said. Haha, I sent Carl back to the headquarters. Zephyr laughed. It was impossible to hide such a thing. Is it the doctor who cured Oral Yang Sheng? He agreed to join Marine. Kong was stunned, and then overjoyed. This is a scarce talent, especially in this chaotic era of pirates. The value brought by a doctor with superb medical skills is immeasurable. Zephyr nodded and smiled. The role of a doctor at the level of a medical master joining Marine is definitely not something that can be explained in a few words. He has clearly expressed his agreement to join Marine, and now we are considering which department to put him in. His medical skills are so good, just put him in the military doctor's department. Kong thought without thinking. What is the level of medical skills he was assessed for? Zephyr frowned slightly. He felt that this arrangement was not very suitable for Carl. Because Zephyr had also heard about Carl's search for Rayleigh. It was obvious that Carl had been stimulated to become stronger. If he was put in a hospital now, it might make the latter dissatisfied. Kong thought for a while and slowly said, it depends on what the old guys in the military medical department think. If Carl's medical skills are recognized, he will really enter the level of medical masters and enjoy. Zephyr's eyes bulged. He didn't expect Kong to give him the highest treatment directly. Only 5 doctors in the history of Marine had received this. The next second, a trace of uncertainty rose on his face. I'm afraid he won't accept it. What? Kong's expression froze. Damn. This is already the highest treatment for military doctors at present, and he still doesn't accept it. That's it. Zephyr told Kong his guess. What to do specifically is what he thinks. After listening to Zephyr's words, Kong pondered, let's first identify his medical skills. You can mention his arrangements to him first and see what he thinks. Read books every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 041, Admiral Rank Treatment. After waking up, Carlton felt refreshed. During the 8-hour training last night, Garp told him some things to pay attention to in physical training, and finally personally customized a training plan for him. Carl just had to follow it. Dr. Carl. Alan had also finished washing up at this time, but he looked a little weak. It seems that staying on land for a long time is not suitable for you. As the world's #1 doctor, Carl could see at a glance that the latter was now lacking water. It's okay. Alan smiled lightly. To live on land, you must pay something, and soaking in water every day has become an inevitable thing. Bang! Bang! At this moment, there was a rhythmic knock on the door, and it was obvious that someone was looking for him. Before Carl came forward, Alan had already opened the door quickly, and the person who came was none other than Zephyr. Zephyr Admiral. Seeing the person coming, Carl smiled. Good morning, Carl, Alan. As Carl's man, Zephyr did not look down on Alan and gave him enough respect. Okay, Alan never expected that Zephyr, the Marine Admiral, would take the initiative to greet her. She didn't react for a moment and stammered, Zephyr, Admiral. Hee, Alan, don't be nervous. Zephyr smiled and then looked at Carl. Regarding your arrangement, Marine now has a preliminary result. What do you mean? Carl asked, and suddenly found that Zephyr was still standing outside the door. This was really not a good way to entertain guests. Come in and talk. I thought you would leave me outside. How can that be? You are the Marine Admiral. Zephyr smiled and went straight to the point. Now Marine wants you to take up the post in the military medical department. Carl's eyebrows raised when he heard it. Marine's intention was clearly to let him be a doctor. What the hell, this is not the result he wants. Seeing that Carl's face was not right, Zephyr knew that he was dissatisfied with the arrangement. Carl, I think it's not impossible to go to the military doctor's office. What do you mean? Carl looked at Zephyr and said, if he was asked to be a doctor who treated patients every day, he would start from a soldier. If your medical skills are recognized as the medical master level by the Marine military doctor, then you will enjoy the treatment of the admiral rank. Alan was stunned, her eyes widened, and she looked at Zephyr in disbelief. Enjoy the treatment of admiral, this really didn't she hear it wrong? When Carl heard about this treatment, he almost clapped his hands and agreed. Fortunately, he forced himself to hold back. In fact, his mood was not much different from Alan. He never thought that a doctor at the medical master level would have such a high treatment. Admiral treatment, damn. The temptation of the naked fruit. Unfortunately, this can't make Carl's own strength increase at all. If he joins Marine and only gets a virtual admiral treatment, it is not as noble as the Master of Risward. What Carl wants is conditions that can help him grow his own strength, not treating people in the hospital every day. Taking a deep breath, Carl looked at Zephyr and said, this is hard for me to accept. Joining Marine is his first choice. If he becomes a doctor who only knows how to treat patients in Marine, he really can't accept it. Alan was stunned again and refused. Carl actually refused such treatment. It seems that your idea is the same as I guessed. Zephyr was surprised that Carl could calm down quickly. What does admiral treatment mean? It means that he is on an equal footing with Marine Admiral on the ground, and the only thing he lacks is military power. But Carl was able to hold back and refuse. This is either a fool or a person with great perseverance. But is Carl a fool? Impossible. That only shows that Carl has extraordinary willpower. Since Zephyr Admiral has guessed my idea, what is Marine going to do? Since Carl refused such a condition, he no longer thought about it, but wanted to ask about the follow-up. So I came here to discuss it with you now. Zephyr smiled. In the past, he would never dare to imagine that an admiral and a doctor would sit together to discuss the treatment of doctors. I want an environment that allows me to train. Having said that, Carl directly put forward his request. Is 5 days of free time a week enough? Zephyr pondered. What about the remaining 2 days? Carl was stunned. Go to the military doctor's office for treatment, Zephyr said. This, Carl thought for a while and spoke again, okay, but I'm too lazy to treat minor illnesses. Damn, I'm not happy to ask you to treat minor illnesses. Zephyr didn't expect Carl to agree so quickly. He thought he would need to talk a little harder. In fact, Carl didn't want to mention it too much. After all, he wanted to join Marine, and the conditions offered by Marine were generous enough. Besides, Marine invited him for his medical skills at the beginning. If he didn't treat illnesses when he joined Marine, what was the point of Marine inviting him? This is your identity certificate, Zephyr said, and then he took out a golden cross badge from his hand and put it on the table. After 7 days, you will be officially appointed after reporting to Marshal Kong's office. Tisk tisk, it turns out that you have already taken me. Carl played with the badge in his hand. This is a proof that he is equal to Admiral. Although he has no real power, it is also a symbol of status. Once he shows it, who in the Marine dares not give face? I have no choice. Marshal Kong gave me a death order to keep you. Besides, if I didn't keep you, Salino would probably blame me as a teacher again. Oh my god, I should have raised my requirements a little earlier. You are so heartless. Then you misunderstood me. Don't lose this badge. Only 5 people in the history of the Marine have won it. It's very rare. After laughing enough, Zephyr kindly reminded Carl. Of course I will keep it well. Carl paused and put it away. Although he was the master of celestial dragons Risward and his status was not inferior to that of Marine Admiral, it was not obtained in a legitimate way. But this badge was obtained by Carl with his own ability, and the meaning is completely different. Do you need Marine to arrange training? Zephyr said. Yes, but it can't be full every day. Carl refused with a smile. Yes, if you have any problems with training, you can come to me directly. Zephyr seemed to remember something and suddenly said to Carl. Of course. Carl laughed happily. How could he refuse such a good thing? Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 042, 30 million is just the minimum living allowance. There is still a week before the official appointment. Can I go to Maya Island? Carl looked at Zephyr and said. You want to go so much? Zephyr looked at Carl in surprise. Marine is short of manpower now, I can't be your bodyguard again. It's not necessary to go now. Carl scratched his head. Then I still suggest you go in 2 months, Zephyr thought for a while, wait until the rumors about you die down a little. Okay, Carl nodded in agreement. How do you arrange your accommodation now? Where is the training ground I want to practice? If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten. Yours is an independent courtyard, on the east side of the headquarters. I'll take you there. Carl, who has the treatment of an admiral, can live in a bad place? It's directly an independent manor. The training ground is also easy to say. In addition to the buildings, the surrounding open space and training equipment are there, you can do whatever you want. It's so big, but there are no chefs and servants? We must be exhausted to clean it. I dare to ask, how long will it take for 2 people to clean the manor with a radius of nearly 1 kilometer? You have to arrange it yourself. If you are not satisfied with our arrangement, you have to change it. But I only have 100,000 Baileys. How can this be solved? Carl was very upset. What is the use of 100,000 Baileys? Zephyr, you don't know how much my annual salary as a medical master is. 30 million. How much? Carl stared at Zephyr with wide eyes. It's enough to hire a few servants. Zephyr said with a smile. Carl was speechless. I have no money to hire a few servants. It's really f***ed up. To be honest, this annual salary is really the treatment of an admiral. Yes, but there are also allowances and mission money, which add up to more than 100 million a year. It turns out that 30 million is the minimum living allowance. Damn. Carl suddenly realized that this is similar to civil servants on Earth. You can't get by with just a fixed salary. The money mainly comes from outside. You have no idea about the mission money, but you are a doctor and you can apply for research funds, and you can also make money by treating a big shot. Ahem, I have said too much. Zephyr stopped talking. Carl silently gave a thumbs up. You are awesome. This is obviously to teach him how to make money. Zephyr took Carl to familiarize himself with the surroundings and then left. As a Marine Admiral, he had a lot of things to deal with, and because Garp was unwilling to be promoted to Admiral, he and Sengoku had a heavy task. Carl stood in front of the main gate and suddenly felt a little emotional. He finally settled down in the pirate world. This will be our home in the future. Yet. Alan's eyes flashed with excitement. By the way, you have to practice in the future. Carl didn't want Alan to be so weak in the future. Now he was not willing to be just a doctor. His fists were the hard truth. What should I practice? Alan asked. This. Carl paused for a moment. Do you mermaids have any talents? Does swimming count? Puff. Carl almost vomited blood. Damn, you even dare to mention swimming. No way. Alan knew he was dissatisfied when he saw Carl's black line on his head. However, they really didn't have any talent. If they wanted to communicate with the Sea Kings, it was limited to Poseidon. Your swimming is a talent, and my breathing can be called a gifted talent. Carl said unhappily, can I learn Fishman karate? This is okay. Alan's eyes lit up and said happily. Fishman karate originated from the Fishmen Island. It is not difficult for fishmen and mermaids to learn it. That's good. Carl thought immediately after hearing it, anyway, improve your physical fitness first, and then find a way to let you go to the Fishmen Island to learn karate. I'm going to start practicing, do whatever you want. Carl said and ran to the open space to practice boxing. That's right, Carl's practice is the physical training boxing tailored for him by Garp. Inhale deeply, sink the chi into Danshin, and tighten the muscles of the whole body at the same time. Carl remembers the key points of the punching action, clenched his right fist suddenly and hit it hard, and followed with his left fist. Bang! Carl fell flat on his face. Alan was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Carl in disbelief. You could fall down even when you were punching. Damn, I didn't keep up with my footwork. Carl was depressed. Boxing is not just about punching. There are also corresponding footwork. Moreover, Carl was practicing in the system, but it was his first time to do it in reality. Dr. Carl, are you okay? Alan stepped forward and helped Carl up by his armpits. Ahem, let me go. Carl felt like a child who couldn't walk yet, and Alan was like a sister walking with him. This situation was really weird. Oh, what happened just now? Alan asked in confusion after letting Carl go. I was just too impatient. My footwork was messed up and my center of gravity didn't keep up. Carl thought he would start with a slow one, step by step. After all, he couldn't even control his own strength now. Is that so? Then Dr. Carl will practice first, and I'll go clean up the room. Alan suddenly understood. Go ahead. Carl waved his hand and walked aside to continue practicing boxing. This time, Carl's movements slowed down by half. Although a whole set of physical training boxing has more than 60 moves, it is not easy to practice, and many moves are very difficult to do. It was an hour later when Carl finished the practice. The whole person was like being fished out of a water tank, and his whole body was wet. After the first practice, the second time was smoother, and the third time was even smoother. At this time, Carl could no longer practice because he was exhausted. I almost forgot that I should measure my Tau power first. Carl secretly exclaimed that it was a mistake. Without comparison, the gap could not be revealed. The increase in numbers was undoubtedly more intuitive. Thinking of this, Carl immediately ran to the instrument on the side that was specially used to measure Tau power. After recovering his physical strength, Carl suddenly punched the force gauge with all his strength. Ring! A bell sounded on the instrument, and then the value of 0 jumped rapidly, and finally revealed a Tau power value, 12. It's okay, it's about the same as an ordinary person's explosive power. Carl was quite satisfied. A normal person's Tau power is only about 10, and he was able to break through 200 thanks to his persistent training. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 43, Damn, it's cheating. On the second day, Carl continued to practice boxing. He was exhausted after a day of fighting. After a half-day rest, he came to the dynamometer again and punched it fiercely. With the sound of a bell, the Tau force value finally fixed at 18. It increased by 6 Tau force in one day, so amazing. Alan was not very sensitive to the meaning of this number. What she cared about was the difference from yesterday. It only took one day of boxing to increase the Tau force by 6. If she boxed every day, wouldn't it increase by more than 2,000 in a year? This kind of growth is simply scary. Of course, it is impossible to increase 6 Tau force steadily every day. The stronger the strength, the slower the growth in the later stage. Now it can increase so much because Carl has too much room for improvement. On the third day, Carl stood in front of the dynamometer again and punched it. The Tau force value had risen to 25, an increase of 7 Tau force. On the fourth day, Carl tested as usual, but the Tau force value soared to 35. The increase was much larger than the previous few days, a full 10 Tau force. The terrifying growth made Carl very excited. Carl, who clearly felt his strength increase, liked this set of bodybuilding boxing very much. It was indeed tailor-made for him by the marine hero Garp. It was really powerful. Dr. Carl, I want to practice too. Seeing Carl's power changing day by day, Alan couldn't help it. If it continued like this, it wouldn't be long before she would be left behind by Carl by end streets. Carl hesitated. This was his personal bodybuilding boxing. He couldn't guarantee the effect of others' practice. Dr. Carl, teach me. Okay, Alan actually used his killer move directly. Looking at Alan, who was acting like a spoiled child, Carl's resistance dropped to an inhuman level. Ahem, let me make it clear first, this set of boxing is most suitable for me. You will definitely get some effect if you practice it, but I'm afraid it won't be so good. Then Alan, practice a few more times, you will definitely not lose to Dr. Carl. Alan saw it clearly. It is better to have some growth than to exercise every day. It is n times stronger to increase a few power every day. Not lose to me? Carl raised his eyebrows. He seemed to see that a female man was about to be born. Okay, I'll teach you. This is a set of boxing for physical training, focusing on instantaneous explosive power. I'll show you first, and then I'll explain it in detail. Although Carl hasn't mastered this set of boxing completely, he has all the key points in mind. He just needs to keep correcting and practicing. Now teaching Alan is just shaking it out intact. What's the difficulty? 20 minutes later, Carl practiced the boxing in slow motion, and then began to explain to Alan the key points of the movements and the details that need to be paid attention to. Ding! Congratulations host for activating the mentor title and obtaining 200 achievement points. Title attributes: host's learning and comprehension ability is enhanced by 10%, and the ability to draw inferences from one example is enhanced by 10%. Carl was stunned. The attributes attached to the mentor title are simply too good. It's like a cheat for him. Ding! Found the task of mentor title promotion, train 10 captains to be promoted to school level, complete the task to activate the intermediate mentor title. And get 1000 achievement points. The task time limit is 1 year. However, the next prompt made him depressed. It was simply a pitfall. How could he train 10 school-level masters within a year? He himself didn't even have the strength of a corporal, and trained 10 school-level masters? Isn't this a fantasy? But 1000 achievement points are simply a temptation, and Carl really doesn't want to let it go. Thinking about it, Carl only thought of one way, that is, he completed D training within this year, and then found 10 people who were already at the peak of the lieutenant level to give them some pointers, so that they could naturally break through to the school level. Although it was a bit opportunistic, the system did not limit it. As long as it was completed, 1000 achievement points could still be gone. Dr. Carl, how was my fight? Just as Carl was struggling, Alan had finished a round of boxing alone, which made her exhausted. Ahem, I was distracted and didn't see it. Please type it again. Carl smiled awkwardly. Okay. Alan pouted to express her dissatisfaction, took a break and started practicing again. This time, Carl didn't get distracted, and watched Alan finish the punch seriously. Although it was not exactly the same, it was 80% similar. The rest was just the running in and details and skills. Let Alan practice alone, and Carl was not idle to practice. If his strength also reached the school level when he completed the D-level training, it would definitely be a lot easier to guide the soldiers. On the 5th day, Carl's Daily test value was 46. Alan's Daily test value was 12, 3 Daily higher than yesterday. On the 7th day, Carl's Daily test value jumped directly to 57. Alan's Daily test value was 16, 4 Daily higher than 2 days ago. Yo, Carl, are you testing your Daily? Hearing the tone, Carl knew who it was without looking at the person. It must be Kizaru. Turning his head, he saw that it was Kizaru who returned from the mission. In addition, Zephyr Admiral was also there. 18 Dao power. Zephyr glanced at the number, a little surprised. Carl, you have such a strong power now. No. Carl shook his head, this is Alan's Dao power, not his. That's right, you are only 11 years old now, your physical fitness is definitely not as strong as an adult, Zephyr nodded. He has taught so many students, and no 11-year-old can beat the Dao power of 2 adult men without training, but now Alan's power is also very strong. Alan's power is not even half of Dr. Carl's. Alan said with some resentment. Who would have thought that Carl's power would more than double in just 7 days? Well, Carl's power is not even half of yours. Zephyr nodded subconsciously, and suddenly found a pair. Wait, who is half of whom? You, what did you say? Zephyr suddenly came back to his senses, looking at Alan in disbelief, expecting the latter's answer. My power is not even half of Dr. Carl's. Alan was startled and hurriedly cried. After receiving Alan's affirmative reply, Zephyr and Kizaru looked at Carl together. How much is your Dao power? Only 57. How much more? Zephyr and Kizaru stared at Carl in shock. 57 Dao power is more than 5 times that of an adult man. You are only 11 years old, a little brat. Try it again, let me see. Zephyr still didn't dare to believe it. Could it be that Carl was born with supernatural power? Seeing that Zephyr and Kizaru wanted to see it, Carl didn't say much and punched the force measurement ceremony directly. A bell rang, and the bright red Dao power value soared all the way under the shocked eyes of Zephyr and Kizaru, breaking through 20 and jumping to 30 in an instant, and it didn't stop. The value was still jumping rapidly. Leaping over 40, it finally stopped at 59. Zephyr and Kizaru's eyes bulged at the same time. Damn, it's so high. P.S. The protagonist is cheating again, haha, 666,666, please give me flowers. Oh my god, I thought my recommendation was ruined, but it turned out that I didn't save the manuscript. I'm so bad. I'll update 3 times tomorrow. The problem of the power value is an accident. I didn't notice that Spondum only has 9 power. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 044, Formal Employment. P.S. Well, the problem of the power value was an accident. I didn't notice that Spondum only has 9 power. It has been modified now. The following is the text. Carl, how about I be your mentor? Kizaru smiled. This is a good seedling. If you cultivate it well, it will become a great talent. Carl, let me be your mentor. Zephyr's voice also sounded at this time. Teacher, isn't it too unkind for you to compete with students for disciples? Why don't you say that you, a student, are competing with teachers for disciples? You are taking advantage of your age. You don't know how to respect the elderly. Carl was confused at the time. Damn, is 57 power awesome? 57 power is simply scum in the pirate world, but the power of a corporal in the naval headquarters is only between 10 and 20. You are an 11-year-old child, without the power of the fruit, and without special training, but you have nearly 60 power. Isn't it strong? Moreover, this also shows a problem, that is, you have great potential. Who are Zephyr and Kizaru? Current Admiral, alternate Admiral. They saw the meaning of this at a glance. For them, Carl in front of them is a future strong man. And, pay attention, Zephyr and Kizaru are talking about taking in disciples, not students. Although there is only a difference of 2 words between students and disciples, their status is completely different. Disciples are people that mentors treat as their own, in other words, they are their own people, and although students are also very attentive, the difference is huge. Stop. Watching the 2 admirals quarreling in front of him, Carl couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Damn, what is this? If he didn't have the King training system, he would definitely choose it, but now he doesn't hate having no one to teach him. Disciples have to follow their mentors all the time, which is simply torture for Carl who likes freedom. Zephyr and Kizaru stopped arguing immediately after hearing this, and looked at Carl expectantly, and their expressions clearly said, choose me quickly. Carl twitched his lips. Well, I'd better be an ordinary student. Please think about it again. Don't waste such a good talent. Yes, it's shameful to waste. Have you seen Salino, my student? Now he is the candidate admiral. I must be good at teaching people. Don't listen to teacher Zephyr, he now has a large number of students under him, his energy is too scattered, unlike me, I only have a few people under me. Alan was already stunned, looking at Zephyr and Kizaru stupidly. Is this really the Marine Admiral and the candidate Admiral? Why are they scrambling to accept Carl as a disciple? If Zephyr and Kizaru knew that Carl's power increased by nearly 40 in 7 days, now it's not a robbery, but a kidnapping. What do you want from me? Seeing the 2 people robbing people shamelessly, Carl was too lazy to persuade them and went straight to the point. I almost forgot, tomorrow is your official start date. I'll let you know first, and then I'll take you to report to Marshal Kong tomorrow, and then register at the military doctor's office. When it came to business, Zephyr and Kizaru stopped arguing, and Carl's attitude also made it clear that he was not considering it for the time being, and he had no interest in becoming the disciple of the current admiral or the alternate admiral. This made Zephyr and Kizaru feel frustrated. Damn, are we so bad? Is that so? Carl nodded. Then let's talk about it tomorrow morning. I see it's getting late, let's have a meal together, don't tell me you cooked it yourself. Kizaru smiled and invited. Tisk tisk, you're talking as if you can do it. FK, you're so mean. Wait a minute, Carl laughed, turned around and greeted Alan, let's go back, change clothes and eat. Do I look like a sucker? Kizaru looked at Zephyr and said. Yes. Zephyr said seriously. Kizaru. Zephyr and Kizaru didn't wait long. Carl and Alan had already changed their clothes and came out. The four of them went straight to the restaurant on the island. They definitely wouldn't go to the marine cafeteria. Carl and others walking on the road were quite eye-catching. Marine Admiral Zephyr, Marine Alternate Admiral, a child, and a mermaid walking together, talking and laughing. How could they not attract attention? The attention of Carl and others decreased as they entered the restaurant. Kizaru might have earned a lot of money from a mission, so he waved his hand and asked for a private room, and then ordered a table of delicious dishes. Carl, do you want a drink? Kizaru said with a smile. Forget it. Carl shook his head. Last time, he was taken to Sabayati by the West Blue Bandits because he was drunk. Now he didn't want to get drunk again. How can a man not drink? Kizaru looked at Carl provocatively. I'm not yet an adult. Carl rolled his eyes and refused. It's better not to drink. Tomorrow is the time to start work, so as not to delay things. Zephyr explained. I suddenly thought of something. How did Marine arrange Alan? Carl thought about starting work tomorrow and suddenly found that he had overlooked something. Didn't you say she was your assistant? Of course she followed you, with the rank of colonel. Zephyr was speechless. He only remembered to ask about this now? Not bad. Carl accepted the result. At this time, the dishes began to be served one after another, and the drinks were not less. Then everyone talked nonsense at the table. Talking too much was just empty talk. Of course, it was precisely because of this ordinary chat that everyone became closer. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Zephyr and Kizaru arrived at the manor early. I say, are you guys a little free? Carl was very surprised. Admiral and Vice Admiral always came to him. It would be fine if he could just ask a soldier to take him to report something. Do you think it's a small matter to recruit a doctor who can enjoy Admiral treatment? Zephyr was amused. It seems to make sense. Carl was stunned for a moment and looked at Kizaru again. The mission was just completed and I just happened to be free. Kizaru smiled. Well, since everyone has their own reasons, Carl didn't ask any more questions. The four of them went to Marshal Kong's office together. When Carl stepped into the marshal's office, he found himself being looked at by a pair of sharp eyes. Following the eyes, he saw a man with half-white hair looking at him with his hands on his chest. Dr. Carl. There was a trace of shock in Kong's eyes. He had always heard that Carl was very small, but now he saw the real person and realized how exaggerated it was. Marshal Kong. Marshal. Haha, I believe that the addition of drive Carl to the military medical department will help the medical level reach a higher level. Kong was very satisfied with Carl's neither humble nor arrogant attitude. I'll do my best. Carl smiled back. After a brief conversation, Carl's report was completed, and then he went to the military medical department. This procedure was a little complicated and took Carl a lot of time. First, there was an assessment of his medical skills. After it was finally confirmed that he was at the level of a medical master, a separate clinic was allocated to Carl. Then there were a series of issues such as photos and work clothes. In short, after a busy day, Carl officially became a member of the Marine. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 45, Recruit Smoker. Dr. Carl. Dr. Allen. Because Carl's consultation time is the first 2 days of the week, and the second day of his employment is the beginning of the consultation, Carl and Allen arrived at the military medical department early in the morning. Moreover, because most of the doctors were there when the medical skills were evaluated yesterday, they were not unfamiliar with Carl. They all knew that a world-class young doctor came to the Marine Military Medical Department. After 100 years, the 6th doctor to receive the treatment of Marine Admiral. Haha, don't pay attention to me, go and get busy. Carl is not pretending to be stupid, but his medical skills are here. The most powerful doctors in the military medical department admit that they are not as good as him. In addition, Carl's admiral rank treatment, no doctor does not respect him. I feel like I'm being treated like a monkey. Carl sighed as soon as he sat down in his own clinic. That's because Dr. Carl is amazing. Everyone is curious about your strong medical skills at such a young age. Alan sat aside and said. Carl also knew this, and thought that as long as they get used to it after a while, it would be fine. Carl, who was sitting in the clinic, waited with peace of mind until there were patients or a doctor notified him that there were seriously ill patients who needed his help. After waiting for several hours, Carl had no patients, which made him feel bored. He had no choice but to chat with Alan and discuss the new skills she had practiced. Doctor, doctor. Suddenly, an anxious voice fell into the ears of Carl and Alan. Carl looked and found that it was a female recruit carrying a recruit boy on his back and walking towards the orthopedics department. The recruit boy's right knee bone had a slight displacement. From Carl's point of view, it was caused by jumping from a high place, not a serious injury. At this time, medical staff had come forward to put the wounded on a stretcher and prepared to carry him away for treatment. Go and have a look. Anyway, he was free, so Carl walked out of the clinic and walked towards the two recruits. Alan took the medicine box and followed quickly. Wait a minute. Tina and the others were walking towards the orthopedics department when they heard someone shouting behind them. They stopped curiously. Turning their heads, they found that it was a child. They frowned and turned around to continue walking. However, she found something that puzzled her, that is, the medical staff carrying the stretcher actually stopped. What's wrong with you? Why don't you send the injured to see a doctor? Tina was very anxious. If the kneecap injury was not treated as soon as possible, it would be a big deal if it was left with future troubles. Dr. Carl is here, don't worry. The medical staff put Smoker aside without getting angry. Doctor? Where is the doctor? Tina looked around. In addition to the medical staff and the injured in the corridor, there was only a child and a mermaid. Isn't it coming towards us? The medical staff looked at Carl and said. Are you talking about the mermaid? Tina saw that Alan was carrying a medicine box and felt that it was correct. The medical staff was stunned. Damn, that was just an assistant. Just when they were about to reply, Carl had come to Smoker's side. Oh, it seems that he jumped from the 3rd floor at least. Carl took a closer look and was more certain about Smoker's injury. It was not difficult to treat him, but there were 2 ways of treatment, gentle and fast. You get out of the way. Tina was immediately angry when she heard it. You were so frivolous in front of the wounded. After saying that, she looked at Alan and said, Doctor, take a look at his injuries. Ah, me. Alan looked at Tina blankly. I'm just an assistant. The real doctor is Carl. This is Dr. Carl. The medical staff said speechlessly. What? Tina looked down. A child? An 11-year-old doctor? The one in front of you is the best doctor of Marine. The medical staff said again. Tina and Smoker were both confused. Are you kidding me? Carl was used to such situations. He just didn't believe that he was a doctor. Hey, do you want to go faster or slower? Smoker has been looking at Carl. Although there is nothing wrong with the latter, he still feels a little annoying. It's just that even the medical staff present said so, which made him curious about Dr. Carl's identity. What's the difference? Smoker, do you really believe he is a doctor? Tina was anxious when she heard it. She couldn't believe that the best doctor of Marine would be an 11-year-old child. Is this simply a fantasy? It will hurt if it's faster, and it will be much easier if it's slower. Carl ignored Tina, who was shouting, and looked at Smoker. I choose faster. Smoker was even more curious this time, because he noticed that none of the doctors passing by came up to stop him. Haha, you have courage. Carl smiled, and suddenly raised his foot and stepped on the latter's knee. Crack! Ah! A short and shrill cry suddenly came out of Smoker's mouth, instantly startling everyone present, and they couldn't help but cast their eyes over. Ahole, what did you do? At this time, Tina's face turned pale. Smoker was already injured, and you stepped on him. I want to put him in solitary confinement for 5 days. Do you have the authority? Carl raised his eyebrows and looked at the medical staff. The medical staff suddenly felt a headache. How could they have the right to speak? You are lucky. Carl turned around and left after saying that. He has no real power now, unless Kizaru and others come forward, but he is too lazy to find Marine Vice Admiral for such a small matter. Put her in solitary confinement for 5 days. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the passage, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Zephyr Admiral! Zephyr Admiral! Teacher! Teacher! Tina, go back and take 5 days of solitary confinement yourself. Zephyr walked over with a calm face and said directly to Tina. Teacher, I. Tina looked at Zephyr in disbelief. Why did he put her in solitary confinement for 5 days? No need to say more. Zephyr interrupted Tina's words directly. Calling a person of the same status as Admiral ABD, 5 days of confinement is simply not a punishment. Smoker, don't lie down when you can stand up. Zephyr looked at Smoker. Smoker was stunned, then tried to stand up, and then he was shocked to find that his leg was healed. How is this possible? Tina's eyes widened at this time. How could it be possible that it was healed by stepping on it? Carl, didn't you say that you don't take action for minor problems? What's wrong? Seeing that Smoker was fine, Zephyr turned to Carl. I'm really bored. Carl smiled. It seems that they are your students, not bad. Haha, I just asked if you want to be my disciple. Forget about being a disciple. I'm going back to the clinic. Tina and Smoker stared at Carl and Alan in amazement. Who are they? Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 046, Return to the Holy Land. Seeing Carl and Alan return, Zephyr stepped forward quickly. He came to Carl for business, and now the business has not been discussed. However, at this time, Smoker spoke first. Teacher, who is he? Seeing that Tina was inexplicably detained for 5 days, Smoker felt very uncomfortable. From now on, you must call Carl doctor and speak to Carl with respect. As for his identity, it is not something you can know now. It is enough to know that he is the best doctor in Marine. The best doctor. Smoker and Tina stared at Zephyr in amazement, and the expression clearly said, "Don't lie to me." Is there anything else? If there is nothing, go back to training. Although the leg injury has healed, you still need to rest for another day. In Zephyr's view, Smoker and Tina are just recruiters. If they want to directly contact people at Carl's level, they have to wait until they become Commodores, or through him as a teacher. However, it is obviously impossible for Zephyr to introduce the two recruits to Carl. After all, there is a gap in their status, and Smoker, Tina, and Carl have no intersection. It is too weird for the two sides to know each other inexplicably. Teacher, what's the matter with you just saying that you want to accept him as a disciple? Although Zephyr is very curious about Carl's identity, he has no choice but to tell him. I think he has good talent, but it's a pity to just see a doctor, but he just won't agree. Okay, You go back. Hearing Zephyr's words, Smoker and the other two were instantly confused. Marine Admiral personally asked to accept a disciple, but he actually refused. Damn, too arrogant. Why can he be so valued by the teacher? Smoker is competitive, and he is only in his early 20s now. He is a passionate young man. He is very dissatisfied with Carl's rejection of Zephyr Admiral's invitation. Of course, there is more jealousy in it. Carl, pack up, let's go to the Holy Land. Zephyr found Carl and said. Go to the Holy Land? What are you going there for? Carl looked puzzled. Oral Yang Sheng wants to see you. That kid. What do you mean by that kid? He is a world noble. Zephyr's face changed. Celestial dragons, can't you be a little more respectful? If the celestial dragons hear you, they will cut your skin off. Why didn't he come by himself? Zephyr looked confused and looked at Carl like a fool. Damn, do you know who Oral Yang Sheng is? Is he very important? Carl was not stupid. Seeing Zephyr's expression, he knew that Oral Yang Sheng was not simple. He might be one of the more important celestial dragons. Is he very important? Zephyr smiled bitterly and said seriously, what I can tell you is that his family controls 1/5 of the power of the world government. FK, that's not 5. Carl stopped talking halfway. He had guessed most of the identity of Oral Yang Sheng. He must be related to someone in the 5 elders. Zephyr paused and looked at Carl with a strange look. 5 what? I am just shocked that his family actually controls 1/5 of the power of the world government. It is simply too terrifying. Carl hurriedly evaded the question. It is definitely not normal for an 11-year-old doctor to know the highest authority of the world government. It is good to know. Oral Yang Sheng is not like Rizward and others. They hold real power. You should be more careful when you speak in the future. Zephyr did not think much about it, but reminded him that some things should be avoided as much as possible if there is no need to conflict over language. After all, it is not a wise choice to go against the world government. Then go, but how do you count today's consultation? Count it as 1 day. Zephyr was speechless. Why are you so stingy? This is official business, not private business. I distinguish between public and private. If today's consultation is not counted, then Carl will have 1 less day of practice time. After boarding the warship, Zephyr and others went straight to the Holy Land. By the way, I have something to tell you first. Seeing the Holy Land in front of him, Zephyr suddenly said to Carl. What is it? The world noble Saint Rizward is also in the Holy Land. Then what? Zephyr looked at Carl with a strange face. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? What do I want to know? Carl was puzzled. Where did Rizward go? Who could he care? He didn't order the latter not to leave Sabayati. You, Zephyr rolled his eyes. Saint Rizward's attitude towards you is not appropriate. Will other world nobles have no idea when they see this scene? When Carl heard this, his face gradually sank, and Alan even nervously hugged Carl's hand. Others didn't know what the relationship between Rizward and Carl was, didn't she know? Carl used poison to control the latter, and the latter even recognized Carl as his master. If this matter is found out, won't the rest of the world nobles be furious? As noble celestial dragons, they actually became slaves of a child. This is simply a great shame. The world nobles began to investigate my relationship with Saint Rizward. Yes. Zephyr thought to himself that he was not stupid. Hehe, let them investigate. Well, what? What did you say? Zephyr stared at Carl in astonishment. Damn, what's wrong with your solemn expression? Are you kidding me? I saved Rizward's daughter, and he is grateful to me. Carl patted Alan's jade hand, indicating that she didn't need to be nervous. Alan didn't know where Carl's confidence came from. He was not worried at all. However, seeing Carl's calm eyes, her nervousness slowly subsided. The celestial dragon's face is inviolable, and they will not allow insults to happen. However, precisely because of this, Risward will never tell anyone that he has become Karl's slave. Because once he tells it out, not only will he annoy Karl, but he will also be removed from the world nobles and lose his status as a world noble. In this case, Risward has no value in front of Karl and the world nobles. He has only one end, that is, death. Will Risward do such a stupid thing? The answer is, absolutely not. Even if other world nobles are very dissatisfied with the relationship between Risward and Karl, he will not really tell anyone about their relationship, never. We're here. Get off the boat. Under the leadership of Zephyr, Karl once again boarded the Holy Land. P.S. Please give flowers, please give rewards, please collect, please give monthly tickets. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 047, Mermaid Ring. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. Zephyr took Karl and Alan into a luxurious palace. Because neither of them had seen such a luxurious place, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This action made Zephyr speechless. What a freak! Zephyr Admiral, Dr. Karl, my young master has been waiting inside for a long time. The person who came was still a familiar face. It was the middle-aged man who brought Oral Yang Sheng. Squeak! The closed door opened with a bang, and the vision in front of them suddenly became wider. What appeared in front of everyone was a huge main hall, and on the first seat was Oral Yang Sheng, who had not been seen for a long time. Dr. Karl. Seeing Karl, Oral Yang Sheng couldn't help but get down from his seat. If it weren't for Karl, he would be a mute all his life. This favor was too heavy. Haha, I didn't expect your identity to be so simple. Although Karl was surprised at the latter's identity and background, as the world's #1 doctor, how could he be timid with a status equal to Marine Admiral? He didn't show any intention of flattering. It's really hard to see you. Oral Yang Sheng was a child after all, and he complained. He went to Karl just to say thank you and repay the favor. That was an accident on the way. Karl's face was slightly red. In fact, he didn't want to come at first because he felt it was unnecessary. I heard about it. I didn't expect you to be kidnapped by pirates to Sabayati. Oral Yang Sheng smiled. I wanted to say thank you, but it was delayed until now. Karl. Call him over and say thank you, isn't this boring? Dr. Karl, do you want anything? If so, I'll let the butler give it to you. Oral Yang Sheng certainly didn't just say thank you. Karl was shocked. Oral Yang actually asked him to make a request. This was greatly unexpected. He thought the other party would just give him money directly. After pondering for a while, Karl looked at Alan beside him and said to Oral Yang, "Is there anything that allows mermaids to move normally on land?" As soon as this request was made, Alan straightened his body instantly, and looking at Karl standing in front of him, he suddenly felt his eyes moist. Oral Yang and others were stunned. If the information was correct, Alan should be Karl's slave, but now, Karl actually wasted the promise of a world noble for a slave. Yes, but, Dr. Karl, do you really want this? Oral Yang Sheng felt that Karl was not worth it. I'll take it. Karl's view was completely different from Oral Yang and others. Alan followed him and must be able to move freely. This was much more important than money. Since Karl insisted, Oral Yang Sheng didn't say anything, and directly ordered the butler to take it and hand it to Karl. Karl opened the box and found that it was actually a mermaid ring. When he took it out, he found that the air humidity around the ring was more than twice as high as other places. Alan, wear it. Karl was quite satisfied with the mermaid ring. With it, Alan would not have to soak it in water every half a day. Looking at the mermaid ring handed over by Karl himself, Alan was stunned. This is a ring, a ring. Giving a ring between the opposite s*x is a token of love. What are you standing there for? Do you want me to help you put it on? Carl didn't think about it in other ways. In his opinion, it was just a prop. Yet, Alan didn't know what was wrong with him. But he nodded with a red face. Seeing the change in Alan's face, Carl understood it even if he was stupid. Then, he picked up the ring, lifted Alan's left hand, and put the mermaid ring on his ring finger. Then, something embarrassing happened. Alan's fingers were too slender, and the mermaid ring couldn't be worn steadily. Change another finger. Carl didn't expect this to happen. He took it off and was about to put it on Alan's middle finger. The embarrassing thing happened again. It was still not stable. No. Alan whispered, and then took the mermaid ring away. I'd better wear it around my neck. Okay, I guess you can wear it when you come of age. Carl touched his nose and went with the flow. Don't forget that Alan is not yet an adult. Maybe he can wear it in another year. Zephyr, Oral Yang, and others have been looking at Carl and Alan in astonishment. This relationship is not ordinary. Thank you, and give gifts. Carl and others chatted nonsense and separated. Dr. Carl. After leaving the hall, he ran into an acquaintance. Seeing the person coming, Carl narrowed his eyes. Resward, why are you here? Well, a friend came to see me. Resward has completely given up on the detoxification of his body, because he has seen all the doctors in the Holy Land and Maya Island, but all the doctors are helpless. That's right, Carl nodded, and then said, I'll prescribe a prescription to relieve the poison in your body. Okay. Resward was overjoyed when he heard it. Those detoxification pills may run out at any time. What will he do when the full moon comes again? How is your daughter now? Carl wrote the prescription and looked at Resward and asked. Very good, nothing serious. Resward was stunned for a moment and then sighed. That's good. Carl ended the topic after he finished speaking, and then separated from him. Resward is poisoned. Zephyr raised his eyebrows. Well, it's a strange poison, extremely difficult to cure. I can only alleviate it at present. Carl sighed. Alan's heart was beating fast behind him. He was about to start acting again. I see. Zephyr did not doubt it, and this just explained why Resward was so respectful to Carl. Not only did he save his daughter, but he also alleviated his strange poison. Let's go back to the headquarters. Carl said. Well, return. Zephyr nodded. Just as Carl and others were returning, the news that Resward was poisoned by a strange poison also spread in the Holy Land. Now the world nobles knew about it. They also knew that Carl cured Xiarliluya and was relieving Resward of the strange poison. At this point, the world nobles' view that Resward valued Carl became understandable, and they no longer delved into the matter. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 048, A Bowl of Lard Every Day. On the way back to the headquarters, Carl did not forget to go to Maya Island. Last time, Zephyr was in a hurry to attend a meeting, and then there was no manpower. Now it is different. He has walked to the edge of the island and wants to go up no matter what. However, Carl still did not see the little Lolita on the island this time, which made him a little disappointed. A group of people finally came to the medical sanctuary of Maya Island and found Dr. James. How is the research on platinum lead disease now? Carl laughed. Alas, there is still no progress. James shook his head. This is one of the world's problems. Do you have pathogens? There is a patient. FK. Patient. Carl was surprised. He actually got a patient, which would make research much easier. It's a doctor who voluntarily contracted platinum lead. Hearing this, Carl was immediately in awe. This quality is really rare. That's the one. Dr. James brought Carl and the other two to an isolation room and pointed to the man inside. Let me take a look first. Carl didn't dare to guarantee that he could cure it, so he had to observe it first. After all, platinum lead disease is very famous in the world of One Piece. Although platinum lead disease is not contagious, it is hereditary. Suffering from platinum lead disease will greatly shorten a person's lifespan. Law's hometown, White Town, was destroyed because of it. Hello, I'm Carl, a doctor. Carl gave full respect to this doctor who tried his best. You are Dr. Carl? That's great. If you participate in the research, platinum lead disease will definitely be solved quickly. Obviously, this doctor is not an isolated person. He also knows that so many doctors on Maya Island have praised Carl. Let me take a look first. Carl smiled, and the latter had high hopes for him. Okay. He was very happy to know that the world-class Dr. Carl was doing research with them, and he immediately cooperated. Half an hour later, Carl frowned and came out of the isolation room, looking directly at James and said, "Is there a microsugar separator?" In fact, this so-called separator is a DNA separator, but it is called differently in the pirate world. Yes. Take 2 ml of blood and I'll check it. James soon asked someone to take blood and separated the DNA group from other elements. Seeing Carl staring at the DNA group alone, James and others were curious, but they didn't dare to disturb him. This quiet environment lasted for a whole hour. Dr. Carl, how is it? Do you have any clues? Yes. Carl smiled. Platinum lead disease is not actually a disease, but a genetic mutation caused by radioactive elements. Great, what should we study next? James was so excited that his face was flushed. He didn't expect Carl to really find a clue. This was many times better than their team. Drink a bowl of lard every day, and you will be cured in a month. Carl said shockingly. What? James blinked and looked at Carl. Drink lard? Drink a bowl of lard every day, and you will be cured in a month. James was petrified on the spot. Yes, he heard it right, drink lard. Zephyr and Alan also widened their eyes and looked at Carl in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Drinking lard can cure the platinum lead disease that has stumped doctors all over the world. Platinum lead disease is actually an upgrade of the human body caused by platinum lead radiation. Lard can just neutralize the elements radiated by platinum lead and restore the human body to normal levels. After hearing Carl's words, James didn't know what to say. He suddenly felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. He was too shallow to even think of such a simple problem. James felt unbelievable, and so did Carl. He thought it was an unprecedented challenge, but it turned out to be such a pitfall. Of course, the way of thinking of the people in the pirate world is different from that of a time traveler like him, which is why Carl was able to find a solution so quickly, and Carl was not aware of this hidden reason. Carl and others left, but the shock left by Carl made countless people drop their jaws. The platinum lead disease that countless doctors around the world are helpless for, which has killed millions of people and harmed generations of people, can be cured by drinking lard for a month. Carl, Alan, your training is arranged. Zephyr looked at Carl with a smile. Under your name. Carl glanced at Zephyr and said. How do you know? Zephyr looked surprised. You can tell by the way you smile. Zephyr looked confused. What the hell, did I? On the third day after returning to the headquarters, Carl and Alan became a recruit under the leadership of Zephyr. Coincidentally, Carl was in the same queue as Smoker, who was recruiting at the same time. Then, Carl was confronted by Smoker's eyes. Carl was stunned for a moment, and then he looked back at her. Damn, not only did I cure your foot last time, but now you dare to provoke me. Smoker was shocked. He didn't expect Carl to be so brave at such a young age. The momentum he showed made him feel guilty, which made him very unhappy. Humph, let's see how you can hold on in 25 laps of training. Smoker gloated. Why was he so unhappy? First, it was because of the title of being pointed at by thousands of people. Second, he was still young and had a strong desire to win. He was not convinced that Carl, who was still a child, could make Zephyr Admiral look at him differently. The third and most important point was that Tina was put in solitary confinement for 5 days because of Carl's words. This is the person Smoker likes. He usually feels distressed when he sees Tina being wronged. Now she is put in solitary confinement for 5 days because of an unintentional mistake. This is FG, Smoker can't stand it. Physical training below, 30 laps. The Colonel issued a training task. Carl was shocked. Is this the amount of training for recruits? Who are you trying to trick? Smoker and the other recruits also changed their expressions. They had only run 25 laps in their previous training. 1 lap of the playground was 600 meters, and 30 laps was 18 miles. No matter what everyone thought, the order came down, so just run. Why was the Colonel giving the order? Because as a student of Marine Admiral, most of them were just in name only. Why? Because Admiral is the strongest force in the Marine. Letting Admiral train recruit every day is an insult to the word Admiral, and it is a waste of talent. Zephyr only has a set of training recruits, so he formulated a training strategy and plan, and told the people below to make appropriate adjustments according to the plan. And Zephyr only went to the recruit camp to give some advice to recruits when he had time, or showed up at important matters such as recruit assessments. Look. Zephyr has already gone to the side to watch the show, and this is still a rare thing. If Carl hadn't been there, he would have turned around and been busy now. He has a lot of burdens on his shoulders. Especially since Garp refused to be promoted to Admiral, the job that was supposed to be done by the 3 admirals became the job of Zephyr and Sengoku. Garp, however, was given the title of Vice Admiral, and he basically performed tasks at sea, focusing on only one thing, which was fighting. After 30 laps, there was a cry of pain in the recruit queue, and Smoker's legs softened and he fell to the ground, unable to move. He was too tired. Hiss. Look at that kid. FK, that's awesome. At this time, Smoker heard the discussion of the recruits, and subconsciously looked at Carl. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but when he saw it, his eyes almost popped out. Carl, who had run 30 laps, actually started boxing slowly on the playground. FK. I don't even want to open my eyelids, you still have the energy to box after running, you are just an 11-year-old kid, why are you so hacky? Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 049, Rapid Growth. Hey, this set of boxing. Zephyr was surprised by Carl's physical fitness that was far superior to that of ordinary people. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly saw Carl doing boxing, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This was obviously a set of boxing for physical training. At this moment, Zephyr became interested and began to observe secretly. No one taught Carl, how could he do it? Wait, this boxing, this fit, hiss, how is it possible? After observing for a while, Zephyr's pupils suddenly bulged, his face was full of shock. With his eyes, he quickly saw that Carl's boxing was extraordinary. This set of boxing was just like it was tailor-made for him, with a perfect fit. Perfect fit, what is this concept? Even if Zephyr personally made a set of physical training for Carl, it would take several months or even more than half a year to achieve it. Note that it is possible, not successful. This is incredible. Carl has just joined Marine for only a few days. Where did he get the boxing? How come this boxing style is very similar to Garp's? Zephyr observed for a while and suddenly found that it was 6 points similar to Garp's boxing style. Zephyr, at this moment, a voice came into Zephyr's ears, "Did you modify my boxing style and teach it to this recruit?" Zephyr tilted his head and saw that Garp had come running over at some point. "I modified your boxing style? That requires me to modify it to this extent. Who modified it?" Garp's eyes shone. "Is there any boxing master in Marine that he doesn't know? That set of boxing and Carl fit together perfectly. It's not as simple as getting twice the result with half the effort to practice. It's simply several times better. This boxing style is also the first time I've seen it. If you want to know, ask Carl." Zephyr shrugged. "This Carl is not simple." "Is he Carl?" Garp was shocked. He had heard that a great doctor came to Marine, a medical giant who was equal to admiral in status. Zephyr nodded. "To be honest, I thought you taught him." "I don't even know this kid, how could I teach him?" Garp raised his eyebrows, and became more curious about where Carl got the boxing skills, because he found that even if he really taught him, he might not be able to achieve this level. In fact, this is indeed the case. The system can even simulate Carl's body, and it can be said that it understands Carl to the bone. And the Garp matched by the system knows all of Carl's data. In this case, the tailor-made body training boxing will not be as good as the one made by Garp in reality. "Zephyr, call him over, I want to ask him where this set of boxing came from." The more Garp looked at it, the more frightened he was. The style of this set of boxing is exactly the same as his. "Zephyr Admiral, do you have something to ask me?" Carl was called over by Zephyr halfway through his boxing practice, and he couldn't help but wonder in his heart. "This is Vice Admiral Garp, he has something to ask you." Zephyr pointed to Garp on the side. Carl turned his head and looked at Garp. How could he not know the latter? He had seen him in the system. "Vice Admiral Garp, do you have something to ask me?" Facing Garp, a Marine hero with strength almost surpassing Admiral, Carl did not show obvious excitement. His status was equal to Admiral, and he had met many big shots. "Dr. Carl, I want to ask who taught you boxing." Garp's face showed a hint of excitement and nervousness. Carl's heart skipped a beat. His body training boxing was taught by Garp matched by the system. Garp must have felt something strange when he saw the boxing. "Is there a problem with this set of boxing?" Carl asked in a confused manner. "No problem, but I think it's the same as my new style." Garp explained immediately without any doubt. "So that's how it is. I saw other people boxing before and thought it was fun, so I just learned a little bit. How about it, is it okay?" Carl breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smug look on his face. Garp was stunned at the time. "I just learned it randomly? Do you think I'm stupid, or do you think I'm a genius who has learned it all by myself? If there's nothing else, I'll go back to training." Carl knew that talking too much would lead to mistakes, so he just left a sentence and ran away immediately. Garp glared. "Damn, you, a recruiter, actually ran away without waiting for my Vice Admiral's order?" However, the next second Garp suddenly realized that Carl was now on par with the Admiral, and he really couldn't control what the other party wanted to do. Carl used this point to run away. Unless Garp threatened him with force, he would ignore him. He was so arrogant and awesome. Of course, Carl's true identity was only known to the senior management of the headquarters. Others just thought that Carl got in through the back door of Zephyr Admiral. Otherwise, who would dare to give orders to Carl? Seeing Carl return to the recruit queue for training, Garp couldn't say anything. Give orders? He is a person who enjoys the treatment of Admiral rank and has a higher status than him. Order Carl, but he has no right. Do it, are you sure you can get the answer? If you can't get the answer, Carl will report it to the higher UPS, and he, the Vice Admiral, will have a headache. Now Carl is like this, you can't scold him, you can't beat him, this is very embarrassing. Depressed Garp left, of course, and silently remembered Carl in his heart. This kid is not simple. Garp's matter was just a small episode, but many recruits noticed this scene, and their eyes on Carl changed immediately, not even giving the Vice Admiral face, just turned their heads and left, and nothing happened. This is definitely a background and backing. In the blink of an eye, the 1-month physical training was over, and Carl came to the dynamometer again. Taking a deep breath, Carl flexed his fingers into a fist and blasted out. Bang! There was a muffled sound on the dynamometer, followed by the sound of a bell, and the bright red number began to jump wildly. In the blink of an eye, it broke through 50 and passed the 80 mark. Finally, the value on the dynamometer stopped jumping. Deo force value, 260. Dr. Carl, your explosive power has entered the level of Major. Alan gasped. The normal adult male Deo force value is about 10, the Naval Headquarters Corporal is between 10 and 20, the Sergeant is 20 to 50, and the Sergeant is 50 to 100. Breaking 200, that is the Deo force that can only be exerted at the school level. Carl had only 12 Deo force a month ago, and now it has increased more than 20 times to 260. This speed of strength growth is simply shocking. Yesterday's strength increased by 10. Carl was quite satisfied with the result. The tailor-made bodybuilding boxing is different. P.S. Please give flowers, please give rewards. Please give collections, please give monthly tickets. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter-1-50, open the cheat again, domineering body. Measure your strength. After measuring his own strength, Carl wanted to see Alan's progress. Yet. Alan responded softly. With the sound of a bell, the value on the dynamometer jumped again, jumping over 30 and breaking through 40, and finally showing 180. Not bad. Carl was a little surprised. Alan's strength increased tenfold in a month. Maybe he will really become a female man in the future. It's still Dr. Carl's teaching. Alan said modestly. Carl taught her the body boxing, and she also found that Carl made some corrections to the boxing she practiced, making it more suitable for her. Carl didn't know what was going on, but he felt that his brain became more flexible. As he became more and more familiar with the body boxing, he could make some changes to it. Moreover, in this month, he has completed the E-level training time and obtained a new set of body boxing, Tyrant Body. Speaking of this Tyrant Body, it is incredible, because it is the result of the integration of Garp, Zephyr, Kizaru and Carl's wisdom. Garp's Zyoquin alone has reached the standard for the burst of Deo force, but Carl still wants to catch up with the skills and reaction speed, which can be satisfied with just one set of physical training boxing because the focus is different. Carl thought of a way to get 2 sets of physical training boxing from Zephyr and Kizaru of the system, focusing on the training of force skills and the body's reaction speed. Carl was a little overwhelmed by getting 2 sets of boxing at once. It was very entangled to practice 3 kinds of boxing every day, so he thought of combining all these strengths into one set of boxing. The 3 sets of boxing changed completely. Carl practiced the boxing he had just modified. Well, it was extremely awkward and he almost vomited blood. What to do? Keep going. However, he failed several times in a row. Later, Carl became smart and thought of using the power of the system instructor. How to do it? Carl practiced the other 2 sets of boxing in front of the 3 instructors, and then asked them how to integrate them together. Not to mention that the effect is quite amazing, it greatly promoted Carl's speed of creating boxing. In just 5 days, Carl launched a more sophisticated set of physical training boxing. This new set of boxing can achieve simultaneous improvement in strength, speed, and agility, and the improvement is also 1.5 times that of a single physical training. What is this concept? It's scary to say it. For example, if Carl practices 3 sets of boxing, his strength, speed, and agility will each increase by 1 times after 3 days, but if he practices tyrant body boxing for 1 day, they can each increase by 1.5 times. 1 times improvement in 3 days, 1.5 times improvement in 1 day, this is the difference. This is its strength. Regardless of the time and improvement, it is better than the 3 sets of boxing, so Carl gave this boxing a hacky name Tyrant. The appearance of tyrant body will also accompany Carl throughout his life, and as Carl continues to transform it, it will only become more and more powerful. Moreover, because Carl personally participated in this vigorous boxing creation process, he had a deep understanding of this tyrant body boxing, and it became easier to correct it. After learning the tyrant body, Carl had 2 things to do next. One was to start D-level physical training to continue to improve his realm, and the other was to improve his strength to the level of sergeant as soon as possible. Then he applied for promotion to major, and then asked Zephyr to give him 10 soldiers to train, and strive to train them to the level of school in the next period of time. 1000 achievement points. Carl is obsessed with it. Alan, don't practice the boxing you practiced before, I will teach you a new boxing now. The boxing that Carl taught Alan was certainly not the tyrant body, because the tyrant body was only suitable for him. Carl taught the adapted boxing. Although his level was limited and the adapted boxing could not be compared with the tyrant body, it was still much stronger than a single set of physical training boxing, at least the improvement was more balanced. After practicing tyrant body for a day, Carl came to the tester again and punched it hard. The Deo force value suddenly increased wildly, and a bright red value appeared in the blink of an eye. 290. It actually increased by 30 Deo force, 20 more than practicing GARP's boxing alone. Carl was surprised. He thought that it was quite good to increase 15 Deo force. Unexpectedly, the effect was beyond imagination. He has seen his own strength spurting out again. Alan, how much is yours? Carl was delighted by the power of tyrant body. Now he is looking forward to how long the practice of tyrant body can bring him a sharp increase in Deo force. Measure it now. Alan took a breath and hit the dynamometer mercilessly. The bright red number finally stopped at 200. Dr. Carl, the Deo force has increased by 20. Alan's eyes widened. She didn't expect this new boxing to be so powerful. For her, the Deo force increased by 3 times that of yesterday. The old boxing made her Deo force increase from 9 to more than 80, so how much improvement will this new boxing bring her? It seems that the effect is not bad. You continue to practice this new boxing. I don't know what level of Deo force you will reach in a month. Carl was surprised. Alan's Deo force increase was only 10 Deo less than his, which really surprised him. Starting today, you will receive gun training. After a month of physical training, the recruits finally waited for the gun training, and they were all excited like chicken blood. Carl was also a little excited. He hadn't touched this thing yet. After 2 lives, he finally had the opportunity to touch it. He followed the instructor with a cheerful pace. Entering the shooting range, I saw the rifles that had been placed there. The dark holes were fascinating. Shooting is not a problem for ordinary generals and below. It is a standing weapon. However, when Carl went up, he found that there was no ammunition in the gun, which made him happy for nothing. In fact, it was nothing. Who dared to hand over a gun with ammunition to a recruit who knew nothing at the beginning? What if the gun went off accidentally and won the jackpot? Therefore, the course at the beginning was very simple, that is, let Carl and others get familiar with it first, and then the instructor introduced them, and then Carl and others conducted gun training. Knowing that they would be asked to shoot sooner or later, Smoker and others had no complaints. Anyway, they would unlock new postures every day. Finally, Carl and others finally got their wish and started shooting training. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, Activity time, October 1st to October 7th.